One-day cup competition gets underway with the visit of Kent Spitfires here to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The match gets underway at 2 p.m. The toss and the team news in just 5 minutes' time. This match will see us hosting the Club Cricket Social. Throughout the day there will be a variety of discounts, competitions and activations which could see you winning prizes for your club cricket teams. Highlights of the day will include the Somerset Cricket Foundation inflatables. You can compete for prizes by completing fun cricket challenges and top the leaderboard. That's in our fan village. There's a 20% discount on food and drink at Somerset's concessions. That's if you're wearing your club cricket colours, so just brandish your club logo and you will receive a discount at the following concessions: Somerset Stand Bar, Lordie and Botham Stand Bar, the Great Catch Fish and Chip Bar, Marcus Trescothick Pavilion Elevated Tier Concession, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion Lower Tier Concession, Stragglers Coffee House, and the Somerset County Cricket Club Fan Village Bar. 20% discount on food and drink at all of those Somerset concessions if you're wearing your club cricket logo. There'll be some interval challenges which will see clubs going head-to-head as well. Can you lead your club to glory during the innings break in the Thatcher's Apple Roll or our High Catch Challenge? You can also win an incredible prize from Thatcher's for being the best supported club. Judges will decide which is the best supported club on the day, and the winner will receive some free stock for their bar from Thatcher's Cider. A big thanks to Virtue Motors for sponsoring today's game. Somerset against Kent Spitfires in the Metro Bank one-day cup competition gets underway in just over half an hour's time. We're heading out into the middle now for the toss and the team news, which will confirm very shortly. A very good afternoon if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton for the opening game of our Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign. Somerset against the Kent Spitfires. A warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from Canterbury. We hope you have an enjoyable day with us here in the West Country. The two captains have just tossed. Kent Spitfires won the toss and have elected to bat first. Confirmation of the two teams, starting with our visitors from Kent. Number 33 is Joey Everson. Number 13, Bayers Swanepoel. Number 3, Ikansh Singh. Number 34, Jack Leaning. Number 72, wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Number 42, Jaden Denley. Number 35, Charlie Stobo. Number 9, Grant Stewart. Number 75, Hamadullah Kadri. Number 17, Nathan Gilchrist. And number 28 is Matt Parkinson. And confirmation of your Somerset starting 11. Number 1 is Andy Umeed. Number 64, George Thomas. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Number 55, James Rue. Number 66, making his professional debut, Archie Vaughan. Number 58 and captain, Sean Dixon. Number 8 is Josh Thomas. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. Number 17, Jack Leach. Number 3, Alfie Ogborn. And number 19 is Ned Leonard. A reminder that Kent Spitfires won the toss and elected to bat first. We get underway at 2 p.m. A big thanks to today's match sponsor, Virtu Motors. Virtu Motors, a retail brand of Virtu Motors Group, joined forces with Somerset ahead of the 2023 season as the company expanded its presence in the southwest region following the acquisition of 28 dealerships from Helston Garages Group, a number of which were rebranded under the Virtu Motors name. With the partnership now moving into a second year, Virtu Motors will continue to work with Somerset County Cricket Club to not only support the team on the field, but also support a range of different initiatives in local communities. A reminder, if you missed the news at the toss, Kent Spitfires won the toss, elected to bat first. We get underway in just over 10 minutes' time. Confirmation of the two teams, starting with our visitors, Kent Spitfires. Number 33, Joey Everson. Number 13, Bayers Swanepoel. Number 5, Ikansh Singh. Number 34, Captain Jack Leaning. Number 72, wicketkeeper Harry Finch. Number 42, Jaden Denley. Number 35, Charlie Stover. Number 9, Grant Stewart. Number 75, Hamadullah Kadri. Number 17, Nathan Gilchrist. And number 28, Matt Parkinson. Now for your Somerset starting 11. Sponsored by SJM Properties. Number 1, Andy Umi. Sponsored by Brent Engineering. Number 64, George Thomas. Sponsored by IT Champion. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Sponsored by King's College. Number 55, wicketkeeper James Rue. Making his professional debut, number 66, Archie Vaughan. Sponsored by Future Media, captain, and number 58, Sean Dixon. Number 8, Josh Thomas. Sponsored by Eurolate. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. Sponsored by Joseph Casson Estate Agency. Number 17, Jack Leach. Sponsored by DR Square. Number 3, Alfie Ogbo. And sponsored by Orchard Shopping Centre. Number 19, Ned Leonard. Before today's match, there will be a minute of silence to mark the passing of Somerset legend Ken Palmer. The players will also be wearing black armbands today, and the Somerset flag will fly at half-mast. Good afternoon, everyone. If you are able, please would you be upstanding as we remember Somerset all-rounder Ken Palmer, who sadly passed away earlier this week. Between 1955 and 1969, Ken played in 302 matches for the county, scoring 7,567 runs at an average of 20.67 with a best of 125 not out against Northamptonshire in 1961. With the ball, Ken took 837 wickets at an average of 21.10, with his best return being 9 for 57 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in 1963. He took 100 first-class wickets in a season 4 times, his best being in 1963 when he claimed 126. The thoughts of everyone at Somerset County Cricket Club are with Ken's family and friends at this difficult time. Please join us now for a minute of silent reflection. Thank you, everyone.
Very much loved member of the community. I'm sure my co-commentator Stephen Lamb would have watched and enjoyed Ken Palmer's career, maybe the later stages of it, but what a great guy.
Well, he was the youngest ever Somerset player to do the double in 1961 at the age of 24. So that was a remarkable achievement in itself, and he was an absolute stalwart in the late 50s and through the 60s. And then, as you say, he became a very successful umpire. He was a test match umpire.
Yeah, when you were batting, Kenny was at the other end. If that right shoulder started to dip, you knew you were in trouble. The finger was about to come out. But no, Kenny was a magnificent man. When I was a young up-and-coming professional, him, Julian Wyatt, Peter Robinson, massively influential in my upbringing, and I know I can speak for many players that have represented Somerset over the last 30, 40 years. Kenny would have had a huge impact on us. When you embrace Ken Palmer with a handshake, he would not let go until he got his point across.
Terrific.
He had a firm handshake and you knew that you were talking to a real solid bloke. So I'm sure I can echo the thoughts of everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club, that our thoughts, our love and prayers go out to everyone who loved Ken Palmer as much as we did.
Yeah, the flag's been flying at half-mast here for the last 3 days, and that's a respectful sight indeed as well. So the news of this match, it's the first for Somerset in the Metro Bank Cup. Kent have won the toss. They've chosen to bat. The two men left out of the original Somerset squad of 13 are Joe Hayward and Josh Davey. So the team will be seeing Andy Umeed, George Thomas, Lewis Goldsworthy. Archie Vaughan makes his debut, son of Michael. That's going to be interesting, Pete.
Yeah, he's an exciting talent, no doubt. I've seen him around the place, played a bit of cricket against him. Definitely plays shots that you can sort of you can see the resemblance to his father, who was obviously a fantastic opening batter for England and Yorkshire. So really interested to see how he goes, and more to the point, at his age, I hope he just has a really enjoyable day and goes out and gives it a good crack.
Into a huddle are Somerset at the moment, and they're all ready to get proceedings underway. We'll see the two Kent batters come out and shake hands with Stumpy, perhaps not, by the dugout. And the rest of the Somerset team, the skipper, Sean Dixon, is billed to come in at 5. Then James Rue behind the stumps, now a familiar figure. Josh Thomas, Casey Aldridge, Jack Leach, Alfie Ogborn and Ned Leonard. That's the Somerset side. We had a look at the wicket earlier. It looks at both intrigues.
Yeah, as it always does here at Taunton. I think it looks like there's a little bit of a green, fresh stripe down the middle that I think will interest the seam bowlers. It looks like Ned Leonard's going to take the new ball. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of movement. We've just had the ball delivered by the Virtue Motors Range Rover, averagely driven by Harry Everett. I think he's just lived a very sheltered life. I don't think he's ever had a radio-controlled car in his life. He looked all at sea.
He's probably crashed it.
Insurance claim pending. Yeah, Ned Leonard's going to take the new ball from both from stand end. And he's going to be bowling to
Bayers Swanepoel, South African.
I'm glad you jumped in there, Stephen. I was thinking Ben Compton, but no, he looks like he's up the other end.
Yeah, he's listed at number 7, but he's come in at number 1. Here's the first ball of the match. And he's away.
A little bit of swing there, just into the pads. No, it's actually Joey Everson. My apologies. The strawberry blonde / red hair has thrown me there, but yeah, I chatted earlier with Joey Everson. He had when he first moved to Kent from Nottinghamshire, he opened the batting in the 50s, did really, really well. Last season he went back into the middle order, so nice to see him get another opportunity up the top. I think he scored a couple of one-day hundreds actually. Did really well in his first season opening the batting, so let's see how he's developed since our time together playing for Nottinghamshire. He made the move, I guess this must be his third season now with Kent. Very exciting young talent. Ned Leonard with the new ball. A little bit of shape away into the gloves of James Rue. Got Andy Umeed at first slip. Casey Aldridge, the tall, almost Craig Overton-esque frame at second slip. Bucket hands. Lewis Goldsworthy at point. George Thomas at, or Josh Thomas, I think that is, at extra cover. The standard ring field.
Well outside off stump and signalled wide, first extra of the match. There is a bit of a familiar look about the keeper and slip cordon. We've seen a bit of all of them in the county championship. James Rue ever present, of course. Andy Umeed's come in, and we've seen Casey Aldridge as well.
Yeah, great opportunities for the clubs around the country to have a look at their young talent in their squads, with a number of players away playing the 100. Very nice delivery there from Ned Leonard. Back of a length, just getting a little bit of lift and away movement towards the slips. A couple of loose shots from Joey Everson.
Yes, he's just needs to home in a little more on that off stump. Ned Leonard. That's more like it. Middle and off. Forcing the batter to defend.
Yeah, a fraction more watchful. A couple of player misses, and Joey Everson's just probably had a little bit of a word with himself, trying to get his eyes accustomed to the conditions here. Changes on a daily basis, this crazy game. Will the ball swing, won't it? What's the wicket doing? Lots of factors you have to worry about, but you don't have to worry about balls like that. That's almost off the cut strip there from Ned Leonard. The old radar's gone astray there.
I thought he'd locked on okay with the delivery before, but that was even wider than the one that was signalled earlier in the over. Will Everson need to play this one? Yes. And he'll pick up a single as well. Yeah, slightly confusing scorecard in that these two batters, Swanepoel and Everson, are listed to come in at number 5 and number 7.
They've reversed Malachi'd us in the office, I think, haven't they?
Yeah,
don't believe everything you see. It's what I'm learning into my 43rd year, Stephen.
The rest of the Kent lineup, Ben Compton and Ekansh Singh were listed to well bowled. That's better to the left-hander to complete the over. 4 without loss at the end of it, 1 apiece for the two openers. We've got Ben Compton, Ekansh Singh, Jack Leaning, Harry Finch, Jayden Denley, then the Australian Grant Stewart, George Garrett, Charlie Stober, Matt Parkinson. Spin in prospect in this game. We were talking about Archie Vaughan earlier. He can bowl off spin. Jack Leach is in this Somerset side, but in the meantime, the new ball is going to be shared by Alfie Ogborn, who will bowl his left arm over.
Yeah, the young left arm seam bowler. He's been bowling very impressively throughout the summer in the second 11. He's earned himself a tidy little contract extension for the next couple of years. I know he's really excited to get going in this competition. Can he find any swing back in towards Joey Everson. He certainly can. Very good start from Alfie Ogborn there, just curving the ball back in towards that middle and off stump.
That was a good shape. First delivery as well. It's great to see.
Yeah, he's quite proficient when the swing goes off the ball as well, to then go around the wicket. Left arm around the wicket to right-handers is quite a unusual action as well. So he's got a lot of tools in the toolbox as a bowler. Very nice bit of shape there in towards the pads.
Everson picks up 2 for that.
I always personally like the field that was, you know, back yourself to be accurate in and around off stump, fine leg up to 45 and have the deep square out, because I think if you hunt in the pads you can get clipped, and you don't want to give away 2s all the time, and it would just be 1 with that bit of protection there.
Yeah, he found the gap nicely, didn't he, Everson? And again
he's going to pick up another 2. Oh no, nice piece of field in there on the boundary. I think that's George Thomas.
Yes, it was a decision taken at the last moment. They looked set for the 2. Probably heard the cry of no.
Yeah, great opportunity for some of the younger players to play in a first team with some more experienced first team players. Andy Meads played a fair bit. Sean Dixon, lots of first-class cricket. James Rue, Casey Aldridge, and England spinner Jack Leach. So lots of top players on show here today for Somerset and both teams. I think Kent are only missing 3 players to the 100, so pretty strong lineup for both sides today, who will have eyes on the prize. I'm assuming the finals at Trentbridge again this year.
Yes.
50 over cricket always used to be the Lord's final, the carrot on the end of the stick.
It's a shame that's stopped. You featured in the last one, didn't you?
Yeah, it was always played in a couple. It was always nice to have Lord's finals, but Trentbridge equally magnificent ground. Big shot there from Swanepoel. Big thick edge, big leading thick edge all the way down to third man. Looking to almost premeditate clipping him over mid-wicket, so he looks like he might be the one to enforce himself on this power play. As we know in one-day cricket, power plays are really pivotal. Only 2 fielders allowed outside that 30-metre ring.
Yeah, it is a lovely ground, Trentbridge, one of the nicest in the country. Hasn't got that extra special atmosphere of Lord's, though. Is it fair to say? Although every ground's got an atmosphere of its own.
Yeah, I think there's just you know, they're all, a lot of the grounds in the UK have a lot of great history, but Lord's being the home of cricket, home of the MCC, is a very special place to play cricket. And you have to say, I suppose, what would be more important to the players, the lunches. The lunches at Lord's, famous around the world, as we have a look at the team sheet there. Any names that you're excited to follow this next month or so?
Well, definitely Archie Vaughan on debut. That's special to be here to see that. And yeah, Alfie Ogborn, I saw his championship debut last year, and nice to see him with ball in hand already. Well taken, James Rue. Long way to go.
Yeah, he's done well to get to that. That's a big miss from Ned Leonard. He's going to have to just lock on to that off stump as quickly as he can.
That's his 3rd wide.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Archie Vaughan as well. He's the times I've seen him, he stands nice and tall at the crease, which will be a familiar sight for many. Doesn't mind using his feet to the seam bowlers, plays through the leg side, pull shot, clip off the pads. A right chip off the old block.
I found a very nice spot actually at Lord's in the first test against the West Indies. There's a little balcony above the players' balcony, next floor up.
Yeah.
And it only fits about well, 3 people in it, but I managed to find a slot and watched most of the afternoon session. It's a great view from there.
Sounds very exclusive. You're obviously taking your press pass in with you, giving it the big one. Do you know who I am?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that interested me. The names of several great Australian cricketers were etched into the stonework on the balcony.
Yeah, hooligans that lot, aren't they?
Absolutely. Hey. So presumably that was the players' changing room balcony at that time. Warwick Armstrong, he's a famous name, the big ship, brought the Australian touring team in 1921.
Either that or that's where the players used to go to have their post-innings cigars.
But yeah, and Monty Noble, that was another one. And they're etched in there for the building's lifetime.
Bit of graffiti. There goes at this. We've got a few wides on the board from Ned Land so far. He's gone for 7 runs so far. Not many off of the bat. Just needs to correct his radar. He's gone round the wicket just to give himself a better angle in towards Swanepoel, who looked a little bit troubled there with that one. Slightly high risk, I'd say, bowling round the wicket to a lefty without deep square back. Fine legs in place at the moment, and third man, the 2 fielders out.
Still thinking about Lords. I think if memory serves, you were talking about the outfield there and the great atmosphere. I think after this ball, could have gone anywhere. It's gone down to fine leg in the event, but had no control over that at all. Picks up a single. But I seem to recall on that fantastic cup final day, that last cup final, that Blackbird was sung on that outfield.
Yes, very loud. I've sort of some recollection. I think I broke a land speed record of how many bottles of free champagne you could chug before they started putting it on your barbell. Yeah, it's remarkable the damage you can do to yourself with a bottle of Veuve Clicquot.
It was a great day.
Yeah, it was a great day had by all. But yeah, times are changing. I'm sure doing that same thing at Trent Bridge will be on everyone's mind at the moment. Certainly the West Bridgeford nightlife would be well worth sampling if Somerset did make it there. Nice delivery there from Ned Land. And actually, in a lot of ways, Stephen, when you have a bowler that's having a bit of an issue with accuracy, a little bit erratic, then all of a sudden he has that ability to bowl that beauty, that angled into middle, swing away, nip a little bit delivery. That almost becomes more challenging because you're looking for that wide short ball. Your eyes are lighting up all the time. It can be quite difficult to bat against bowlers that are spraying it around a little bit, as Ned is at the moment. He's bowled 2 absolute beauties in a row. A good sign that he's found his feet. And what wasn't a long over turned out to be a pretty good one in the context of the game so far. Lovely bit of shape there, just avoiding the outside edge there.
That's beauty.
Yeah, that's a very nice piece of bowling. Just showing that little bit of fresh grass on the wicket is definitely assisting the Kookaburra ball just to swing and nip a little bit.
Just looking at the Colin Atkinson Pavilion briefly. We're now on the always popular James Hildreth stand as Alfie Ogborne continues from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. That'll go down as a dot. That pavilion, Triggs, you probably know this, is named after the man who led Somerset in their first Lord's Cup final in 1967.
Yeah, he's also quite well celebrated at Millfield School.
Yep.
His photograph or painting or whatever it was is up. Mr. Colin Atkinson. It's a great pavilion. I love that building. One of the things I do like about Alfie Ogborne, he's maybe not that last ball, but the first ball of that over, he has a good knack of hitting the splice of the bat. That means he's hitting his natural length, that real snap in his action, and he's just hitting the splice of the opposition players bat. A good sign that he's in a confident frame of mind and he's really bowling the ball hard into the pitch.
He's got a pretty smooth approach. Fiddled that one, could easily have nicked it. This is good stuff from Alfie Ogborn. Got a good weather forecast, no prospect of rain here at Taunton. Yes, he just sort of flirted with it outside the off stump. Did Swanepoel.
Yeah, decent delivery there, just hovering around off stump, bit of movement away towards the slips. Umeed and Aldridge waiting. Another nice piece of bowling and well fielded by the returning Lewis Goldsworthy. He's been playing for Leicestershire of late and he's done really well. He's gone on his travels up the motorway trying to get a bit more first team cricket, and it's really paid dividends for players like Goldsworthy and Ben Green in particular that have disappeared off and got some competitive cricket under their belt.
Hammered. Heard the bang against the Trade Nation stand. That was fiercely struck. First loose ball of the over.
Yeah, he's crunched that. That's left-hander's dream in many ways, giving him a bit of width, giving him his hands. Just a fraction too wide from Ogborn there. Let's see what his reply is like.
A bit wide.
Yeah, a bit of an overcorrection there from Ogborn. I can see what he tried to do there. I think the captain at mid-off just intimated to bowl the other one, just to tuck him up, take his hands away, and he's got that slightly wrong. So a little bit of momentum here for the Kent pair, just coming towards the end of the fourth over, and they've rather eased themselves to 16 runs. I'll be pretty happy with that as a batting side.
Another wide. Yeah, it's catching. Second in a row. Started so well in this over with the 4 dots, and it's being spoiled a bit.
Yeah, both bowlers just been a fraction off of their lines.
Better, and played into the covers, won't be a run. 18 without loss then, Kent, after 4. Yeah, that it's Josh Thomas on your screen, who is one of no less than 5 spinning options that Somerset have. Jack Leach being the primary one, but there's also Josh Thomas, Archie Vaughan, who will presumably bowl in a similar vein to his father, and Lewis Goldsworthy. So plenty of spin possibilities, but it's pace in the meantime with the new ball.
Well, it looks on the team sheet that they're certainly going to have to get through 20 overs of spin by the looks of the makeup of the team. Just the, I suppose, 3 main seamers, George Thomas with his medium pace. And then, like you say, it's a case of roll the Tom bowler and see which name comes up for the spinner. I'm assuming Jack Leach will get first dibs at having a bowl, being the premier bowler in the lineup. Lots up the sleeve of Sean Dixon, Somerset captain. Pretty nice start here. I think both teams will be relatively content. Manageable run rate. Kent, I think, will be pretty happy with their start too. So interesting to see how this power play develops, and will the Kent pair look to assert themselves on a pitch, a ground where you know that your first innings total really needs to start with a 3 to be happy with your first half's work. Fair call that, Stephen, would you say? You'd be looking at certainly a 290, 300, 6 and over. That's a par for the course here at Taunton.
You'd have thought so. There's maybe a little bit of shape with the ball early on, but on the whole, it looks like it's going to be a typical Taunton batting wicket. So it's the left-handed Swanepoel on strike and having a bit of a flail at that one. No connection. It was I mentioned that 67 final, Somerset led by Colin Atkinson. It was Kent who beat them at Lord's that day. A beautiful day by all accounts. I wasn't there, but that was their first taste of cup final cricket. Gillette Cup it was called in those days. It's changed its name a few times.
Late 70s, the first victorious finals, wasn't it?
79.
That was a Gillette Cup as well. Was it John Player or Gillette Cup?
I think it was Gillette Cup. It was Gillette Cup for a long time. I remember Gillette pulled out of sponsorship because it had reached a point where everybody thought of cricket rather than shaving when the name Gillette was mentioned.
I was going to say, with the likes of, well, with all the moustaches and God knows what the Somerset players used to carry, and Budgie with them great big lamb chop sideburns. Gillette were probably a bit disgruntled that they weren't getting many sales down here in the southwest. Ned Leonard bowling with a nice bit of shape in towards the left-hander, another one that could easily have been chopped on. And a real good set there from Ned Leonard, just going for one run. He's bowled with a good bit of pace, Ned Leonard, and certainly his last 10 balls has bowled absolutely top draw. Friday the 2nd of August, on your screens now, the Beer and Cider Festival, over 100 beers and ciders. That's 2 PM start, another floodlit game, and I'm sure if you're not working, Stephen, we'll be able to find him somewhere on a balcony made for 3 like he was last week at Lord's.
100 different sorts, amazing. That's today week here at Taunton.
Ogbourne to Everson. Oh, he's got away with one there, the Kent man. Into length delivery. I think it looks like the swing's just stopped here at Taunton. So he's dragged his length back and Everson's got on the pull. He's got away with one there, top edge over Rue. And Aldridge crashing into the Metro Bank boards for 4.
To Ogbourne's frustration, no doubt. That's a good comeback.
Very nice. I like the shift in field as well. The fine legs come up and the deep square's gone back. I think what generally happens in one-day cricket, especially on a good pitch, the swing goes, you've got to drag your length back slightly, risk being pulled so you're not bowling half volleys. And then the batter will be eyeing up the pull shot, but get a lot of wickets caught deep square these days with poorly played pull shots. Ogbourne just searching for a bit of swing, a little bit full there.
Joe, can I just get mine, please?
Got a nice crowd brewing here today. There's a few thousand. We haven't got the Trade Nation stand open, but there's a pretty solid amount of people in the James Hildreth stand at the moment, and a spattering across the rest of the ground. So yeah, I'd say a couple of thousand people in, enjoying their Friday afternoons cricket.
It's a decent turnout.
Big Mo, a big rake from Joey Everson. Has he got enough of it? I think he has. He's going to pick up a boundary. You wouldn't say it was convincing, but one thing I did do earlier, which I can't stop myself doing, I had a chat with Joey and I said, let's have a look at your bat. And I held it, and it's an absolute railway sleeper. It's a big piece of wood. He's a strong, athletic lad, and He's only got half of that, but there's
it was enough.
Certainly enough to get it to the boundary here at Taunton.
Yeah.
Ogborn changing angles, going left arm around the wicket.
Yeah, that's in the slot. And go down as a dot ball. A mixture of sunshine and cloud over Taunton and much of the rest of Somerset, I fancy. Certainly over the Quantocks in the distance.
Yeah, it's the story of the summer, really. We've had a couple of decent days, but it's been a very sort of cloudy, overcasty summer so far. Oh, nice piece of bowling, a very fine shot from Joey Everson. He's going to pick up a single for his troubles. Yeah, he's got a good temperament, I think, Joey Everson. He's quite sedate at the moment. 13 off 19 balls, Swanepoel 7 off 16, so certainly not setting any land speed records, but I think it's well worth investing a little bit of time in your innings here at Taunton. You know, if you get in, you can do some real damage.
Yeah, with 44 overs still remaining, barely underway.
6 overs gone here at Cooper Associates County Ground, Kent Spitfires, 28 without loss. Ned Leonard continuing from the River End.
This will be his 4th over. Poke that. No edge. James Rue positioned there in case there is one. And with him, Andy Umeed. And Casey Aldridge. Andy Umeed's got a hard act to follow from last season in this comp. Absolutely fantastic effort last year.
Yeah, some big hundreds, lots of runs. Leading run scorer in the country, is that right?
I think second leading. I think that there was another batter who had more of an opportunity because his side progressed all the way to the final.
So by default?
Exactly. Exactly so.
So group stages, he was the main man. Right, okay.
He was indeed, and I can reel them off for you, Triggs. I will do after this delivery from Ned Leonard.
It's always a pleasure working with you, Stephen Lamb.
Great
Very well
effort.
prepared. What a top effort there from Archie Vaughan at mid-wicket. That would have been an absolute specky. What a way to introduce yourself to the Somerset crowd. Very, very nearly took one of the best catches you'll see. Absolutely nailed from Everson. Dive in, Superman style, one hand, and it just popped out.
Great effort.
You can always tell there's a difference between like a drop catch and a real drop catch when your teammates patting you on the backside. That was a pretty good stop, that, wasn't it, Lammy?
Absolutely. It's a good first intervention on debut. That'll be wide. Yeah, those figures for Andy Umeed last year: 434, 77, 119, 55, 36, and he ended quite nicely too with 116 and 172 not out.
Oh, he's just got to have a look at the start. The start was abysmal, wasn't it? 4 and 34. I mean, what's going on there?
But he warmed up. Cooking on gas by the end. Wasn't timed by Swanepoel.
Both Somerset bowlers looking a little bit edgy. They'd probably be wanting to strike. They want a divider in the end column, as all bowlers were. They're searching for these wickets, but it's important that they just stay in and around that area. So they're also containing the run rate. The run rate at the moment only 4.46. So there's like a mini win within that. Good areas again from Ned Leonard, and well played from Swanepoel, who had a big swipe early on. Kind of intimated that he was going to be the aggressor of the two, but hasn't really played a shot in anger since, apart from the square cut off of Alfie Ogborn's wide delivery. As we see puffy white clouds. They're just hovering around, stopping that sun from beating down on us here at Taunton. Keeping us all cool.
Swing and a miss. There's been a few of them.
Yeah, I think the batter will be a bit disappointed, missing out on that short, wide. Bit of a gift, really. He's missed out on that, but a nice bit of carry all the way through to James Rue, so he's certainly bowling with a good amount of pace, Ned Leonard. There's the Kent staff. Dean Headley in the middle there, Min Patel, Robbie Joseph. Dean Headley, what a superb cricketer he was for Kent and England. Superb fast bowler.
Won England a test match, didn't he, out in Australia? There are the delightful Quantock Hills with a gull hovering. There are a few of them around as well.
Yeah, Dean Headley's now the cricket master at Blundell School.
Ah, this should be caught. It's high in the air and comfortably taken. You don't drop those if you're the bowler.
Yeah,
or anybody else.
If you can't catch him off your own bowling, you're really struggling. But he's made no mistake there, the young man, Alfie Ogbourne, has got his Metrobank season up and running. A false shot there, Swanepoel just falling over that one and getting that leading edge. That went a fair distance up in the air, so catch that certainly needed taking.
We could see
the
it.
bowler's made no mistake.
You could see it heading up into the sky with the Quantocks in the background, while Alfie Ogbourne, well, he wasn't watching the Quantocks, he was watching the bull, sensibly.
Yeah, Swanepoel, he's got a very heavy head there, his body shape got a bit out of kilter there, presenting the leading edge to the bowler, and Alfie Ogbourne does the rest.
Australian style. Fingers up. Nicely taken. So first breakthrough for Somerset and indeed for Alfie Ogbourne. And that will bring in Ekansh Singh as the Kent number 3. Chat with Joey Everson, who's 15 not out. We're in the 8th over out of the 50 available to Kent in this Metrobank group match, first of Somerset's 50 over season.
Yeah, the Somerset opening pair have deserved that. I think they've worked hard. They've been pretty relentless in their areas. I think they've made the Kent batter feel like they need to do something, and it's brought that mistake there and top catch there, and Alfie Ogbourne celebrating with a finger to the sky.
So the new batter is ready. That's the middle of the bat onto that, but good delivery in the block hole from Ogbourne.
Somerset will be slightly the happier, picking up that first wicket, 31 runs on the board. Both bowlers hitting good areas. A little period where there were a few wides, but I think all in all, Leonard and Ogbourne have been pretty consistent, and they've put the Spitfires openers under a fair bit of pressure.
The wicket will help build the pressure as well. Kent choosing to bat on winning the toss this afternoon. This slips must be interested.
Yeah, big swing and a miss there from Singh. Batter, he's saw a little bit of width there and He has thrown the kitchen sink at that one. Interesting, slightly unique grip he's got there. Big split hand grip, which can create a lot of bat speed. See how the gloves aren't quite close together. It's in some ways a little bit unusual. Not too many players have that split hand grip. Faf du Plessis, probably the most recognisable off the top of my head.
I wonder whether this will be the last of Ogborn's spell. Maybe one more. Take him halfway through his allotment of 10. Still has the 2 slips. Nicely driven, but won't get beyond Jack Leach. Applause for Alfie Ogborn. Has the first wicket of the match. 1 for 19, his figures overall. Leonard has 0 for 12. Going to have a change. The River End.
The River End, sponsored by Eurolates. Number 5, Casey Aldridge.
It's going to be, as you possibly heard on the public address, Casey Aldridge. Come on, first change.
Tall frame of Casey Aldridge always pricks the attention up at the batter when you see a bowler of his size. You're thinking, is he going to be in sync? Is he going to be bowling rockets today? He has the ability to bowl a quick ball as Casey Aldridge.
Yes, full frame. In the air and safe. He's found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. That's comfortably through for a boundary.
Beautiful shot there from Joey Evs. Looking to capitalise on this start that he's given himself. Going to be important for the Spitfires that one of the top 3 or 4 go on and make a sizable score. Joey Everson's the man. Certainly want to cement his name at the top of the order again.
Get a sense of the weight of that bat you were talking about earlier, Triggs. Race through the covers.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about the modern bats. They're big, but they're not actually that heavy anymore. I don't think they press them particularly hard, so they're big pieces of wood. But I would say it was probably only about a 210. Oh, that's a great shot. Great shot that, and it's got through the fielder. Gonna pick up at least a couple. Oh, good bit of recovery there from George Thomas. A diving stop, got half a hand on it, and
saved 2 runs.
Chased it like a hare.
Yeah, if he'd missed it completely, that was certain to go to the boundary. So he'll feel that was worthwhile. He's got a bit of pain in a finger or 2.
Yeah, it looked like it got him on the old Bird and Matthews turkey drummer. You know, that part of the thumb that looks like a turkey drummer.
Yeah.
Always a bit painful, but yeah, real signs starting to show that it's a pretty good pitch here at Taunton. Those last 3 shots slightly on the up. Joey Everson's just been able to stand tall and throw his hands through the ball. So, yeah, in the context of the game, I think the run rate is a little on the low side at the moment. Joey Everson on to 21 off of his 28 balls. Singh yet to score.
Oh, bowled. It's almost a Yorker. Nothing that the batter could do with it.
Good start there from Casey Aldridge. 6 from it, a couple of loose deliveries, and a flipperoo from Ned Leonard. He's finished his spell at the Ian Botham Stand End, and he's gonna have the chances are at the Trescothic stand end. Thanks to our partners, Hygos Insurance, for all your commercial, home, car, whatever you need insuring. Give them a shout. Company based in the southwest. See if we can get your business over their way.
Just over 4 and over Kent are going at the moment, and I don't think Somerset will mind that too much. They've got the wicket as well.
No, I think that's a great start from the Somerset bowlers so far. We have the benefit now of having the speed gun, so we're getting a good insight into the pace that the bowlers are launching that ball down. Casey Aldridge in his first over just touching 85 miles an hour, so plenty of pace on offer. I'm sure Ned Leonard's up around that mark as well.
A single here, comfortable one out to deep mid wicket. Just offered a little bit of room on his pads, Joey Everson. Goes to 23.
Good piece of bowling there from Ned Leonard. Great length, tight to that off stump. Seeing yet to get off the mark 7 balls now, so he's going to start to feel a bit of anxiety growing.
Goldsworthy was in action there at backward point. He's got a 44 and Archie Vaughan's got a 66, same as Joe Root. And again, well stopped. That was awkward. So almost on the half volley he fielded that.
Yeah, he's done well to get a hand on that, and he saved one of his shins, that's for sure. I think it's now where you want your slightly senior batter, Joey Everson, just to have a little word with the young man at the other end. He's hasn't managed to get off the mark yet. It's always a little bit of anxiety there for the young batters coming into the game.
Bat and pad, I fancy there. I think there were 2 noises.
Maybe just sliding down on the angle. Yeah, I think sliding down, but yeah, comfortable bit of grey nickels on that as well. Well as Ned Leonard into his 5th over now, only gone for 13 runs. He'd love to see a wicket in that end column.
Oh, he's off the mark, but not exactly in convincing style.
That was an interesting pull shot there, and while you dissect that and break that down technically, as I know how technically astute you are, Mr. Lamb, I'm going to take a break, and Harry Everett's going to come and join the party.
Mid-pitch conference between the 2 batters. Ned Leonard's speed's on your screen there, and that's healthy. That's ranging from 83 to 84, and that's healthy. Good pace and good move to switch ends. Bowled 3 wides in his spell from the river end, but that was wide free. His 4th over in all. Good afternoon, Harry Everett.
Afternoon, Stephen. Delighted to be here for the start of the Metrobank One Day Cup at Somerset, a tournament I absolutely love. Special moment for Alfie Ogborn. I was just watching with his dad and his brother just before he took that wicket. If I hadn't been rushing to come up in the comm box, I would have shared the moment with them.
Full and just dug out by Singh. We saw you were as happy as a 10-year-old, Harry, driving that car.
I should have had the earpiece on. What were you and Pete saying on commentary? I took my earpiece off for the moment.
We wondered whether you crashed it. It disappeared behind the dugout. We wondered whether there'd been some unfortunate incident.
No, I loved it.
single here for Singh. That's his second run.
No.
Did that all go to plan when you were
I
down
think
there?
so. So yeah, I've had a bit of a reputation for my driving. People were worried about me driving the match ball onto the Virtue Motors little toy remote control car. I was told not to wind up one umpire, but then I looked over and saw that it was my mate Ben Peverell was the other umpire. So I thought, Ben loves a wind up. So I said, Ben, you go to the river end, and I'm going to wind you up and not give you the ball easily.
Oh, edged, and it's going to be 4, but that's fortuitous.
I was laughing at Alfie Ogborn at the moment. It's quite a warm day out there, but he keeps going to his long sleeve shirt to field. And I don't think it's quite necessary. That bowlers like to stay warm when they're not bowling. But if you're looking on it, does look overcast, but it's a pretty warm day. Casey Aldridge getting the outside edge there.
Yeah,
Good start for the big man.
Yeah, he'll count that as a win at least in mind.
Yeah.
More runs here. Probably just the one, in fact. There's protection out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
So what was yours and Pete's analysis of my driving then?
We moved swiftly on.
It's, I felt a bit bad, really. We just had a moment's silence for a club legend, and it didn't seem overly appropriate to be mucking around with a car. So.
Nicely driven up to mid-off, though, so there won't be a run. That's the firmest stroke that Singh has played since he came in at the fall of the wicket of Swanepoel.
Yeah, I thought Singh might have opened. I was spending a lot of time with Freddie, the guy who works in the commercial department. We were trying to work out the batting lineup for today, and we thought he might have opened. We got that wrong.
Okay.
You look at the previous matches, the warm-up matches that Kent have played, and they've had so many different players in different positions. Swanepoel you think of as a pinch hitter or a bowling all-rounder, really. Open the batting and play that bizarre... What are we calling that shot that Alfie Ogborn got him out with? Was it a pull, a scoop, a hook that went very wrong?
It was a pull, but it was a leading edge, and it went a long way up in the air as well.
He tried to put it very low, though, didn't he, as well? Didn't get up very high. Are we going to see Jack Leach early here, Stephen?
I do believe we may be.
Jack Leach from the Chicago Pavilion. I thought he'd bowl from the far end, but there he is. What are we? 11 overs in. Remember, Josh Thomas bowls left-arm spin. Lewis Goldsworthy bowls left-arm spin. Andy Mead bowls off-spin or leg-spin, whatever he fancies. And Archie Vaughan bowls off-spin. So Somerset could use 5. I doubt it, but you never know. They could use 5 different spinners today. So get Jack Leach in early.
Yeah, indeed. No surprise that he's the first to be called on.
I think you'd be slightly miffed if he was everyone else bad. I mean, you could argue maybe get young Josh Thomas into the game early, or continue Goldsworthy's form from Leicestershire, but no, Jack Leach is the man.
I tell you, Archie Vaughan got in the game early, didn't he? That would have been an absolute blinder of a catch if he managed to take it. Yeah, great effort.
I'm a bit fed up with the amount of messages I've had saying, is Michael Vaughan there? Well, I don't know, but more importantly, our player, Mr. Vaughan is.
Good start. Dropped it straight onto a length as Jack. Been seeing some T20 action this season. Nicely done. This is great to see. Spin on in the 12th over of the match. He runs here. Once he's eluded the infield, it's a long chase round from deep mid-wicket, so they'll pick up a comfortable 2. Takes Everson into the 30s.
Everson was another one I thought would bat in the middle order. He's coming quite early. Slightly surprising seeing him at the top. You look at Ed Barnard, though, someone like that at Warwickshire, he bats the middle order and then opens in the One Day Cup very successfully, both last year and this year. Him and Andy Mead, the main men, opening up in the Match of Bank last summer.
We were completely bamboozled by the scorecard, which had the 2 openers coming in at 5 and 7.
Yeah. Well, I must confess, I was slightly involved with trying to guess the Kent batting order, and it's a bit of a lottery. If you look at the warm-up game, but then not everyone played in the warm-up game. And they've got, multiple proper top order batters in Compton and Leaning, you'd have thought, you know, genuine men who could bat top 3.
Pulled without any real timing by Singh. He's finding it hard work, the early stages of his innings. There's a play and a miss.
Thought he bowled him.
It's nicely done by James Rue. Had the bails off in a flash. He's down the leg side as well, so that's a good take. Always awkward when the ball's going between the batter and the wicket. That was a first-class piece of wicket-keeping.
James Rue, not Thomas Rue, don't forget. Although Thomas Rue was involved in that game down in Cornwall at Truro, Boscawen Park. Thomas was with the under-18s, not with the first team on Tuesday at Exmouth. So it will be James currently to be the keeper back for this tournament, though I wouldn't be surprised if next year we see both Rues together in the One Day Cup. Another year of development. Well, that's not the best ball Case Aldridge has bowled so far today. Talk to each other, Jack Leach and Vaughan easily coming together to stop that.
He'll be quite relieved to have got away with a single off it, I think, there, because it was a full pitch.
Yeah.
Singh managing. Everson rather managing to get a bat on it.
Well, same area.
It's away, and it's got the power to take it in between the two deep fielders. That's perfectly placed.
Yeah, well whipped to get that in the gap. Very well placed. Good bit of whippage to get full value for that leg side over from Case Aldridge. Not quite on it so far, Case Aldridge. She got away with the full toss, and that one throws it up.
So that's the first dot. Can he pull it back in the remainder of this over? He's halfway through it. 13th of the innings. Kent winning the toss this afternoon. Making first use of what looks a pretty good batting wicket. In the air. And he's going to go all the way again. This is expensive from Aldridge. Second boundary of the over, out to deep mid-wicket. Too short.
So we've seen a full toss, arguably a mid and leg stump half volley, and now we've seen the short ball from Casey. Just going searching here. He just needs to settle in, bowl that decent back of a length line. Length, we know he can. There we go, nice drive, but no run.
Yeah, and he's got away now, Singh, after a rather hesitant start. Those two boundaries have taken him into double figures.
Don't think he's used to taking the ball this early. Think in the Canada Championship, usually they go through Gregory or Davey, Ball, even Pretorius, Overton before Casey would have the ball. Not often turned to in the first 10 overs.
Up in the air, that could be 6.
What a shot that is.
Yeah, crowd catch, perhaps.
No, he's just dropped it. I heard the whack on the seat, but that's a glorious stroke. That's really nicely played.
Beautifully timed. Just minimal movement, really, of the bat, and it's gone sailing away into the Somerset stand. Well, expensive over, 3 boundaries off it, including that 6. I wonder if there'll be a change at that river end. He's bowled 3 in the spell, has Aldridge. Still to be Leach. Comfortable signal here. Ogborn is stationed at long on. was looking to be aggressive, was Singh, but just changed his mind at the last moment.
Yeah, I like the look of him. A really good player. You might remember, Stephen, a few months back, he had to face Jofra Archer in that twos game. Do you remember that? There's some clips going around, and you're catching not a particularly well-known player in the county scene, but done all right in twos cricket, and just seeing him face Jofra Archer steaming in, it's going to be a little bit easier for him today.
Steered. And, won't get beyond backward point. Oh, bowled him. Second wicket's gone. Jack Leach has struck, and that is comprehensive. The middle stump has gone.
Look at that, the sight for a bowler there. The middle stump out of the ground, and Ben Pebble's going to have to wander over the square leg and put the middle stump in. And yeah, it looked like Kent were doing pretty well, looking pretty settled. Bit of a dismissal out of nowhere there, but that's the quality of a Test international spinner of Jack Leach's class. Could be playing with his England mates today, but instead he's here. What a wonderful delivery that is.
Was bowled by Jack Leach for 16 runs on 24.
He was looking to hit it over the top, wasn't he? But
didn't turn massively.
No contact at all with the ball. Here's it a little bit closer up.
Captain and number 34, Jack Leach.
It doesn't look terribly good as a stroke.
Just looking through some of the comments, Stephen. This is my favourite day so far. Matthew Day says he's watching from his hospital bed, admitted today with chronic Metro Bank fever. Yeah, we've all got Metro Bank fever. We're delighted. And Gordon Avery, yeah, people are taking the mick out of my driving.
So Akansh Singh disappears into the Andy Caddick Pavilion. And he'll be replaced by Jack Leach. Massively experienced cricketer. Started his career with Yorkshire before moving down to Canterbury. Here's his first ball.
Another man who might bowl off spin later on. Jack Leach, useful part-time off spinner. Captain Kent quite a lot in recent times.
Thinking about it, but no in the end. Well done, Jack Leach.
So Leach putting himself at 4, often the captain's responsibility, but yeah, Jack Leach is the man who's got that breakthrough in that over. 65 for 2 after 14.
Near as damn it to a wicket maiden. Just the one run off it, but more importantly, the wicket of Singh. Family Day on August the 4th, that will be on Sunday week. And all sorts of offers available and activities, and that's from 11 o'clock, Sunday the 4th of August. Come along, there's always plenty going on. Oh, this is going to be another maximum. That's hit the advertising hoarding on the full. So the second 6 off Casey Aldridge. And it's actually off consecutive deliveries.
Yeah, they're not messing around here. Pretty quick over rate. Somerset are cracking on with it. Bish, bash, bosh. And Kent, particularly off Casey Aldridge, is bish, bash, bosh at the moment. Casey Aldridge just needs to find his length here. There you go, that's a much better delivery. That's a brilliant comeback from Casey Aldridge. It's going to be one leg by.
Yeah, that looked reasonably close. Have another look.
Big old appeal. You would appeal though, having just been hit for 6 the ball before. Just doing too much down the leg side, I would say.
Quite close.
Tiny bit high as well. Might be clipping the top of leg bail, perhaps.
I think that's very close. Just shading to leg, maybe. Yeah, his previous over was expensive. Went for 15. It's already a 6 off this one. But he's come back well.
Interesting, some point in the next hour or two we could see Shoaib Bashir and Jack Leach bowling at the same time. quite different places. Yeah, another run down there. That's been quite a profligate area. Kingshot is taken to fine leg.
Yeah, just helped it on its way.
There's a video of me. There's a video of me driving the car out pre-match on my Instagram, and Sophie Luff, our fellow commentator, who just replied straight away, "Why were you following the car with the remote control?" I was worried it was going to conk out, Stephen, because with the batteries, you never know.
Well, it seemed to go through the motions well enough. Nice piece of fielding by Andy Mead. Shouts of encouragement from fielders as and again, that's a better delivery as well. And after being hit for 6, this is a pretty good comeback. Very close call for LBW. A leg by, and just one delivery remaining. Can he finish tidily? He can.
Good point fielder is Lewis Goldsworthy, isn't he? That low centre of gravity, we talk about him being messy, that footballer, that talent he's got as a short man, but can move around very quickly, good agility. I think he's a perfect man at point, isn't he?
Yep, he's had a bit to do.
Yeah.
Both ends. Back from Leicestershire, from his lone stint at Grace Road. Would he bowl? Might do. One of the options for Sean Dixon.
I certainly hope he does. Definitely deserves a chance to bowl really nicely in the T20 Blast. For Leicestershire, on loan up there.
Over number 3 coming up from Jack Leach. Already has a wicket. He's only had 4 runs taken off the first 2. So really steady start and incisive. Just be a single out to deep extra. Leaning on to 2. Everson defensive, at least initially. Another single. Leach won't mind that. The occasional single will keep Kent tied down to avoid the boundaries.
Now, Stephen, I said it 2 minutes ago, and it is now happening. Shoaib Bashir and Jack Leach are bowling in tandem.
Remarkable. Another single, shy at the stumps. He was home, I think. Didn't hit anyway. Bizarre story, isn't it?
Yes. Shoaib Bashir's been hit for 4 first ball.
That hasn't happened to Jack Leach.
No.
Not yet. Well, no, it won't now. First ball's the only opportunity. He's not gone for a boundary yet.
Very good start.
Be another single here. Protection out at deep extra cover. And that is another tidy over. The 3 singles off it. And Jack Leach will go off to his fielding position down in the deep. In a pretty positive frame of mind, I fancy. 1 for 7 from 3, Jack Leach. Now we were saying, will Lewis Goldsworthy bowl? We have an immediate answer, Harry.
Brilliant stuff. I am a big fan of Lewis Goldsworthy. I'm not going to make that. I'm not going to really bones about it, really. Shouldn't have favourites, but I just love that he's gone away and proven a point. Ben Green did the same, but Ben Green is in the Somerset T20 Blast side anyway. Lewis Goldsworthy was not a first name pick in the 11s recently. Went away to Leicestershire, did really well in the Championship and the Blast. He was always going to get a chance in this 50 over competition, but now I think he's an integral part. I expect him to bowl 10 overs most games and bat number 3, and I think he is a crucial player.
Here's his first ball of the match. Be a single at least here. Yeah, actually there might have been 2. I think they were predestined just to take the single in no particular hurry. So that put Jack Leaney on strike.
Really helpful to have a guy who can bat 3 and bowl you a decent amount of overs. Not that Jack Leach and Josh Thomas can't bat. I mean, you could argue those two could be good enough for 6 and 7 in this side. Plenty of batting depth. We should mention Somerset today. They're probably going to have Ned Leonard at number 11. He's a 9 really in other teams. There's some serious batting depth for this Somerset side. None of the bowlers don't bat. No Josh Davey today. He's coming back from illness. He's fit enough to bowl and warm up and has been involved, but got a bit of a illness bug off his young'un and missed the 2 warm-up games.
Nicely flighted. Slow left arm at both ends at the moment here at Taunton.
Good for the over rate. They're not going to have to worry about getting their overs in by 5:30 if they bowl. Plenty of spin.
And he's managed to get it wide of Thomas, and will pick up a single. Wide the other side this time. Out to deep extra. Leonard is the man out there, and that's a pretty tidy start for Lewis Goldsworthy. If you can restrict the batters to the odd single per over, then Somerset will be going along very nicely, thank you. As we thank WPA, our official health insurance partner, sponsors of this live stream commentary. Over number 4. Now, will these 2 batters start getting jittery about Jack Leach and try and get after him? Not this ball. Run rate at the moment is around 4.8 and over. We're in the 18th of the innings. Be a comfortable single here. Alfie Ogborn sharply around to it. Bowled 4 overs with the new ball. Alfie Ogborn took the first wicket. Adjustments being made to the field. James Rue is a lonely man behind the stumps now.
He is. I think it's going to be that way for quite a few overs you'd expect now. It can be a lonely existence in 50 over cricket, can't it? The wicketkeeper with no one for company. Just trying to catch up with some of the comments we've not mentioned. I like the nod to the Kiwi, the All Blacks rugby team, the Black Caps cricket kit with Somerset's new kit. Black One Day Cup kit they wore, of course, against Cornwall and Devon, but first time it's been worn on the Cooper Associates County Ground turf today. Leachy with a peachy. Leach with a peach. Very nice. The only problem with the black kit is a black armband is not visible.
Single out to Andy Umeed, long off. It's a while since we saw the last boundary.
It is. I think that's the benefit of bowling spin in these 50 over competitions, that actually it has to take some risk to be of the. You know, every time a spinner comes on, they're going to be long off, long on, deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. That's very, very standard, easy field to set for the captain, the keeper, the bowler, whoever set the field. And how are you going to get a boundary? You've either got to take one of them on or perfectly place a gap. But in those gaps, there's going to be a man on the single. So you've either got to hit it over them or really, really time the ball perfectly in a small gap. So
we've had 3 overs without a boundary now. The last boundary was the 6 off Casey Aldridge. That was in the 15th. We're now about to start the 19th.
I'd love to see these two bowl their 10 straight through.
Another single. One of those aforementioned standard fielders is long on.
Even at a small ground like here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, you've got to take a risk to whack it over the top. And neither of these two batters are going to want to hole out in the first game of the season. As James Roos just got 2 short extra covers in place. Just getting them in the right spot. There we go. Oh, I thought Andy V was going to stop that. Good work by George Thomas in the deep.
Yeah, he hit that too well to get a couple of runs. If he hadn't timed it so beautifully, they would certainly have got 2 for that.
But then could Andy Mead have scrambled across and got it? Is that
true?
In between.
Another single here.
I would say for the next 20 overs, neither team would be particularly unhappy to go at 6 and over. Roughly, you think. Normally an over, you try and take 6 singles. Normally there's probably going to be 1 dot ball at least, but then there might be a 2. There might be the odd wide, or maybe the odd very, very rare boundary, but Kent will keep ticking it around. Everson's already nearly at 50. And Goldsworthy and Leach won't worry too much. Going at 5, 6 and over. Small ground like this on a big deck, good batting deck is pretty much par, I'd say.
Metronomic at the moment, single after single in this over.
I think that's 300 exactly, isn't it, if you get a runner ball. And you add on a bit more from the power play and maybe the death overs, and Kent will be pretty happy with 340 plus, you'd have thought. There were some high scoring games earlier in the week. So Leicestershire whack it again, the defending champions. Rahane and Hanscom, 2 quality overseas players in that lineup. Somerset, we should say, with no overseas players, Stephen. That's a testament to the youngsters.
Yes, Riley Meredith not involved yet, but maybe.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? So technically he's Joe Root's replacement, but if one of the other overseas, the likes of Rovman Powell or Rashid Khan, if they get an injury or a niggle, then they could say, oh, we need Riley in for them. It's a bit of a grey area, these injury replacements, isn't it?
Well, it'd certainly be nice to see him.
It would, but I also think, do Somerset need him? Of course, it's a massive bonus if he does play, but I like seeing the likes of Leonard, Ogborn giving it a go. Maybe even Hayward might get a game at some point. Leach will continue.
He's got that extra yard of pace.
Yeah.
As Meredith.
Almost feels like more than a yard, doesn't it?
Yeah. No surprises, it's still Jack Leach to bowl the 20th over of the innings. Creeping towards the halfway stage. Up in the air and out of reach. It was Goldsworthy at backward point, who'd been turned into square leg by that reverse. And it wasn't far away from him, but once it was through, it was a certain boundary. Nicely executed.
That's what I mean, though. To get a boundary, you've got to take a risk, haven't you? You've got to try and get that boundary behind square. There's no one behind the 180-degree line, you know, along the batter's crease. You've got to beat deep cover or deep square leg, and that man will single at point, which is Lewis Goldsworthy.
It's the first boundary off Leach.
How often will they want to take that risk, though? Because, you know, that's pretty close to going straight to hand.
If you get a boundary early in the over, then you feel that the pressure's lifted. Solid defence this time. He's on 48, Joey Everson. be 49 now. Hugh Mead in again from long off.
Still the same field. Josh Thomas is trying to work out how close he should lurk at extra cover.
Defence again to conclude the over. So the boundary early on, and Kent didn't feel the need to put the foot on the gas after that. 20 overs gone. 97 for 2. Pretty even situation. Some useful merchandise on the screen there.
Yeah, Virtue Motors earpieces were always worth mentioning. You can listen to our comms anywhere around the ground. Shout out to those of you who are. We'll try and find you. Cameras zoomed in on you at some point. That is, as Stephen Lamb makes way, Joey Everson's 50. 50 for Joey Everson. Well batted, sir. Open the batting. All-rounder for Kent. That's in the middle order in the Red Bull format, but let's play some lovely strokes at the top of the order. I'll probably bowl some medium pace later on. Can he double it up and make 100 at the Cooper Associates County Ground in the first one-day cup match here of the season? Man, you've seen quite a lot of Pete. Played alongside for a bit. And again, so you...
Yeah, had a couple of years with him at Nottinghamshire before he made the move down to the southeast. Very fine player. He had an opportunity when he first moved to Kent to open the batting, and actually I did get a slight sense that he was a bit disgruntled of last year being moved back into the middle order. And yeah, I think I got the good sense that top of the innings is where he wanted to be, and he's done a grand job of it so far. You know, we talk a lot about getting in and taking responsibility, and that's certainly going to be the role of Joey Everson now, to anchor the innings, be that man to get that 80, 90, 100 score, and the Kent batters to bat round him. I mean, Leaning's played beautifully and nice and fluid since he's come in. It's going to be very hard for the Somerset men to contain if the Spitfires pair bat well here. Lots of open spaces. Ball's not doing a great deal, I don't think. I think the ball that got Singh just maybe straightened. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, not massive turn, but just enough. It's a bit of a wild swing, we should also say. Didn't really need to play that shot to that ball. Reverse sweep, and he's gone. Jack Leaning has played a lovely reverse sweep off Jack Leach the previous over, which went just past Lewis Goldsworthy. But Lewis Goldsworthy has now joined the wickets column. Didn't need to play that. The captain at number 4 has to go for 17. Kent 102 for 3 now.
Yeah, one of those shots. I always feel like they're great when you execute them, but I can't help but think that Jack Leaney is going to be bitterly disappointed getting out that way. There are so many easy runs on offer. Yes, if he nailed it, he's probably going to pick up a boundary, but in the context of the game, he's got 29 overs to bat on probably the flattest pitch in the country, one of the smallest grounds in the country, and he's giving it away to a reverse sweep. And let's be honest, it was pretty needless, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't agree more. Just saying with Stephen earlier on, you've got the deep cover, the deep square leg. It's quite hard to beat them for 4, so they're trying to take risk and hit 4s behind the square or beat the deep cover man. But if you keep ticking over at 6 runs and over in the middle overs, then that's more than enough, because then they can have a big old dart in the last 10. I think Kent have gone too hard too early here. You don't want to be 3 down before drinks in the 50 over game at Taunton, really.
I mean, no doubt they've got plenty of depth in the lineup, and I'm sure it won't be a huge issue. But I suppose that your captain, really had Somerset reeling in some ways. The runs were flowing quite sensibly, and funnily enough, I was having a good catch-up with former England off-spinner Peter Such, and we were talking about the exact same thing, coaching in the modern era, coaching young cricketers who are taught to express themselves and explore the game, and ramps and various different shots that are out there. Absolutely, but there is a time and a place, and he did actually mention he hears a lot of young cricketers, make excuses for dismissals like that, and they often use the phrase "it's my go-to option." A lot
it's
of
like that. It's how I play line. I don't
a lot of buzzwords out there, but like
Yeah.
I said, time and a place, and I think Jack Leaning will be a bit disappointed with that. Like I said, 29 overs left to bat at one of the greatest places in world cricket to bat. Jack Leach coming in to bowl to Joey Everson, who just has a little bit of extra pressure added onto his shoulders now with the departure of his captain.
I think Jack Leaning is the best batter in this Kent 11. I just think, does he take a bit of responsibility in his shoulders to take it deep? You look at the rest of the lineup now. Jaden Denley, under 19s, talented all-rounder, fair enough. But then you've got bowlers who bat, really. Charlie Stobo, Grant Stewart, and then a bit of a tail at 9, 10, 11 with Kadri, Gilchrist and Parkinson.
Yeah, I suppose Finch, maybe not in this category, but you know, you're into the realms of the unprovens to a point. And yeah, this was always going to be, or that was always going to be a big partnership, the Everson, Leaning and Somerset. In particular, Lewis Goldsworthy will be over the moon that wicket was kind of gifted to Somerset. Like I said, it looked like it was going to be a real easy, milky period of 5, 6 and over without any risk, and to bring in the reverse sweep, yeah, not necessary. Like I said, when it comes off, it's awesome. When it doesn't, you look really stupid.
Yeah, I've already done it in the previous over as well. Nailed it for 4. And Yamid is out a long off. He's just going to keep it to 1 run as Josh Thomas tries to dive across the short extra cover. Now we're going to see the 2 men like this, the 2 straight men coming up into the ring. Bit of pressure from Sean Dixon, a slip in place, mid off and mid on, Amid and Ogborn up in the ring. I like that. Don't let Harry Finch get easy single. Well, it's only 1 ball of the over, but
Nice over there, picking up from Goldsworthy's momentum. Real underplayed thing in cricket is talking about picking up the momentum from the other over. As we have a look through the wickets that have fallen today,
James
the
Drew's
first
catch.
one of Swanepoel, very heavy head, fell across the line. Oh, as a bowler, take responsibility. You've got Jack Leach there, number 3. Yeah, I think the young man will be pretty disappointed, but that's an average shot as well. I thought that was going to be a wicket that you'd like to talk about, actually. The young man Singh had the split grip. Faf du Plessis, one of your favourite players.
Yeah.
I think maybe we could have really gone into, if you'd have batted a considerable amount of time, we could have gone in and broken down the pros and cons of a split-handed grip, changing that fulcrum point on the bat handle. Not many people get away with that, do they? Really, split hand grip.
No, I'll tell you what, I must admit, Mark Davies came and did a couple of coaching sessions at Wemden, and I've almost been deterred from it now. Almost changed my technique to have them with 2 hands near the bottom of the bat, which is probably a bit more what you do, a bit more technical, a bit more traditional.
Yeah, I think, like I said, you create that sort of lever, and I know changing sport slightly, you have a connected grip when you swing a driver in golf, whereas a putter grip, very much the same. You want your hands connected to keep a flow, almost the 2 hands working in unison, whereas as soon as you split fingers, for certain touch shots, it really is quite counterproductive. I couldn't imagine batting with one at the top, one at the bottom, personally.
You wouldn't also putt in golf with one of those stupid tall putters with your hands apart either.
The old Bernhard Langer style broom handle. No, I think it's a very unique thing. Another giveaway, and that's the big wicket. Joey Everson, 55 and out. Brilliant piece of bowling from Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy has been a Leicester Fox for the last few months. He's had some first team cricket. He's match ready. And isn't it showing today? An absolutely crucial wicket there. And that's a massive bit of impact into this game. Joey Everson out for 55. He'll be fuming. The Somerset players are going to be over the moon. Another, dare I say it, needless risk. Re-establish a partnership. You've just lost your captain. Give it 20 runs of knocking the singles. He's gone for the big inside out, and that's pitched on probably leg stump. That's a high tariff shot, and he's given his wicket away. I think it was Andy Amid took a smart catch.
Yeah, could catch a short extra cover. Just tuck that into leg side for 1 run. Really irresponsible batting for Kent. If you're the Kent batting coach, you're ripping your hair out. Even Dean Headley sat on the coach. He's not working for Kent. Got from Blunders a good chat with him pre-match. He'll be thinking, what are you Kent about doing?
Well, he was part of the two Peters conversation of, you know, such Headley and Trigo. Well, I never thought I'd say that in a sentence, but we were talking about that exact same thing. It's just, it's my go-to shot, it's my game, but sometimes you've got to be adaptable.
Yeah, top bloke Dean Headley, trying to get some coaching work with him over the winter.
Blundell School, is that right?
Yeah, only around the corner for me. My brother and sister went there for sixth form. I wasn't quite as academic, you could say. Need them do it, but
Is that code for a bit thick?
yeah, potentially.
Yeah, fair. We call it. Yeah, you're not, lad. You're like me, mate. You've got soft skills.
That's it.
It's all about having soft skills.
That's it. Do the Richard Jewish College Cricket Academy. That's
exactly.
that
Mate,
was
I'll tell you what. Many a great man has come from the Richard Hewish Cricket Academy.
There you go. Keep
Can't name
fast.
any of them at this stage, but we'll get back to you. Goldsworthy having a real impact on this game. 2 for 17.
I like this. Amid in at slip as well. Bit of a squeeze now. So Denley Jr. Jaden Denley. Jaden without an E. Jaden. Not Joe Denley. So he's in at 6. England under-19s played with James Rue, of course. Bit of a mix-up there. No run. Good fielding by Jack Leach at point. A good squeeze over. Goldsworthy and Leach have not bowled incredibly. They've just bowled decent areas, and Kent have just given them away.
Yeah, there's certainly no mystery going on. 2 left-arm spinners. They're accurate. They're good at what they do. And yeah, they've been gifted 3 wickets there in a short space of time. So Somerset right on top, and the captain reacting by giving debutant Archie Vaughan his first bowl in the first team. Real smart bit of captaincy. He will know that Kent have to do a bit of a rebuilding period here, so a great time to get the young man into the action. Very tall, lean figure of Archie Vaughan, so he's certainly going to get a bit of bounce out of the wicket. Is he going to put some side spin on it too and give the ball a rip?
So has he taken Andy Amid's spot as the right arm spinner in the side? He probably has. Knocked Andy Amid down the pecking order. Getting a ball before Josh Thomas as well. Oh, straight on the money. Great start. And Everson's such a short wicketkeeper stature. It's the kind of length a taller man might come forward to. I think as Zach Crawley, fellow Kent man, might have tried to cover drive that, but Finch will, there you go, come forward to that ball.
For those who are on social media, I know his dad talks a lot about his off-spin, in particular his arguments with Wasim Jaffer about his off-spin dismissals and getting Sachin out, and he's certainly started very nicely so far.
That was the first thing Stephen Lamb said to me when I saw him this morning. Oh, Archie Vaughan, and he started going off about Tendulkar and that dismissal.
Yeah, I think it's one of the inevitables. I grew up playing county cricket with Liam Botham, obviously Sir Botham's son, and there are challenges that come with having a dad that's played the game as well. He's his own man, Archie, and he'll want to find his feet. You're obviously going to be compared in some way, shape or form, but really nice to see the young man pulling on a Somerset shirt for the first time. Well, we wish him well. We hope he has a great career down here in Taunton.
I did it the other way around. My dad was a semi-pro footballer, and every time I turned up to a cricket game, they'd be like, "Why's your dad not here?" And even though he never played cricket, it's just always the pressure of, can you live up to his stature? As we see Alfie Ogborn go back at long off, and your
well, look at it, your calves, Harry. There's no way you'd have made it into any level of football, so you made the right decision playing a bit of cricket, lad. Nicely punched into the offside by Denley, and a good piece of fielding out there on the cover boundary by George Thomas. I think it's George Thomas.
Leonard. Ned Leonard. George Thomas isn't quite as live. That's George Thomas coming in the middle.
George Thomas has got slightly bigger biceps, hasn't he? He's a big, strapping, strong lad. Big opening batter with them big forearms. Goldsworthy continuing his spell.
So Andy Mead, the senior player in at slip. Him and Sean Dixon, a lot older than the rest. No Josh Davey in this lineup, of course. Jack Leach still in there, but Mead giving James Rue a few pearls of wisdom at slip. As Goldsworthy will continue. Left armour to left-hander. Then the junior. So we talk about father and son. And oh, that's just past Andy Mead's diving left hand. Jack Leach will bring it back for 2 runs, but soft hands edge, you could say, just wide of the slip. He's got away with that one. Cornishman Lewis goes with a lot of flight outside off stump. This one could be 2. Deep covers, really attacking the ball. Great bit of work there. Great bit of fielding to keep that to just 1 run. Archie Vaughan bowling and doing deep cover. Nothing like looking after your bowler. Only bowling a few steps, what they call them step and fetchers. Allow him to do that job while he's not bowling.
Yeah, great time to bowl if you're a Somerset man. I reckon there'll be a few bowlers shrugging their shoulders, looking over to Dixon, begging to come on. A massive partnership here for Finch and Denley. They probably know in the back of their minds they can't take too many risks for the next, say, 10 overs. It's just going to be a little bit of, you know, ticking over. They're going to have to put themselves into a position to go big right towards the back end of this innings. They're almost certainly in a position now where they're going to, I would say, finish slightly under par. Those wickets are actually going to have a huge impact in such quick succession there.
And do very well to get 300 from this position.
Yeah, so yeah, there's going to be a queue of bowlers going. Dicko, yes please, I'll have a go.
Archie Vaughan's not going to let him. He's already jogging straight up to his mark. Hat's already off. Can't take the ball out the youngster.
Yeah, already showing good experience there.
Yeah.
Get the hat off before the captain has time to take you off. Good opportunity here to go at maybe 4 and over. As we have a look here, we've got Somerset versus the Worcester Rapids, Friday the 9th of August, an 11 AM start, followed by the Bob Marley Revival Tribute Act. Sounds like a great day. Very relaxed. Get down here, we jamming.
I'm sure we'll get a rendition from you of some Bob Marley song at some point. We'll look forward to that.
Yeah, you got to have a bit of, I think you got to always have a bit of Bob Marley on your playlist somewhere. Always pretty happy with a bit of Bob Marley. And the Wailers is backup singers. And that is about the limit of my knowledge. Apart from one of his mates from back in the day, former Somerset player Amari Banks. His father was Banky Banks, who was kind of like one of the other legends in the Caribbean islands. Bob Marley, Banky Banks. One obviously ended up all over everyone's T-shirts at some stage, but Banky Banks, I tell you what, if you're ever in the West Indies, pop over to Anguilla. They've got this beachfront bar, and it looks like a top draw weekend. You could just lose a weekend there, that's for sure.
What tours have you been on, and how many times have you played in the West Indies then?
Yeah, well, Somerset, I forget the year, but we played in the domestic T20 competition over there. So we had one off-season, travelling the islands, playing in the T20 comp. So that was
before the Caribbean
pretty
Premier
awesome.
League, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Almost like a precursor to that. What was the idea?
I think Hampshire played a number of seasons in the Caribbean Premier League, which was awesome and almost like an accidental but on purpose segue here.
Always for me, Triggs. I'm going to make way.
Suzanne Salvage here from the. I'm going to have to. Get this right. Yeah, Suzanne here from the Somerset African Caribbean Network here to come and join us in here in the Somerset commentary box. I'll keep whittering away about the cricket while Suzanne makes her way in. Take your time, Suzanne. How are you, all right? There you go, there's a microphone there. And when I press this button, Suzanne, you are live on air. Afternoon, Suzanne. How have you enjoyed your morning so far here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, enjoying the cricket?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been a long day so far. We were here early. I think it was about 8:30 in the morning, so it's felt like a long day already, and it's not over.
Well, hopefully not too attritional. There's been some good times had already. Yes, that's one of the beauties of 50 over cricket down in Taunton. You can turn up in the morning, go for breakfast somewhere, you watch the cricket, you can have lunch, it spills into an evening. Great family days. Are you a Somerset fan or cricket fan?
No. I'm a Somerset resident.
But not a cricket fan.
But not a cricket fan.
How can we entice you into being a member, a fan?
Sure. I'm not sure if ever I will be a great lover of cricket, to be fair.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a good start to our interview. This is going to go well. So talk to me, Suzanne, the African Caribbean Network, your role within the community, how things have been going, future events that you might want to alert people to in the Southwest?
Yeah, well, great. We're the Somerset African Caribbean Network. We started up in 2020. I'm the chair of the network. We do a lot of work across the county and with nationally as well. Last year was the Windrush 75th anniversary, so that was a great anniversary for our community. There was a lot of media attention and a lot of community involvement in so many events and so many things that took place. This year it's a slightly different situation. We belong to the Windrush 100 network, and we're looking forwards and celebrating legacy, not only here in Somerset, but nationally as well, looking to that sort of situation. And then that's what we would have, of course, had here, in Somerset, our connections with Somerset, or the connection of Somerset and its Caribbean cricketers has a history behind it, and one that we should celebrate.
It certainly does, a huge one. And I'm kind of hoping, Suzanne, that you entered the ground today through either the Sir Vivian Richards gates or the Joel Garner gates, because Somerset, there are, I think since 1974 there have been 4 gods in Somerset. One of them the Lord Almighty, and the other 3 Joel Garner, Viv Richards and Ian Botham. 2 cricketers in particular from the Caribbean that have had an enormous impact on cricket here in Somerset, massively celebrated, and whenever they come to the ground the whole place just has a different feel about it. Absolute legends, and the club I feel has always had a very significant connection with the Caribbean, and hopefully in the Caribbean islands the feeling is mutual.
Yeah, I think for sure. And looking back over the Windrush legacy and looking at those that are left behind now, the Windrush generation, the elders now we're losing, came and actually loved their cricket, and we think back on those times, and of course the generations that followed loved their cricket too. Interesting that you should talk about Ian Botham, because I was at school with Ian, although in the 4th year when he was in the 5th year. So in calling his name I remember him as a schoolboy. And, in terms of Viv and Joel Garner, wonderful to think that they were here at that time, and, huge achievement. And this in our African Caribbean community in this country, and we are coming up to carnival season, And for sure, you know, that, you know, the carnival theme would have been there, you know, at many of these cricket matches. So today we brought a bit of colour. I'd like to think that people can go in to see our stalls and see the bright and the vibrant sort of colours and get a sense for, you know, our community and how we come out and when it's time to party, time to celebrate in a big way and shine. And I can just see, looking out onto the cricket pitch, I can just imagine that Joel and Viv would have been doing precisely that, not only as individuals but also as a club.
Well, they certainly had a huge impact. Currently, Kent Spitfires are 120 for 4. A little bit of a rebuilding phase here in the Kent innings, but the Somerset bowlers are certainly doing their job. Ned Leonard, a great diving effort there out in the southwest. So we go back many years into the 70s. Professional cricket in particular looked very different. Suzanne, if you don't mind me giving you a little bit of history.
Thank you.
So we used to, you know, Taunton, the Cooper Associates county ground as you know it now. Somerset play all of their games here. About a decade ago they used to play at Bath Festival. That got shut down for numerous reasons. The Western Supermare Festival. So back in the 70s, the early 80s, in the heyday, the glory years as they're called, Somerset used to play all over the southwest. They used to play at Glastonbury, Frome, Western Supermare, Bath, and I'm sure I'm missing out a number of grounds around the country. So county cricket used to be, you know, very community based. It used to travel around, and last time I was in the company of Sir Ian, Brian Rose, Viv and Joel. You know, they were telling stories about going out in Frome on the cider and having great parties. And
Yes.
I can, from the stories I've heard, I can echo whenever there's a Caribbean influence, the party scene is certainly rocking. That's for sure. And I think, you know, in terms of the stalls, and I know. Yeah, probably a bigger Caribbean community in the sort of Bristol area. Whenever you go to Bristol,
for sure, yeah.
I mean,
They're not having their carnival this year. St Paul's aren't having their carnival this year, apparently. But, you know, there's a couple of us here today, members of the Somerset African Caribbean Network, who are Londoners, who have London family and origins, and with coming up to Notting Hill Carnival. So, you know, within the community, yeah, it's carnival time. As you can see, I have 2 whistles here. I support both Trinidad and Jamaica when it comes to flying flags, or blowing whistles, as it seems.
Well, talking about famous Jamaicans, one of the last sort of mega stars we had here at Taunton was Chris Gale, the universe boss, as he calls himself. He was unbelievable. I'm sure you'll appreciate this story. We played a T20 game down here at Taunton. He hit a 6 way over the Lord Ian Botham stand into the river. One of our supporters dived in the River Tone, swam across, fetched the ball, and gave it back to Chris Gale a few hours later. Chris Gale then took him into town on the rum and cokes, and I'm led to believe that I think Miller's Bar, as it was called back then, ran out of rum that evening, which was some effort. So yeah, it was always it's always great fun. And like I said, I think there's just a natural affiliation, you know, dating back 50, 60 years now for overseas players and the guys and girls from the West Indies that have come over here and hopefully had as good a time as we've enjoyed them on the field. Somerset doing a good containment job here. Would you like to have a go at talking us through a couple of balls, Suzanne?
Absolutely not.
No,
I wouldn't know where to start.
Well, Archie Vaughan is having a little bowl at the moment. He's making his senior debut for the club today, so a very proud moment for him. And he's bowled some very tidy overs there. 4 overs, only going for 9 runs. Kent Spitfires, 128 for 4. So you mentioned, Suzanne, carnival season. Is that when's the next big one?
Well, that will be Bank Holiday weekend, Notting Hill Carnival. Taking to the streets and having a good jump up, you know, as they say, you know, at carnival time. And, you know, it's a wonderful time to see our community. And they've got so very much to be proud of. not just around sporting achievement, but in the context there, the setting up of Notting Hill Carnival. For many people, you know, it's a very, very important time to essentially free up and just sort of hold that moment and celebrate our community, our music, our culture, everything to do with that. Shall I blow my whistle for Chris?
Please do.
All right, there you go. It was a bit of a pathetic one, but you know, we can say that there has been a Jamaican whistle blown for Chris Gale.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to be hearing that all afternoon, Suzanne. But I must say, of all the great things the West Indian cricketers have brought, you know, when their friends and other family members come down, in particular from Bristol, they're always bringing the West Indian food, the jerk chicken, all the different, all the different foods, the rices and all that kind of stuff. Unbelievable, as is also that wicket there. Lewis Goldsworthy striking again, his third wicket of the afternoon. He's having an absolute carnival out there at the moment. Me and Suzanne having a carnival. I've gone deaf in one ear, but we're having a great time.
Having a great time, which leads me to the collection of memories that we're doing about Viv Richards. That'll be going on in the museum a little later, where we're having it on sort of the stalls as well. As I said to Mustafa, you know, it would be great to learn more about Viv as a man, not just about his achievement on the cricket field in the context of Somerset, but clearly, like you've already alluded to, when these cricketers go to town and have time off, they like to party and they like to be out there in the community. And we'd love to know those kind of things, memories that people have of seeing Viv around town.
Well, like I said, 50, 60 years on, they're still being celebrated and talked about now. You'll have a great time in the museum, no doubt. I also will refer you to one of Joel Garner's bowling boots that he donated. That is a spectacle. I think he was about a size 17 foot. He was an enormously tall man, and his 1977 bowling boots are in the museum. So if you are around the ground today, please go and check that out. So, Suzanne, we have Virtue Motors earpieces. So people in the ground now are listening to us. Are there certain sort of, you know, food stands or stalls with sort of some importance there you'd like to?
Yeah. Well, I'd say go along to Islands. They're there. You know, we saw them setting up early. It certainly had a Ladbroke Grove kind of feel to it there. Carnival sort of, you know, the aromas of jerk chicken and things like that. Amazing that people have commented on, and yeah, when you're around that, you know there's a party to be had. So Islands Caribbean sort of food. We've got Mahalia there, who is known in Somerset. She goes along to the various towns and everything, and never ever lets you down with her food, with her rotis and wonderful stuff and everything like that. We have the Casbah from Yeovil that are doing some fantastic rum cocktails, and they're known across the county for their rum cocktails. So yeah, go along and sample those sorts of things. But you know, mostly maybe think this afternoon not only the cricket but the carnival as well, the smell, the rum, you know, everything, the vibrancy.
Well, I'll tell you what, Suzanne, this might be a good time for me to send a little note back to my wife, Mrs. Trigo, back at home. Rum cocktails, yes. Jerk chicken.
Yes.
I might not make it home later. Sounds like there's going to be a party to be had out here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Well, Suzanne, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
I hope you're enjoying the day here, and I hope you're back soon in a fan capacity, enjoying everything that is Somerset County Cricket Club. And when you're in the museum, you'll see how proud we are all of our Caribbean connections here at Taunton.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure, Suzanne.
Thank you. Ooh.
Archie Vaughan continuing now his 5th over. He's bowled very consistently and he's doing a grand job for his team on his debut. I think a great piece of captaincy as well, bringing the young man into the attack in a time where the opposition are looking to rebuild the innings. And he's doing a brilliant job. He's not giving away any loose deliveries. Another over well completed there. 129 for 5 at the end of the 32nd over, and you'd have to say that Kent are probably a little bit down on where they'd like to be at the moment. That little flurry of wickets, and you have to say, as a man who was an absolute, like, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, he'd have been of the old school. He'd have been all about taking responsibility. It's all come from the captain playing a reverse sweep that was a little bit needless, and it's kind of set the wheels in motion for Kent struggling today.
Yep, absolutely. And just at various points when it's looked like they're on the verge of taking control, they've lost a wicket.
Yeah, exactly right. I normally, my eyes light up. My senses go through the roof whenever I see Stephen Lamb come and join me in the commentary, but he does not have 2 rum punches with him, which I have to admit I'm slightly disappointed about. Note to the director, if we could have a couple of the Caribbean rum punches up here, that would be outstanding.
That
Thank you very much.
Absolutely perfect.
One of the well-executed versions of a reverse sweep there from the left-hander Denley. He's got one away for 4, and he's started very brightly. He's scored a number of runs. I've seen him on the England under-19 scorecard this summer. He's been getting some runs, doing well. So he's obviously carrying a fair amount of confidence into this Metro Bank series.
This has been terrific from Lewis Goldsworthy. I wonder whether he's going to bowl all his 10 off the reel into his 9th.
Well, he's certainly at the right. He's got another one, and that is another disastrously average piece of batting there from the Kent man, just talking him up. Denley, England under-19 man, he's been carrying great form, and he'll be really disappointed with that. 4 wickets now for Lewis Goldsworthy. That little spell as a Leicester Fox has done him no harm at all. Casey Aldridge takes the catch, and Goldsworthy has 4. Kent are in a real spot of bother here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
That's a poor shot, really. Wasn't to the pitch of it, and it was a comfortable catch. Sometimes you feel with catches taken in the covers, he didn't quite manage to keep it down, but that was easy as you like. Aldridge doing the job with bucket hands. So Kent are in trouble now. 137 for 6. Still, what is it, 27 overs, no, 17 overs I should say, to be bowled.
A lot of batting to be done. Grant Stewart comes to the crease, the rather sizable frame. And I mean in the sense that this lad, he looks a strong boy. He looks fit. I'm actually a massive fan of his bowling. He's almost, I think he's Kent's sort of Miguel Pretorius, you know, big, strapping, strong shoulders, hits the deck. I'm sure he can hit a clean ball, but probably unfamiliar territory in some ways. Coming in with 18 overs to bat, he's going to have to try and build an innings at some stage. With Stobbo, there's a lot of batting to be done here. Lewis Goldsworthy, 4 for 37 at the moment.
Yeah, he's got, what, 7 deliveries remaining that he can bowl, and that's it. That'll be his spell done.
Oh.
Was that?
That was a mis-stumping there from James Rew. He'll be disappointed. There was 5 for up for grabs there for Goldie. Great bit of work there from Jack Leach, reeling in that.
I think this was down the leg side. Yeah, they're difficult, those, but he will be disappointed. He made a brilliant take to a very similar delivery earlier in the innings.
Yeah, tough that. It looked like it was either an inside edge or it kind of went on with the arm. So yeah, real difficult one for wicket-keeper Rew. In fact, it was an inside edge, so no fault there of James Rew at all. They're very, very difficult inside edges.
Yep. And anything down the leg side, you're partially unsighted. Here's Archie Vaughan. I agree with you, Pete. It's a really good move, this, by Sean Dixon to bring on son of Michael on debut.
Yeah, and I don't mean it in terms of like protecting the lad, but it's just a good opportunity to get someone into the game. And you know, it would have been easy to have gone to a slightly more senior bowler, but he's gone with the young man. I think that's a really good move. Building up that little bit of trust between, you know, player and captain. That's a really important thing to do in the early part of a competition. I'm sure it will give young Archie a lot of confidence moving forward and hopefully into his batting later on today.
Yeah, settle a few butterflies perhaps. He nearly made the most spectacular impact on the game. He almost pulled off a blinder of a catch early on. And he's bowled really tidily. Didn't get all of that. Ogbourne's been busy in the outfield.
Yeah, they've been forced into a position at the moment, Kent, where they're having to at best milk the bowling, looking for ones. They can't really do anything too extravagant at the moment, just looking to tick those overs down while maintaining something like a run rate. You know, it's 4.2 at the moment. You know, I suppose if all things go well, they'll still fall well short of what you'd expect as a big total there. As Alfie Ogbourne is getting almost a bleep test-esque workout there down at mid-on. I think he's fielded all 6 balls.
I think he has. I think it's just 3 people involved in that over. It's the bowler, one of the batters, and Alfie Ogbourne. He just did a little salute to the crowd, actually. Raised both arms in the air in appreciation of the applause. Bowled tidily earlier on, Alfie Ogbourne, with his left arm. And Goldsworthy is going to finish his spell. Off the reel. Over number 10 coming up. Nice start. Has been an imposing effort from Goldsworthy. Has 4 wickets to show for it. Just the single there. And it isn't this time to Alfie Ogbourne. Josh Thomas, the man at long on, who's come in for the next delivery, which will be a dot.
It's Casey Aldridge at long on. About a foot taller than Josh, but I'll let you off.
Sorry about that.
Right, newsflash everyone, Stephen Lamb has been seen in the rum cocktail bar for his 10 overs off.
I thought I saw a number 8 on his back.
Newsflash.
I beg his pardon. He's gone back out onto the rope now.
But now you mentioned that though, Josh Thomas, a really good thing. Obviously the Kent batters have struggled against Lewis Goldsworthy, and when his spell is up after this over, they have another left arm spinner in Josh Thomas to bring straight into the attack. They've also got Jack Leach as well, so things are looking good from a Somerset perspective. Josh Thomas is also really tidy left arm twiddler. I'm sure he might stand a good chance of being the next man to grab a spell.
And warm applause for Lewis Goldsworthy. End of his 10th over, the 35th of the innings. And he's got those 4 wickets to show for it. 4 for 43. Well bowled, Lewis.
Very well bowled and right on cue. Josh Thomas is into the attack, replacing Archie Vaughan here at the Marcus Roscothik stand end. Josh Thomas is going to offer a bit of left arm spin.
6 overs, 0 for 16, Archie Vaughan. Tidy.
Yeah, very impressive spell. He, I suppose, with respect, no frills spell. He just did the job. He contained. That was the role the captain would have wanted for him. And to go at just under 3 and over, happy days. As a first spell in first team cricket, he'd be very happy with that. And if he doesn't bowl again, he should take a lot of confidence into his batting if he gets the opportunity later.
Yeah, we've seen, this is the 7th bowler we've seen for Somerset. Josh Thomas, who is in again. And yeah, he's got a hairstyle totally unlike Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, he's a foot shorter, 3.5 turns curlier.
Nicely fielded.
I'm sure plenty of Taunton St Andrews teammates, parents, friends are here watching the Thomas boys. James Rue, obviously a teammate as well. Archie Vaughan. In fact, it's fair to say that half of Taunton St Andrews is on the field right now.
This is a good over. To left. Keep it tidy. Can with that one. Is it a good tweak? Yes, very nicely done. Josh Thomas. Excellent start. Just the single off the over. Kent are being tied down here. Just 14 overs of the innings remaining. 151 for 6. So it is to be Jack Leach to come back at the river end. He's already bowled 6 overs. Has a wicket. Can he add to that tally?
Yeah, nice to see Leachy playing some cricket. He's had his ups and downs with illness and injury and stuff. Nice to see him out there where he belongs.
Yeah, took the wicket of Ekansh Singh earlier.
Yeah, it was a good piece of bowling. Just offered enough spin. Not the most cultured shot by the young batter. Going so far outside leg stump, but Leachy, to his credit, just got the ball straight and onto his middle stump. Picked up his 1 wicket so far.
1 for 21 in that first spell of 6 overs. With 2 dots to start the second. 4 for 44, Lewis Goldsworthy's figures, and the other wicket taken by Alfie Ogborn. He's got 1 for 19 off 4.
I know it might be a potentially sort of old-fashioned, is the right word, way of looking at things, Stephen. I was always taught by some of my coaches, you know, when you get out, go into the bathroom as quickly as you can, look in the mirror and ask yourself the question, did I get out or was I got out? Fair to say that a few of the Kent boys might be a little bit disappointed?
Yeah, well, certainly Singh would. The answer to that question, it wasn't the greatest of strokes. And, well, the last man out, Jaden Denley, you wouldn't say that either.
Well, I'd say at least, well, off the top of my head, certainly 4 dismissals. You'd have to say fall into the poor category. Denley caught mid-off, the caught cover, the reverse sweep, the Singh running miles outside leg stump, opening his stumps up when things were sort of ticking away.
Yeah. Yeah, and Swanepoel early on.
Swanepoel,
that Skyer.
I think an opening batter trying to create an angle, you can sort of make some sense of that. It looked early on in the innings, he tried to go over mid-wicket, so it looks like an area of strength from him, but the head went over miles too far and brought the leading edge into play. So, yeah, I think a good, well, maybe even all 6.
You could argue for all 6.
I'm not sure I've seen a proper wicket taking, like a good delivery, like a nick off or anything like that. It's all been a bit soft. As we thank our match sponsors, Virtue Motors. We've got the remote controlled jobby down there, the Range Rover, which I'm absolutely desperate to see Stephen Lamb, even though, ladies and gentlemen, today he can't drive the Virtue Motors radio controlled car because he's had about 4 rum punches. But that's in the pipeline. Stephen Lamb will be doing that next game,
along with the rum.
Virtue Motors also have our earpieces, sponsored earpieces around the ground. So hopefully a few of you are enjoying the commentary while you're watching. give us a little wave in the Hildreth stand. We have a little faithful gathering, don't we, in the Hildreth stand of Virtue Motors listeners occasionally. Obviously, there must be a time delay because I'm not getting any waves. But
there are one or two, I think.
Yeah.
Saw a couple over on the left-hand side as we look out at it.
We move on, Lammy. We move on. Josh Thomas bowling very nicely until that ball, a drag down, has been put away into the mid-wicket boundary for a full. There's no margin for error here at Taunton.
Yeah, that is the first bad ball he's bowled and punished by Stobo. Both batters on 8. Nicely driven. Just be a single for that one. Yeah, the only innings really of substance was played by Joey Everson. He made 55. 6 and 4 fours. 69 deliveries. But got out at a bad time for his side. Nicely stopped. That's the skipper at short extra, who's having a good game. Didn't get the toss right, but he's got things mostly right since, as Sean Dixon.
Interesting call here to win the toss and bat first. You think first game of a tournament, new group of players. Yeah, I think I'd always slightly, unless it was really, really obvious, towards maybe getting ball in hand first. You know, if you kind of have a rough 10-15 overs of bowling, you can clutch it back. If you have a rough 10-15 overs of batting, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, I wonder what we might find out later on what Somerset would have done, but I think they'll be pretty comfortable with the situation as it stands at the moment, knowing that they're chasing. Over number 39, this, bowled by Jack Leach.
Nice use of a bit of flight there from Jack Leach. Just saw that one just going slightly above the eye line of Stewart. Just a little tempter. Go on, you know, 160 for 6. Do you want to hit me back over my head for 6? Go on. Nice piece of footwork there from Stobo. Stobo?
Stobo.
Stobo. Have you had this confirmed?
I believe it to be Stobo. The public address introduced him as such.
Oh,
so I think we can
that's definitive,
take that on trust.
Right, okay. Right.
Harry Everett agrees. Must be. Therefore, he's off strike for the moment, and someone whose pronunciation is not in question at all.
Is he half brother of the haulage company?
Stobart. This is going to be 6.
Oh, what a beautiful shot that is. Leachy's tempted him again, and he's taken the bait, and he's launched that ball to where I was just describing to Suzanne, where Chris Gale once hit a ball. I wonder if someone's going to go for a swim. Pick that one up.
I was here that day, Triggs. What an innings that was. And it was on the losing side, in a losing cause. Chris Gale.
Yeah, one of the great things about that particular day, he was very good at hitting boundaries, not so good at running twos.
Yeah.
cost us the game towards the end.
The master of the universe.
Yeah, he's quite a man. He'll be, I don't know, I could just imagine him running down the Champs-Élysées with Snoop Dogg with the Olympic torch. I've heard that Snoop Dogg's got the Olympic torch at some stage today. I could definitely see Chris Gale dovetailing with that man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's built for the part. No question. Ball's being replaced, so I think it may well have gone into the River Tone. It may be flowing down as we speak in the direction of Burrow Bridge, where it will join the River Parrett and flow out into the Severn Estuary.
Well, I don't know if you know this, ladies and gentlemen, but just as you enter the sort of line of the floodlights, the Taunton Canoe Club, they've got to stop. They've got to put a tin hat on, canoe past the ground, and then you've got to take the tin hats off and continue down towards Minehead. Very, very dangerous piece of canoeing and kayaking.
That's a less convincing shot than the predecessor. It's gone off the edge, down to third man for 4.
Yeah, that's 4 runs. That's a good little spurt of runs there from Stewart. I think he's probably got the mindset of, you know, we're in a pretty poor situation. He's going to try and hit him out of trouble. I suppose there isn't a great deal of value of trying to nudge and nurder yourself to a way under par score. He's going to back himself to have his own little party out there.
Well, he's taken 10 off 2 deliveries off an international bowler, so there's nothing shabby about that. Here is Josh Thomas. Umeed is purring into action at long off. Not long before we see Andy Umeed with bat in hand. Don't know whether they'll give him a bowl. Unlikely now, I suspect, but you never know. He bowled very nicely in a game in this competition here last year. There'll be a single out to deep extra. Picked up some wickets. Another single to him. If he does bowl Andy Umeed, it means that Sean Dixon would have turned to each of his 5 spinners. Seen all but one this afternoon. A little bit cramped there. Trying to play it straighter, but ended up hitting it straight at Archie Vaughan, who's out at deep extra cover.
Yeah, of the viables, you've got George Thomas and Andy Umeed that could potentially get through a few overs. Be interesting to see if he perseveres with who he's picked so far, or might just mix it up a little bit. Who knows? Lots of options for Somerset captain Sean Dixon up his sleeve.
It's a handy partnership developing this between these two. Put on 39 for the 7th.
Yeah, it's certainly handy in the context of the innings so far. It's faltered. It hasn't been particularly good from Kent so far, but with someone like Stewart at the crease, clearly a clean striker of the ball, you never know. But at the end of the 40th over, 10 remaining, and Kent Spitfires are 177 for 7. Somerset being exceptionally good today, led by Lewis Goldsworthy's 4 wickets.
Trade Nation, who give their name to the stand over on our right-hand side, which isn't being used actually today. I wonder whether it'll be used again this season. Brought in mainly for the T20 comp. Somerset away, of course, in the quarter-finals, away at Northampton. So still in possession of that trophy. Can they get to another finals day? We'll find out in that game at Wantage Road. We've got pace returning at the river end in the form of Alfie Ogborn.
You know what? Nothing against Alfie Ogborn, but I quite fancy Somerset just going with all spin till the end, Stephen.
I was wondering about that.
Give Andy Umeed a bowl, keep Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas going.
Instead, they're going to give Alfie Ogborn a second spell, bowled his first from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Coming on now with the river tone behind him,
Yeah,
which the previous ball was deposited.
Oh, yes. Not this ball, we should say. I did borrow a ball from the warm-up, actually. I got in the commentary box. I thought if we needed to, Stephen, that's a lovely shot first ball. Mine should have been easy too. We should get commentary cam on at some point, just to show everyone the white ball, the 50-over white ball. I'll show you. There's the ball. This is an old tatty one, of course. This is one of the fielding balls I just borrowed to come and show you if people are interested. We'll talk about the Dukes and the Kookaburra during the Red Ball campaign. This is a white ball used. Well, as they're using one from each end, we should clarify.
They do. The umpires given the ball at the end of each over. Be a comfortable single here for Stewart, who's playing a really useful hand for his team. On to 24 with that single. He's going at a rounder runner ball. took 10 off successive deliveries from Jack Leach. Possibly that's the reason why, or one of the reasons why Dixon has switched to pace at the river end. Leach has got 2 more overs to bowl, potentially. Another comfortable single. Nicely fielded. Three men out in the deep on the leg side. All on the boundary edge. As we go into the closing phase of this innings. 10 overs left, including this one.
What's a good score for them from here, Stephen? Where do they salvage 260 and be happy with that?
Thereabouts.
I mean, Stobo and Stewart can both whack it, but the 3 below are pretty genuine tail enders. We know Nathan Gilchrist pretty well in these parts, of course. And the 2 spinners, I mean, Matt Parkinson will hang around. Kadri might try and give it some long handle, but he's not going to do it as far as Grant Stewart does. So they really are relying on these 2 to provide 9 overs of fireworks, really. They're not going to hang around. If they perish early, Kent are in a lot of trouble.
They're both established, though, 25 and 19 respectively. And that's going to be more, or is it going to be caught? It is caught. Out in the deep. I mentioned the 3 fielders out there, and that was the straightest of them. And Stobo has gone.
Easy as that. Not the best of balls necessarily, doesn't really matter. They're going to try and whack it. Short side. Both of them love to give it long handle over the leg side. Wide, mid wicket to long on was the area they were both targeting. And easy as that.
Have another look at it. Got it possibly too high up on the bat, so it didn't have the impetus behind it, and a comfortable catch in the end. Yeah, it just looked from the way he followed through that he didn't have full control of the shot. Comfortably taken in the end.
Just one more. Can we get one more replay of that up? I'm just thinking of I don't know if you're ball into service. Should we analyse the ball he's bowled there, Steve? Because
I think it was more that he just didn't quite have control of the shot as he played it, Stobo.
Yeah.
It was high on the bat, it was almost on the handle.
It's just interesting to think how early do Somerset go to death bowling, cutters, back of the hand, slower balls, Yorkers, anything like that, with, 9 overs to go. But they're bowling at the tail enders now. They might just try and go full and straight and just get them out. Don't see this innings now lasting 50 overs, to be honest.
Kadri is the new batsman, picking up a single straight away. Casey Aldridge was the catcher. He's got 2 in 2. Counted for Jaden Denley earlier, and now he's got Charlie Stobo. 19 Stobo made from 28 deliveries with the 1 boundary. And that was a useful partnership between him and Grant Stewart of 45 for the 7th wicket, which has now fallen. Jack Leach coming back now for his 3rd spell.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Of all the bowlers to be given 3 different spells, I didn't think it would be Jack Leach. Goswell bowled straight through. Jack Leach to come with 3 different spells, I don't think he'll be too worried.
Possibly the 10 off 2 deliveries by Grant Stewart.
Yeah.
Maybe Sean Dixon felt the switch to pace might do something, and he was right.
Kadri should just get the 1 here and give Stewart the strike. That should be his game plan.
He's not even going to get that from the first delivery.
I think Somerset should squeeze. I'm surprised mid-off, mid-on or back. I know it is the last 10 overs, but Kadri's not got much of a batting record. Mind you, if you're going to get dot balls either way, happy days.
Thou shalt not pass, says the skipper at short extra cover. Sean Dixon has had plenty to do this afternoon.
Yeah, he's marshalled his troops well, although it's been pretty easy, to be honest with you, the way Kent have just given their wickets away. He's not had to do anything too fancy. So Hamidullah Kadri is 23 years old, played a bit of Derbyshire, don't forget. His List A batting record is a high score of 42 not out, an average of 15, 171 runs in 19 innings. So they could do with his high score here, really. Anything less, and you think they're going to need even more from Stewart.
Who will pick up a single, firmly struck.
But he almost can't afford to go too hard too early. Wow, does he trust the tail a little bit? He's 30 now, he's the Western Australian born Italian international. Played a bit with Joe Burns, an international setup.
Josh Thomas's spell, which is complete, 3 overs for 11 runs.
I guess he's probably not going to bowl again, did we say?
Unlikely.
That's a lovely shot, mine. I'm just saying he's not much of a batter. That's a brilliant. Oh, cheeky too as well. Good run in. Grant Stewart was happy to settle for 1, but the danger end, Kadri took the 2. Lovely shot behind square. Lovely sweep shot. Shoaib Bashir still bowling for England. He's into his 8th over. Wicketless though, and gone for 40 already. West Indies taking a bit of a liking to him.
Oh, nicely bowled.
What a ball that is from Somerset's first choice spinner. That is an absolutely delicious delivery. James Rew takes it cleanly.
Lovely way to end the over. He's got one more, which I would guess he will bowl. Jack Leach probably finish off in the next over but 1.
Serious pace from 17-year-old Joe Hayward, sprinting out as 12th duties. 12th is for the young Bath seamer. Good to see him getting a game at Exmouth. He's in the squad. No JT Langridge, he's injured this year. Joe Hayward has the chance.
So the big Australian is on strike. 26 not out. Grant Stewart. Useful contribution. Looking for another boundary there, but he's not going to get it. There's protection out at deep square. Nicely fielded. Just the single, which will bring Hamidullah Qadri onto strike. Two for 26, Alfie Osborne's figures.
Yeah, pretty good that. The nice sighting, if you're a Bridgewater cricket fan, you might see Alfie and Jamie Osborne playing the same side. Jamie Osborne's been playing mostly in my league, in the Whipple Somerset for Bridgewater 2s, but he's got the call up, got the nod for the first team the last couple of weeks. He's playing first team again tomorrow. And Alfie occasionally goes back and plays as a batter. I've showed that they manage the workload, so Alfie, for example, wouldn't be able to play for Bridgewater tomorrow as a bowler, but does sometimes play in the first team as a batter and a fielder. Improved his batting massively as Alfie Osborne. Got his 50 the other day. Well played.
Wide, must be.
That's the angle there, I guess. You could get away with that angle if you were bowling over the wicket. Now he's around the wicket.
Yep. It's an Achilles heel, isn't it, for the left armour? Slanting the ball across. You can get penalised. 189 for 7 then, Kent Spitfires. Chose to bat. I think they'll feel that's below par at the moment. Won't be a run there. It's firmly struck.
So just the 7 bowlers used by Somerset. Vaughan and Josh Thomas sharing 10 or 9 between them. It's interesting whether they go back to Casey Aldridge or Ned Leonard. Presume they'll give Jack Leach his 10th.
Well, Aldridge has been the most expensive.
Yeah, and I think Ned Leonard can be a bit expensive at the death. We saw last year the one they cut. He was whacked around at Gloucestershire particularly.
Up in the air and is going all the way. Yeah. It's gone into the James Hildreth stand. That's 6.
I didn't know if he fully got hold of that. There's no one out there, so he carried it enough to clear the ropes, but gave himself a little bit of room. Alfie followed him, just hit for 6.
First boundary for Hamidullah Qadri.
So Jack Leach bowls 1 more, I'd suggest. And then it's a toss-up, I think. You'd probably go to Ned Leonard.
Well, Ned Leonard's got a good economy rate. He's 2.8 from his first 5, although he was a bit wayward in his first over.
Yeah.
A couple of wides. bouncer, and signalled as such, one for the over. He's got away with that.
6 wide so far for Ned Leonard, 2 for Alfie Ogborn, and fair play, none from all of the spinners and Casey Aldridge, not a single wide. That's good going, I'd say. Just because you bowl slow, it doesn't mean it's possible to bowl a wide.
There'll be a single here. Not in complete control of it, Kadri, but there was no danger. Fell safe. End of Ogborn's 6th over. Just 7 remaining now for Kent. They're going to struggle to reach 250 from here. They still could. Depends a bit on these two. Well, a lot on these two, really. Kadri going at a runner ball, as is Stewart.
Yeah,
they can keep that up.
We should just clarify, some people are looking at the speeds. It's not been calibrated quite properly today, so we're not entirely sure the speed gun's completely reliable. 90.4 does seem a bit fast.
It's going to be over number 10 for Jack Leach.
Yep, no surprises here. Yet to bowl him straight through. Now in his 3rd spell.
Reverse sweep. Good contact. It won't go all the way though. Ogborn in pursuit. Well done.
Yeah, great bit of fielding. Really good from Alfie Ogborn. I'd also say that that's a much better option for Kent. If they're trying to get 2 or 4, I think that's safer than trying to go for the hard reverse sweep, trying to beat point. Whereas that little paddle reverse, I think, is a safer option. As Dixon actually tries to nullify that by bringing Lewis Goldsworthy across the point. So Alfie Ogborn can then go to more backward, sort of short 3rd on the gully line. Might deter they were playing on the reverse sweep. There we go, orthodox sweep. Tell you what, he's doing pretty well for number 9. I'd say Hamidullah Kadri has looked as good as almost any batter's looked, I'd say. Other than Joey Everson, who we agree looked classy at the top. He got 55 of 69 balls to get this innings going for Kent. No one else has really done anything, but the number 9 is looking pretty decent. Stewart's going to keep giving it some long handle. That's well placed in a gap. 4 runs. Great shot.
Yeah, this is a good knock.
Tiny bit
the Australian.
Tiny bit short from Jack Lynch. Seized upon.
Everson's innings aside, I'd say this has been the most positive contribution, really, in that Kent scorecard. It's really difficult to say that any of the batters has actually been got out.
Quite agree, yeah. I think they've all got themselves out, definitely. Slightly surprised Stobo came in before Stewart. I thought Stewart would come in first, but Grant Stewart list a best of 57. Oh, he's going to be a single there. Yeah, just a 150. Nearly has as many 6s in list A cricket as he does 4s. He didn't realise the way he bats. That's a good summation of his aerial targeting. Strike rate 96.
Up in the air and is going to be 4, I think. Is it carried all the way? No, it's gone all the way, just over the rope. Lost view of it over to my right, but I think that just crept over. Yeah. On the Andy Caddick Pavilion side of the ground. Be another single here. Expensive finish for Jack Leach. 14, 15 off his final over. Has the wicket to his name as well. So that's the last we'll see of Jack Leach with the ball.
Returning at the river end, number 19, Ned Leonard.
Yeah, it is going to be Leonard. We were wondering whether it would be Leonard or Aldridge, but Sean Dixon, as I suspected he would, has gone for the more, well, the man who was more economical in his first spell. Whether he'll bowl out at that river end, he could bowl 3. They're wondering about a second here, but it won't be there. Aldridge quickly in from deep mid-wicket. So Stewart, who's on 32, back on strike. Will we see another big shot?
I think we will. I'll be very surprised if we don't.
He's assessing the field.
Do you reckon Ogborn's going to come back on at this end then? Let's just go to the pavilion end. Oh, and I think he's executed the Yorker perfectly there. I genuinely think Netherlands has done exactly what he wanted to do.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, really good cricket shot. He's given himself room and nailed it just past. I feel one short extra cover in between him and George Thomas at mid-off. Look how good a shot this is. I actually think that's the shot of the day so far. Because you don't realise how good that is. A Yorker on leg stump, and he's managed to give himself room and whack it through extra cover for 4.
With perfect placement.
Yeah. Without much of a swing, really. Just that heavy bat timing. Off cutter.
Just a single this time. The standard protection out at deep extra cover.
I think this is quite a big tournament, Stephen, for Ned Leonard. They go the distance a bit, particularly remember that James Bracey double 100 at Bristol. I mean, Privy Shaw scoring a 200 the year before, Ali Orr scoring that 200. Somerset bowlers have gone the distance in this competition, so to play against one of the weakest sides, Kent first, is probably good for a confidence boost. Just going to have a chat with Long on the side. He might slightly change this. Not often you see Sean Dixon out on the boundary at Long on. Normally it's a Craig Overton or Casey Aldridge in the T20 Baths, the taller men. But no Craig Overton here this month, sadly.
Having a word with his bowler before retreating. Outside edge. Oh, Leonard will be frustrated by that.
Just brought third man up into the ring, Jack Leach. But this is all brilliant batting by Stewart to then allow the field change for Kadri to take the 4 then. If Stewart hadn't played that Yorker through extra cover mid-off for 4, I don't think third man would have come up in the ring. I think Leonard just wants to stick to plan here. He's changing too much. He's not bowled that badly. You're bowling at the death on a flat pitch, short boundaries, quick outfield. You're going to go for 4s occasionally. And just back himself. I don't think Kadri is going to take him through mid-off.
Two boundaries in this over, and there's a dot to make Leonard feel a bit better. 250 looks on now after this flurry of runs from the last 2 overs. We've had a 4 and a 6 from Jack Leach's last, and 2 4s from this one so far. Last ball of it coming up. So Kent are accelerating nicely.
Warmed up in the ring, fine leg.
He might be wided for that. No ball, in fact.
Didn't need to do that there, Leonard.
There's no way that Kadri was going to reach that.
No. Bowled a good bumper before, didn't need to go again.
I have a feeling that may be the first no ball of the innings.
Yes, 'twas, yep. According to my counting, so.
Up in the air, not going to be caught. Aldridge was interested, but in the end, taking it on the first bounce.
5 overs remaining. Kent Spitfires 224
So
7.
into the last 5 now. Who's going to come on at the Marcus Trescothic
I still reckon that'll be on board. Needs to be a change of ends. Yep, here it is. This makes sense. This is his preferred end. That lead finish. And then
It's where he started, isn't it, with the new ball?
yes, probably didn't take the first over, but the two Bridgewater teammates take the new ball together.
Celebrating with his family today. Many happy returns to all of you.
But this is a useful stand. Again, Grant Stewart involved in consecutive stands that have just put Kent back into this game. 250 certainly looks a probability now.
Yep. Still, we shouldn't be anywhere near enough, you wouldn't have thought here. You never know.
Ogborn then. And there'll be a single. Goldsworthy backward point. Has been pretty busy today. One of the busier fielders. Sean Dixon's been doing quite a bit. Alfie Ogborn's been doing a lot. So Stewart back on strike. He's on 37, not out, Grant Stewart. He's batted really well. Outside edge, oh, who'd be a bowler watching that?
Yeah, quite. This is where I don't like this modern obsession with bowling pace at the death. I would rather Somerset have bowled the spinners. Vaughan, Josh Thomas, or even Andy Mead. Maybe Stewart, they're worried about giving it long handle, but is he going to take 20 off the spinner in the over? Maybe. But if the seam is going to go at 15s, then I don't think Kadri would have taken so many off the spinners. I think it's easier to control at the death with pace off, especially at a small ground like this.
Pulled and oh, there's a misfield out there.
I think it's a decent effort. I think it was an easy one to stop. That's it pretty hard. They've done a diving round to his left.
It wasn't easy, but he did get his body
bounced
to it.
Horribly, didn't it? That second bounce just before him was not nice. He was quite a long way in as well. I just think they're missing a trick here. I don't think they need to go pace on.
So 2 boundaries already off the over. Oh,
Alfie's trying to say wide there. I think that was a wide.
The response of the umpire is to signal wide.
Come on, Alfie, you're an honest bloke. You don't need to appeal for that.
Is that Ben Peverell?
No, Ben's
So
the other
he
end.
sees a square leg.
Yeah, Paul Baldwin this end.
Yeah, he was probably hoping, Alfie Ogborn, that maybe Stewart had got a bit of bat on it. Not the response from the umpire that he'd have wanted. Up in the air.
6
Is
runs.
it going to be taken? No, it's not. It's clearing the rope.
I just think if your seam was going to go for 15, 20, then you gamble with a spinner. I think they're more likely to get out to a spinner, trying to manufacture the pace. Stewart's good enough to hit.
That's his 50.
Yeah.
Grant Stewart.
Well batted. What did I say earlier? He's got 150 in this day cricket. Well, he now has 2. His previous high score was 57. He could 1 more 6. And he'd be up with that. He's a good player to have coming in at what? Number 8. But there's not a lot left. If they get him, they're into the proper tail enders in Nathan Gilchrist and Matt Parkinson.
But this is a more than handy contribution now. It's the second half century of the innings, and it's come in double quick time.
Yeah.
32 deliveries for 51, Grant Stewart, and he's still on strike.
I'd like to see Ogborn go a bit more pace off here. Something different. There you go, well bowled. That's exactly what we want. Well bowled. Good point here in the comments. Stewart smiling at the appeal down the leg side, trying to stop the wide. He's part of the bowlers union. He understands Alfie's game there.
It's already 15 off this over. Yeah. 1 delivery left.
Already 2,000 people watching the live stream, plus all 3,000 plus in the ground.
Caught. That's an important breakthrough because Grant Stewart is the man dismissed. Ogbourne has his 3rd wicket. Sean Dixon has a comfortable catch and the 8th wicket has fallen. That's a timely intervention by Alfie Ogbourne.
Brilliant stuff. Good catch by the skipper. Pretty easy. But Alfie Ogbourne there. Quite sure. Did he need to make room? Did he need to try and go again? There's a few more overs left. He's already taken nearly 20 off the over. 6 and 2 4s. Singles in between. But
yeah, and he was playing pretty well from a statuesque position.
We did say about he made room and played that amazing extra cover drive off the Yorker from Ned Leonard. But well, that ends his decent innings.
A big relief to Somerset. It may be an expensive over, this.
I think that's the difference though. 248 I would now expect to become near enough 250 all out. Unless these two have suddenly worked really hard in their batting. I think that's the end of the Kent whacking anyway. 51 off 34 balls for Stewart.
Yes, he's given his side some hope. They were in a pretty mediocre situation when he came in, and he's left the side looking a great deal healthier as the sun comes out over the Cooper Associates county ground. Always nice to see players casting clear shadows on the outfield. 240 for 8 then. 4 overs left for Kent. And it's Kadri who's on 28 not out to face Leonard. Single. Which will put the new man, Nathan Gilchrist, who's no stranger to these parts, on to strike.
Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist, you remember that fifer back in September? I think Lewis Goldsworthy played in that game, championship game at Canterbury. Nathan Gilchrist going back to haunt his old club.
He'd love to get a few here, wouldn't he?
He would. 1 for 13 he got in the T20 against Surrey. 2 for 21 against Glamorgan. Those 2 most recent T20 outings at home at Canterbury.
Won't be anything for that.
No.
Dot balls are priceless at this stage of the innings, aren't they?
He's only got 65 runs in 11 list A innings. Nice score 33. Bit of a beanpole of a figure if you haven't seen him before.
Leonard then.
Gilchrist prefer to George Garrett and as well. No Arafat Bouyan in this squad.
A single. Oh, if he'd hit, that might have been close.
I think that's gone with a hit. Alfie Ogbourne is a cracking fielder. Got a crucial run out for Bridgewater against Taunton St Andrews in the later rounds of the Major Cup the other week.
I think he was struggling.
He's got a good arm, attacks the ball and throws it hard.
We might get another look at it, but I think he may have been just short. Didn't have a lot, 1 and a bit stumps to aim at.
Without seeing a replay, I'm pretty sure that's gone with a direct hit.
Up in the air, and that's going to be another maximum.
Drop catch as well, Steve. He went with one hand, should have gone with 2. Reaching with a point in the left hand, jumping up was right. Not quite high enough for the retirement flaps. That's the gamble with bowling Casey Aldridge here. Gets hold of it.
And that's the value of that sharp single, because it put Kadri on to strike. He's the established batter. And he's still on strike. And he's still hitting hard, but he won't get so much for that. Just the single, in fact.
It's interesting to see, you put Leonard, Ogbourne, Aldridge and probably Baker in the same crop of young seamers for Somerset. Baker barely playing for Somerset these days, but Leonard, Ogbourne and Aldridge all here today as the main, well, the only 3 seam options really. Aldridge is not going to bowl 10 here. We'll bat the highest though. Gilchrist, that's a funny old single that. He's just sort of tennis forehanded it, isn't he? Nearly got 2 for it.
Yeah, it didn't look particularly like a cricket shot.
No. Casey Aldridge is going at nearly 10 and over.
It's actually enabled Gilchrist to keep the strike. I'm not sure whether that's what Kent would have wanted.
They could have pushed for 2, I reckon. The diving stop at mid-off, I reckon they could have.
I'm sure Somerset would far rather bowl at Gilchrist than Kadri.
Kadri's impressed me with his batting skills. I didn't think he had this in the locker, to be honest.
It did bring up the 250, that single. 250 for 8.
Yeah, Kadri pretty close to his list A best here. That was 42 not out. In the second 11 T20s, he's only managed 15, 14, 3, 11 and 3 in his last 5 knocks. So excelling here with the bat in the first tee. In fact, he's already got more runs in this innings than his 9 previous second team batting innings.
So Ogbourne to Gilchrist. Over number 48 begins.
Oh, that's a nice shot. That doesn't look too bad a shot for the man with a...
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, first class best of 41 for Gilchrist. As I mentioned, those T20s he's played. He's only batted in one of his last 5 first team T20s, and he got a duck in that one in Sussex. So he's a genuine tail-ender. But Kadri is batting pretty nicely here. That average of 15 in list A cricket will be pushing up towards 16 after this innings.
Yeah, he's better than a runner ball as well.
Yeah, oh, good fielding. Well, good follow through from outfield ball, and that allowed him to get there. And stop would have been an easy one, but
he's got a strike rate of 150, Hamidullah Kadri. Very similar to Grant Stewart's.
yes. Yeah,
Really handy lower order contributions from those two.
No one else got above 81 in the strike rate stakes so far in this Kent scorecard. We probably should update some One-Day Cup scores from around the ground, Steve. We haven't done that yet today, have we?
I don't think we have.
That's remiss of us.
High in the air. This should be taken. Oh, not quite. Oh dear, Josh Thomas got both hands to it, I think. It wasn't an easy chance. He was running in. So he was off balance at the point where... Oh, just not quite there.
Yeah, I felt one for a little touch unlucky. Could have had a 5-fer, really. Couple of chances gone down. That wasn't an easy chance, but you should probably expect to take it.
That will satisfy Ogbourne. He followed Kadri, who was looking to hit that one into the car park behind us. No contact with the ball at all.
So most of the wickets have fallen to left-arm bowling today. Jack Leach, Lewis Goldsworthy and Alfie Ogbourne. All of them so far. Will anything change?
He's got that one. That's going to go all the way. This little shovel shot. All the way down to fine leg.
That reminds me, do you remember Danny Lamb played the frying pan scoop last year? Danny Lamb, who's been on loan at a few clubs, but at Gloucestershire, now he's at Sussex. Yeah, rather than the orthodox scoop or the Dilshan scoop, I call it the frying pan because the way he played it, his own sort of way of doing it. Everyone's got a different way of scooping.
What, like it was pancake day?
Yeah, yeah, it's what it reminded me of.
Kadri, the danger man, is on 42.
Can stop with Jack.
They're running
Save
for anything
3.
now.
Yeah, at this stage, save 3. So yeah, all the wickets to left armers so far. I'll give you a few scores, shall I, Stephen? I love it this time of year when there's One-Day Cup action pretty much every day of the week. A few 11 o'clock starts, so Northants are chasing Hampshire's 285 for 8. Nottinghamshire are trailing Sussex by 85. Looks like Nottinghamshire will win that one. 131 for 2, chasing 216. Don't forget Scotland are playing a 50-over game against Namibia in Dundee as well. No Josh Davey involved that one. He is here. We hope he'll be fit to play in Hampshire on Sunday. He's had a bit of an illness picked up from his little one recently, but Josh Davey not playing for Scotland. Neither is Andy Mead. They're both in this One-Day Cup squad. The title defending champions, Leicestershire, were bowled out for 88. That's the scorecard I've only just seen. Ed Barnard, 4 wickets and then open the batting. Only got 1 open the batting this time though. He's got him. K. Soldier's got him. Hamidullah Qadri has just gone past his list day best of 42 not out. He got to 43, but another wicket for Somerset. The first Somerset wicket today that's not fallen to a left-arm bowler. Case Aldridge, the right-arm quick, who's a pretty decent batter, has his name in the wickets column. But Qadri's played a decent hand.
He certainly has, yeah. Double quick knock, and has given this late part of the Kent innings real impetus. First with Grant Stewart, then with Nathan Gilchrist. He's got them past the 250 mark. Now, can Somerset bowl Kent out? They need just 1 more wicket. There are 11 deliveries remaining in the innings. Have another look at that.
A little chop on, big old heave.
So Matt Parkinson emerges from the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
The Kent fan, Will Church, imagine you'll do it without breaking sweat, but we'll see. Regards to Somerset chasing this.
Yeah, big heave.
A little chop on, but
yeah, at the same time, I mean, it's the way he's played, and it's worked very well. Well batted, Hamidullah Qadri. 43 from 30 deliveries. Qadri has given Kent a lift.
What can they do here then? Manny Parkinson, where's he played? Lancashire, Durham, now he's at Kent. Well, what can he do at number 11? A few stoic innings, a bit of a Ollie Hannon-Dolby at the bottom of the order. Of course, he's played for the England Lions, don't forget.
Really standout strike rates. Like I mentioned before, Grant Stewart was on 150 and Qadri was on 143. It's a measure of the effect they've had on this innings.
You're liking your strike rates today, Stephen?
Single, deep backward square.
I've never known you so interested in strike rates.
Well, I thought
you'd be of the school where it's only the runs that matter.
It's just the standout ones. It's just the standout ones, and those truly are those two.
So Kate Shoulders ruining my stat about all the wickets falling to left-handers, left armers. It could be 2 if they push it. Quickly enough. I can smell our food, Stephen.
Smells quite good, doesn't it? Beef lasagna, perhaps?
Oh, that's a nice. How have you worked that out? Oh, of course. The press box to our left have already tucked in.
Chicken curry.
Not
even close.
I can see there'll be hardly any left for us. You know what they're like. No polite, no waiting on ceremony. The old ICT teacher, Mr. Grockles, right in there. Oh, well played.
It was nicely done, wasn't it?
Soft hands.
Yeah, he's sort of standing on tiptoe, I'm guessing, as he played
he's
that.
He's a short man, isn't he, Stephen? Don't rub it in. Getting on tiptoes up by his nose.
So, Parkinson on to 2.
Yeah, I listened to an interview a few weeks ago, Matt Parkinson talking about how much he'd been working on his batting over the winter. He's batted a little bit higher than 11 in some of the championship games for Kent. Oh,
up in the air, it's going to go all the way again.
That's in the groundsman shed, that's bounced on the roof of the groundsman shed, might be into the graveyard, to be honest with you. Bounced on a tin roof.
Well done. Gilchrist would have enjoyed that. Home from home for him. And he has deposited Aldridge a long old way.
It's landed on the tin roof, hasn't it, on the groundsman's shed. What do you think to this, Stephen? I was chatting to a bloke, I've been helping out on the phones in the office this week, so I sent a few T20 Blast.
Well, we're going to see this land.
Well, yeah, watch it bounce on the tin roof. Someone said to me, a chap called Trevor Prideaux from Wedmore says, when he sees a tin roof like we have on top of the Trescothic and on top of the groundsman shed, he says, he calls it George Foreman Grill. Thought you might like that.
Brilliant.
The MTP roof on there landed on.
So last ball of the innings is coming up. Can he repeat the stroke? Nathan Gilchrist, he's on 10. It's up in there. It's going to be caught this time at mid-off. Easy as you like. So Kent are bowled out by the last ball of the match. Somerset need 268 to win.
We had another over to go, Stephen. Steady on. Last ball, the penultimate.
Oh, do we?
over.
I beg your pardon.
Got a bit excited. The 7th to last ball of the match, but still.
Apologies.
Great effort from Somerset. Stephen smelt his dinner and he's ready to go for it. But good little fireworks, as we mentioned, from Kadri and Stewart after Everson had that 55 at the top. But some silly shots from the Kent top 7, really. Put a little bit less blame on the guys below, but pretty poor from Kent. They'd have wanted more than that. They wanted 300 plus.
Yeah, they don't look particularly happy with it, do they, the two batters? Although hard to tell from the way people walk what's going through their minds. There's the Somerset team. Now, is that par? 267?
Not enough, below par. Especially Cube Stations came to ground the way they play this day and age, the big bats, the hard 2 new balls.
It's a lot better than when they were 182 for 7.
Indeed.
That's mainly thanks to Grant Stewart and Hamidullah Kadri. 51 and 43 respectively. And the ballast at the top of the order was provided by Joey Everson, who made 55. Those are the top 3 individual scorers for Kent. The bowling, Ned Leonard finishing with 0 for 27 from 6. Alfie Ogborn 3 for 58 from 8.
Can I interrupt you, Stephen? We've got a very special thing we're going to have during tea. You might have heard the very sad news. Ken Palmer died. I had a good chat with his wife Jackie and his son Gary. Gary, of course, played here between 1982 and 1989. Well, in the half an hour tea interval, we're going to show you Richard Walsh having a chat with Ken Palmer, which is also a Spotify podcast you can get hold of and on the Somerset website. Do enjoy.
Well, this afternoon we're in the presence of a cricketing legend of Somerset County Cricket Club. That's no other person than Mr. Ken Palmer. Ken Palmer, who played 302 matches for Somerset, scored 7,500 runs and took 800 wickets for Somerset, and is the youngest player ever to have the double, 1,000 runs and 100 first-class wickets in a season. So anyway, without further ado, let's say hello to Ken Palmer, and what a pleasure it is to be here in your company, Ken.
Well, it's nice to have you here to have a chat with me. Gets a pretty lonely time during the winters and summer times when you're a cricketer. You get a lot of people you meet, and when you're playing the game and when you're coaching, you meet a lot of good people in the game. I think that just keeps me going, really.
Good. Yeah, absolutely.
Because all I know is cricket and football.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to the start, Ken. You were born in Hampshire at Southampton.
Correct.
And obviously
Winchester.
I was going to say Winchester.
Yes.
And you initially had a bit of contact with Hampshire cricket, didn't you? Do you want to talk to us about that?
Well, Arthur Hope was the coach down there at the time.
Yeah.
And I was doing well in club cricket around Devizes and everywhere. And they said, why doesn't he have a trial for somebody? My dad was a good cricketer, and he said, well, why don't we go and show our colours somewhere, son? You know, and I said, well, I don't know about that, Dad, I said. But anyway, I went along. We didn't have a car in those days. We had to use our bikes. And if we had to go down to Southampton, it was a long way from where we lived in Devizes.
You went on the train, I suppose, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would go on we went on the train, like you said. Rather a long way, but I enjoyed the train ride. I got there very nervous and edgy, and I seen all these nets and all these good players hitting the ball, and I thought, whoa, fancy gotta get up to that. Who'd play like that? I don't see many young lads around. And Arthur come over to meet me and said, you'll be going to the nursery with us. I thought, what nursery? I said, hear that, Dad? And he said, yeah, be quiet, listen to Mr. Hope. See? So Arthur Hope was very good to me. He said, you come along, Ken, and he knocked me some catches and knocked balls to me. And then he said, do you bowl? I said, well, I bowl, but it's not very accurate. So I tear them down and just, I said, I'm a batsman, really. Oh, well, then look at your batting. So he had a look at batting. He said, yeah. He said, we'd like to have a look at you again. You know, that went through quite well.
Yeah, yeah.
That little, so I said, oh, come on, Dad, let's go. He said, be patient and listen to Mr. Holt. Anyway, we were waiting with him, he chatted, and he said, oh, he wants to have a look at you again, Ken. Well, do you think we're good enough then, Dad? He said, no, we're going, so keep quiet and we'll get on back. All right, thank you, Mr. Holt, and that was it.
Right.
And I thought, this is a posh club, this. I thought I'd like to come here. You know, this was something, you know. Morris Trent was there. I think he was there then. Yes. He was down there. And he came to see me and had a little chat with me, not a lot. But I admire what's his name, Morris Tremlett.
Yeah. You were from Arthur Holt at Southampton.
Yes.
You left there, didn't you?
Yes.
You didn't stay.
No, correct.
No. You went back home to Devizes.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then, am I right in thinking you were playing? We'll talk about your football in a minute. But am I right in thinking that when you got back to Devizes, you then made contact with Somerset? How did that come about?
Well, I had another. That's a bit longer story.
Yeah.
So what happened? It went quiet, and I went hitting runs again. They started talking about me about running Devizes just as a batsman.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was doing well. And I got a rough time with the older players.
Yeah.
You know, there was a barrister said, that boy Palmer will never make it. And he used to have fight scraps with me dad on the field, quietly one night. And the day come when I did make it. Now I went to him, I said, oh, he did make it.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's a solicitor.
Yeah.
And he said, he surprised me and Chippenham County Cricket Club, he said.
Right.
I said, what a shame, sir. I had a clip down here, and his dad said, don't be cheeky. You know, and that was good. So, anyway, getting back to where we've got to just now, I went back with Hampshire again.
You went to Hampshire again? Right,
I went again. Yeah. They asked me to come down and have a trial, a
proper trial.
Workout.
Yeah.
And I did have a workout, and I done well, batted well. Dropped a few slips on the cradle because I couldn't, when I went for fielding, to see what my fielding was like. And they flew at this angle, and I never seen anything like that. It was just hitting me dad hitting the ball off the bat. You could see where it was coming. On the cradle, I picked up that through a few days there. It kept me there for 2 days, which was good. And I went to the nets, and he said, "You battling can, all right?" And I went in the nets and so, and there was quite a few, big tall fellas bowling. And when they were bowling, I was playing them all right. I never heard of bouncers and getting going for something like that. And they just run out and bowl at the bat, and I hit the ball a better, right? I played it some wide ones. Dad come up and he picked up some balls by the net, and he said, "Hey, leave them wide balls alone." And chucked some balls back up the net. You see, he said, "Don't play the wide balls outside the off stump." So he just sort of carried on playing. And I left of it. Arthur was pleased with that, but he didn't know my dad whispered it into the net.
Yeah.
Quite. Anyway, we got past the batting situation. Yeah. And my dad said, "Hey, you're doing all right." I said, "What do you think so, Dad?" He said, "There's some good players in there. I said, "You got to compete with them." Yeah, but don't forget, you're only young.
Yeah.
I said, they're fully qualified and got cars and everything. You could have the same one day, maybe. I said, "Oh, that'd be nice." And after that, we went. Where did we go after that trial? But we said, thank you very much, Mr. Hope. Thank you for the trial. He said, Ken's done very well. I'm very interested in, and we'll be writing to you.
Right.
So I nudged me, just come on, Dad, let's go.
Right.
He went, hey, listen to Mr. Hope. I said, let's go. And I meant it. I said, what? He said, do it, listen here. So I did. And I said, I thought, oh, here we go again. So we get back, we go home.
Yeah.
We go, thank you, Mr. Hope, thank you, thank you, thank you. So it went on and on and on, nothing happened, no phone, nothing. I said,
No.
told you, waste of time, Dad. All of a sudden, phone rang, his work, said, could you get the boy down? I want him playing my second 11.
Okay, yeah.
And I played it, and I got 45
Yeah.
with the bat, which was good for me,
Yeah.
you know, against them.
Yeah.
Because I could see they had been drilled properly,
Yeah,
better than
yeah.
me. My dad was a good cricketer, but it wasn't to the higher level you
No,
wanted to
no.
be looking for practice and good play. But it went on, and this fellow was batting, and he got hit on the umpire got hit on by a drive from the batter onto his boot, the umpire, and he's injured.
Right.
So the game stopped. 9 men, 40, 48, 49, 48, I think it was 48. Never forget 48. And I thought, go on, get 50 here. And hold up, never mind, relax. Reggie, and all of a sudden, there's an umpire coming out. His name is Mr. Palmer. I said, well, that's my dad. He said, he said he was a very good cricketer. I said, well, he is. That's what I said.
Yeah.
And he just, my dad said, everything all right to, I think Mr. Holt, is that all right? I'll take charge, got the weight on. And he went in, he took guard, he gave me guard. And I'm 48. Somebody came out, zipped one back off the thing, got back to drive on off through the covers. All of a sudden, bang, how's that? That's out. As dear old daddy at the other end. And I thought, how could you do that? But he was like that. He was like that. He wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't. He had me, and we left there. Started playing down at Frome against John Attill. The other bowler that played for him as well, Phil Fussell.
Phil Fussell did, yes,
Phil
that's right.
Fussell.
Yeah, yeah.
Memory's not too bad when I did get it deep. So you got to be patient.
Yeah, that's okay.
Phil Fussell. And they had a rattle at me, and I had to give me some, they knew how to do things, football and cricket. And I'm there, and I got about 80, I think, on a nice afternoon, like say today, sunshine, nice people in the Frome Club. And there's this old boy that was in charge of me. He's playing as well, he's captain, run the show. And John Attill, I said, hey Dad, that's a footballer, that's the footballer. John Attill, oh yeah. He said, well, he's a good player, gets a lot of goals, centre forward, yeah. I said, cool, we're going to watch him play, my dad said. Anyway, you done well getting those runs. And he was playing in the same size as me. He always got runs and wickets, bowling this and that. So then these two get Dad gets talking to the coach.
Yeah.
The old Pearson.
Yeah, yeah.
Pearson said, Pearson came to Dad. He said, "Hey, would the boy like to come? Would he like to come down to Somerset for a trial?" Well, you better have a word with him. He's been to Hampshire twice, 3 times, played a game, done well. I thought he'd done all right. He said, I know he's my own son, but... And he said, Dad, I just played cricket and football. I want to get stuck into my cricket and see how I go at football.
Yeah.
My dad said, well, you're lacking a bit in the football, the cricket, which I'd done, as I was told there, which was good, because I still want to play football. I got clobbered a few times because I was a winger who could skin him.
Yeah,
and one or two blokes said, hey kid, you go past me again, I'll break your leg. That's what a couple of them said. I said, hey, Dad, what's the thing to say? Well, they will, because you keep skinning him like that, and he's an older player.
Absolutely.
He can catch you, so you ain't going to go past him, are you? Simple as that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, 1, 2, put the inside forward, played for the first team. He knew what to do. We changed round and swapped and moved on. So the football went all right. And that's how I met Roger. And, you know, and the Devizes Town wanted me to change when I was finished cricket to go and play Roger Hunt at Devizes Town.
Right.
And they would offer me money. And my dad said, now the hospital where you worked, I've offered you a very good job. You know, you're in a nice white coat, you only do some nice little bit, you take the patients for cricket and football, the ones who are getting better and all that. And I said, yeah, and they always give you a job. But don't come running on me here if you can't get a job, because they ain't going to be giving a job like you've got now, where they give you your money, your part-time, they know you're coming back next year, they're going to promise you a job, and it all continued all the time. So I started to think about that. I thought, hey, hang on a minute, you know, and I wanted a little motorbike. Francis Barnett.
Oh, Francis Barnett.
Francis Barnett, James. I had £200 in the bank. One of the brothers, he said, you buy a motorbike and break your leg, don't come home here. Go up the hospital, regular, you'll be going up there. So I thought, let's try the turn. Well, you buy a car and you get travelling, do what you want. He said, but he was very good and he laid the law down to me and Roy, both of us. You wear clips only here. I said, I said, you only get a whiff like a... He was military police. He was, Dad was.
Yeah.
He had 3 strokes on his arm.
Right.
Oh, yeah. And he was...
Sergeant
Where's our
Palmer.
Ken? Has he been a good boy today? And my mum never used to say much at all. But if I had, she said, oh, he hasn't been very, very well behaved. He's upset somebody up the road and somebody been fighting. And is he? I'll have a word when he come in. Cool. He had a chat with me and whiff me, you get upstairs and you ain't going out for 3 nights. And you watch your mates play at the window, sitting by the window. And when he comes back, he's still be there all day. And so that was it. Roy he seen what's happened to me, so he was a bit more cosier to mum, and which is fair enough.
Tell me a little bit about your involvement with Roger Hunt. Because you played at Devizes Town with him, didn't you?
I practiced with him.
Yeah.
With Devizes Town.
Yeah.
They wanted me to go to Devizes Town, and my old man said, they'll pay you some money, which is quite a bit, grab you like that. In Devizes Town, no as I know him, because he played with them, he said they'll dump you, they'll leave you.
Yeah.
They want somebody that's going to be like Roger Hunt, and they want players that are all going to continue playing. Yeah. You're going to go off the cricket and this, that and the other. Yeah. They won't have that. If you start losing a bit of form, you'll be out and you won't get back in. Yeah. So he said, to stick to cricket. So I thought, no, play with Roger Hunt, like the wind, boom, like an arrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then I got picked to play against Bournemouth, but down at Hampshire, down at Bournemouth.
Okay.
For Wiltshire v Bournemouth.
Okay.
Hampshire.
Yeah.
And I was in that squad, and I got into with Roger Hunt.
Yeah.
I got picked on ability because I got some goals. I was getting a lot of goals for the hospital. Yeah. Because I play up front, and they said, well, is he going to stick to cricket or football? I said, I love me football, Dad. I love me football, and he could play football. He could, because I used to take him oranges half time and that. Yeah. I would watch him as I grew up. I thought he could play football. I couldn't play like that. And so I thought, I don't know what to do here. And he said, well, I'm telling you, you pack up that job at the hospital, you'll be looking for a job. He said, bugger Devizes Town. He said, stick with what we got. We're happy with that. Go to Somerset. See if you go down there. That's the best thing I ever done. I thought, well, nowhere else to turn now. I got a chance down there. And that's how I went from there to there. But with Roger Hunt, we had this match playing against Hampshire at Bournemouth, down at Bournemouth. And what happened is it got muddy and wet. And I was up front in the forwards and it was muddy. Down the wings in those days with more grass on.
Yeah.
Well, I was always a winger, so I was always on that. But I got in the mud and I couldn't. So they dropped Hunt. Hunt was told to go back and I was told to go up front because I was scoring a lot of goals. But all of a sudden, he went past me and wanted to bang one of run the bet in. And my dad said half time to him, he said, "You want to go to the manager? Do you know the manager?" He said, "Well, you told me to bugger off." I said, "No, I'm only junior here, getting in."
Yeah.
He said, "Well, tell Roger Hunt, he's a good player." I said, "I can see that." He said, "He goes through that mud as though he's in a motor car. You go he's on you in a push bike."
Yeah.
He said, "And you're losing the game 2-0. And we finished up. He said, "My views are tell that manager bloke you want to change you to drop back and put what's the name back up front."
Roger Hunt.
Roger Hunt back up front. So then he turned around and he said, I said, "Oh, that's dumped me back there." And I said, "Why'd you do that then, Dad?" He said, "Hey, you want a motorbike to ride on with him." I said, "He's gone past you lot. He's scoring. He could win this for you second half," and he did. He knocked 3 goals in.
Yeah.
He did, and he left them dead.
Yeah.
And my dad said, "Just get the ball to him.
Yeah.
Whenever you get it to him.
Yeah.
He's the one. Push him up."
Yeah.
And he got all 3 goals.
Class player.
And he went by him like, and we couldn't run in the mud. He just had the know-how, speed, quick, good bloke too, nice bloke.
Nice
Never seen him since after a
Really?
few games we played.
Yeah.
Never seen him
No.
since.
Let's go down to for your trial at Somerset, can we?
Yeah,
Because
go
obviously, and obviously you went down to who did you meet down there, and how did that all go?
Oh, bloody hell! Well, I first time I'd been away from home on my own. I had to pack my traps.
Right.
Cats are trained down, and my dad said, "Well, you're on your own now." Of course, I've never been on my own.
No.
Never been away from home.
No. Too right.
So I thought, what's going to happen down here? What about where I'm going to sleep then, Dad? He said, "Don't worry about that. I'll come down you. Make sure we'll find somewhere." And now I'm back mowing the cricket club, and what's after that? See how you get on. I thought, all right. Okay. So I go down. So I see Air Vice Marshal Taylor was the boss at Somerset.
Yeah.
Air Vice Marshal Taylor.
Yeah.
So he was in the office, regimental man, and he didn't mix with the players much. He was in the office.
Yeah.
You didn't cross his path or you'd be in trouble. And we had, there was lads of my age. There was Graham Axon. There was about 5 of them they could employ. That's all, 5 of us.
Chico was one.
Chico was Rowe.
Chico
He was my roommate.
Right.
He was.
Yeah. Yeah.
He wouldn't make the bloody tea in the morning. He used to get up and first change and leave me in bed. Come on, Kenny, we'll be late. The train's going to leave. We just catch the stopper in the Taunton from Queen St Michael.
So
Because they booked me and him out there. We shared a room together.
at Creech St Michael.
Yeah.
Okay.
We stole the apples off the trees. Bloody everything. Got a bit of trouble though.
How old would you have been then, Ken?
Well, I'd have been about 50. Just left school.
Just left school, 15, 16.
16, yes.
Right.
Yeah, 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who did you stay with out there then?
Oh, she's a good old girl. Oh.
Mrs. Mack.
Yes, yeah. Mrs. Matt, she used to do, I'd say me and Chico one year, maybe when we grew up and went, they had 2 others in there.
Yeah.
She always used to do it for the club.
Right.
And that was the name we always had to go and see for digs.
Right. And what did you used to come in here to practice, didn't you, and train and everything?
Yeah.
What did you do for your meal? What sort of food did you have?
Well, we had Baton's, no, Baton's sandwich, not as good as that. We had cheese sandwiches,
Yeah.
all wrapped up in a bag, a little thing, on the train, a bottle of milk. That was it. So we used to sit in the back where they used to have the old nets, and we used to have make sure the paper was put away, or else we get into trouble for that. Or the clean mess you make. What else? And then when we finished that, back to nets in the afternoon, because we had to help the groundsmen pick up the chickens.
Okay.
Empty the boxes, empty all the grass chippings. Sometimes drive the big roller, if you could drive it. Cushy job, that.
So in the morning,
yeah,
you practiced in the afternoon, did you?
correct.
And in the morning, the professionals practiced.
They would practice morning and afternoon,
Yeah.
but if we worked well and done well,
Yeah.
we would get can we go to the nets?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you've been bugging around,
Yeah.
you ain't going to the nets.
No, right.
You would stay behind and do the afternoon, and that used to hurt. So
And you used to pick up the mowings and bits and pieces
Yeah.
and clear up and sweep up the
sweep
up the ground.
Or dust the seats off for the ladies and all
Yeah.
that. I said, well, they want men a year. I said, that's not the point. Dust them off. Yeah.
A little bit different now, isn't it, Ken?
Well, mate, I thought today you'd be a doddle, wouldn't it? It will be a doddle, honestly.
Very different to the way it was then.
Oh, yeah, they get paid well.
Yeah.
The money we had was poor.
Can you remember how much it was?
No, I got some sheets at home, I think, but they fall apart. You never used to keep looking at them.
Yeah.
You know.
But
it made you know, I had one thing in mind. I want to play first class cricket.
Yeah.
I played in the second team. First couple of games, I got 10 and all that. And Morris Tremont said to me, he said, well, you're new, Ken. You're new. You get immune to the standard you're in. It's uplifted from club cricket, isn't it? I said, oh, he talked to me. He was good to me. And he could bowl quick, mine. Whew. You know, he bowled. I was trying to bowl. He said, "Is that as fast as you can bowl?" I said, "Oh, I wish I could bowl like you, Morris." I said, "That's what I want to do." He said, "Well, you're not as tall as me and as strong as me." He said, "That you just bowl a length and line and learn to swing it."
He helped you a lot, didn't he?
He did. I liked him. I always bring his name up. Yeah. He's a good man, he was. I used to go and cut his lawn.
Did you?
With it, yeah, sometimes, yeah. And she'd give me, his missus was lovely. She'd give me some sandwiches sometime, so I knew I'd get some of the eating off, see. Oh, yeah. Chico said, where are you going? I said, I'm going off to a drink. I feel I'm going on my own. I thought, if I start taking my mates along there, she ain't going to do it for me.
No,
so I was always switched on like that. You know, I thought, well, where you been, Ken? Well, I just had a walk and had lemonade, you know.
Let's go back. Can we go back to that first game you
Yeah,
played at Bath?
go on, track back, because I lose me concentration.
Tell me about your game. You played a game against Middlesex at Bath, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, that was an up-and-coming job. That was good.
Tell me about that's your very first game for Somerset.
Well, we played there was Compton playing, the top notchers playing on that side. You know, people, I thought, who's he? Well, you should know, shouldn't you? I said,
the Cooper Associates County Ground. The Somerset innings is about to start. Andy Mead and George Thomas striding out. The umpires have led the way. Paul Baldwin and Ben Peverell. And the Kent team are just having a little cuddle. They're doing their little, pre-fielding session G-up. They're probably going to feel like they're a few runs light, maybe 40. What can the captain inspire? Jack Leaning will be having a word, trying to G up his opening bowlers. The only thing they will really, really need in this innings, Harry Everett, is early wickets.
Yeah, Somerset definitely favourites here to chase down that score. Kent, he got a decent bowling attack. Stowbo, Stewart and Swanepoel, pretty experienced seamers. However they go to spin will be interesting to see in the second innings. But don't forget, Jerison would also bowl some medium paces before the two frontline spinners. Clark Hudson, Hamilton and Kadri come on. Jack Leaning, of course, bowls some off spin as well. So definitely worthwhile watching. And if you are in the vicinity, say you're watching on YouTube, not too far away, you can come on down. There are still tickets available on the gate. It's not fully sold out. So you can come on down, £15 and get a second innings ticket.
The first 10 overs are the first power play. No more than 2 fielders are permitted outside the
Just remind you, first 10 overs, 2 men outside the ring is the 50 over power play. The first power play. Then 4 outside for the next 30. And then 5 outside for the final 10.
Bayers, Swanepoel taking the new ball. Roy of the Rovers opens the batting. He's now opening the bowling from the river end. We'll see if he can make a slightly better fist of this part of his game. I've seen him bowl in the previous games of the season when Somerset have played Kent. He's bowled a pretty heavy length. He starts off with one just straying down the leg side, bustles in, strong action, just fell away. Bowling arm slightly past the perpendicular, which has led that to drift down the leg side of George Thomas. George Thomas has had a great start to his season. A little injury to Will Smead, which gave him an opportunity to play in the Blast, and he covered himself in an awful lot of glory, you must say. A couple of 40s, real good contributions to a couple of important wins for Somerset. So George Thomas will be full of confidence. Andy Mead will be hoping to capitalise or certainly continue the form that he had in the Metro Bank last season, where he was an absolute standout performer.
I think that tiny bit of confidence you mentioned is shown by a slightly minor thing you might think, but George Thomas taking #1 as well. Andy Mead we expected on the scorecard, and having whacked all those runs last year, we expected him to be the senior pro to take the strike. But George Thomas says, no, I fancy it. Deep third, deep fine leg back, yet to play a shot, but I'd be surprised if he defends the next 4 balls in the first over. 2 slips in place, leaning the skipper at second. He's got away with that there, hasn't he? I thought that was going to carry. Just dipped on mid-on.
Just a period there where mid-on was just on his heels. He didn't make a movement towards the ball at all, if we can see it in this replay. Didn't move, stood still. 1 step forward, would have completed the catch. Hasn't judged that very well. I think that's Gilchrist at mid-on, the tall frame. He's just
looking after his old team.
Got caught ball watching a little bit there. You'd really want to see that taken in this context, the context of this game. Somerset can't get off to a flyer, and that's the sort of shot that the Somerset fans will want to see. George Thomas, big stride into the ball, slashing that through the covers. But you'd have to say, Harry, he's probably got away with that last delivery.
Definitely. There's no way, even in club cricket, you'd be calling that a jib. You'd be finding him for a jib. He's got to move in a bit quicker or dive or do something. He's just sort of waited and sat there.
What would be the club cricket chat? Green light. They'd be shouting green light from the bar, wouldn't they, Harry?
Jibber, jibber. 50p, fine money, tea money. All sorts of different things. Different clubs do it differently, don't they? But
yeah, I tell you what, if I was bowling and mid-off did that, it'd be a lot more than 50p. As we have a look here, the wide lens. He's gone to the old school long barrier. That's
it has dipped, but you still got to.
Well, the ball is going to dip, Harry, at some stage. Otherwise, it'd still be going round the world right now, wouldn't it?
So I'm trying to defend the lad, but I've got no defence for him.
I'm not sure what the science is of the dip of a projectile.
God,
someone on the live stream can maybe help me out here. What is the science of a projectile dipping as it loses speed? It's a sniper thing, isn't it?
Apparently I'm quiet, no one can hear me on the comms, the YouTube comments said, so that's fine with everyone. Yeah, could have been run out there, George Thomas. Keeps the strike. He will face the first ball from Grant Stewart at the Chiscothic Pavilion now. We didn't forget Nathan Gilchrist as well, so 4 seam options, 3 spin options. Grant Stewart, the big hitting. Wow, the man who really did best after Joey Everson. That 51 off 34 got them to a decent score, got them in the game with his batting. He's going to have 2 slips in place. Also going to go with the same deep third, deep fine, the only 2 men out in the power play. Gravity, says Doc Davies. Well, that's a beauty from Grant Stewart to start it off. I just cannot understand why Nathan Gilchrist hasn't done a bit more there to get to the ball. There wasn't much moaning, wasn't much gesticulation. I almost think they're too polite in Canterbury these days. That's like the good old days when, if you did that when Kirby was bowling, he would have launched into you. There been a few F-bombs, even a few shouts and glares.
Yeah, I think most bowlers would be pretty disappointed. That is just a little bit in his heels, but that can happen.
Well, he's at mid-on at the other end, and he's fielded that one quite comfortably with his long barrier. Yes, those of you a bit behind the times on the YouTube comments, Will Smead's been, to be fair, he was running around the ground yesterday. He was doing a lot of gym work, which he does anyway, but even more than usual. And he's been, he was jogging around the pitch yesterday, so that's a really positive sign. What are we? 5 weeks away from Northants away in the quarter-final of the T20 Blast, so I'd like to think he'll be fit for that. If he's running now, he might even be fit in a couple of weeks, but we'll see. Don't want to push it too far. Remember Tom Abel's hamstring injury at home to Exeter University in pre-season. Took him a while to come back in. You don't want to play around with hamstring injuries. Oh, Blinkeneck, Mr. Physics has replied to us. You can read that out.
Yeah, I'm all over. I'm all over this.
I'm not reading that.
I'm trying to do a bit of research. Why I've gone quiet, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to lie.
Grant Stewart's one pretty decent first.
Velocity, gravity, minimum terminal velocities. Or
I thought you'd just be reading the golf scores like normal, but you're actually reading up on it.
Vertical. Tell you what, I'm all over that.
He's copied and pasted out of Google.
Mr. Physics. That's going to be my YouTube rabbit hole tonight.
There's always one, isn't there?
Another great stride into the ball from George Thomas. He's going to pick up a boundary for that. Outside half of the bat, but with biceps like George Thomas, he's forced that through the infield and it's raced away for 4. That's the one thing. You give players like George Thomas a chance and they hurt you. He's that sort of cricketer, I think. I've seen him the last few games. He just gives a sense that once he finds his feet, once he starts feeling comfortable in the Somerset shirt, he's going to be a very destructive player.
Yes, but there's no taking away that. Should have been stopped. That's poor from Kent. They look not started particularly well in the field. That Gilchrist now at cover. The bowler's been alright, a couple of wides, but I just feel like Kent look like a side who are struggling in all 3 formats here. One of their commenters on the YouTube stream earlier on said something about bottom of all 3 formats, job done, don't bother watching the rest of the season. Something to that effect. And I thought, oh, wow. You think the Somerset fans are a bit depressed sometimes, but things are a bit more rosy in the West Country than in Canterbury at the moment. Other than that, Zach Crawley knock here. They didn't have much to shout about in the Championship. Even that wasn't in a winning cause. Poor wicketkeeper Finch has just been yorked, but he's picked that up nicely. They just need to have a bit more buzz about them, I think. They just look a bit flat already, which is not a good sign. They know this is a below par score. They know they're bowling at one of the top 2 batters in the One Day Cup last year in Andy Mead, Ed Barnard being the other one, who did fail with the bat today, but took 4 wickets. Probably one of the finest players playing in this competition. Barnard yet to be capped for England, but does play in the Lions. Anyhow, Andy Mead is finally going to face his first ball, the 13th of the match. Players at Swanepoel with the ball in hand from the River End. I enjoyed watching Andy Mead in the nets yesterday. Bit of rain around with the guys with netting on the square. He's playing his signature drive straight down the ground, hits it really clean and hard. The big Scotsman. So Swanepoel has at least a high score with a bat of 69 not out, but did get 100 in the warm-up game, the showcase game earlier on. As Andy Mead, 4 runs, thank you very much. Use of the feet, no messing around. Swanepoel's best bowling figures in this day cricket, 4 for 24. Did get 2 for 61 in his most recent first-class score against Lancashire as well. Andy Mead doesn't like staying in his crease very much these days. Seen it in the county championship, often running down against the nibbly medium paces, likes of a Cook or a Porter who loves to run down it. Good single. Oh, they're still going on about this physics
Good
stuff.
bit. I'm glad you brought that, because what I was thinking of is called it's called the Coriolis effect.
Where have you got that from?
And it's snipers have to use it, because when you shoot a projectile, you've got to account for the turning of the earth as well. It depends on if you're in the southern or northern end. So I think actually Nathan Gilchrist can blame the Coriolis effect on dropping that catch. Right, we move on. Well, physics lesson over.
When you say sniper, I was thinking of refraction through glass as well. You've got to think about that as well. Moves through there.
Oh,
I hope your science teacher's not listening.
But the good thing is, George Thomas has got away with it. He's on to 9. He's looking strong at the crease. Andy Mead started beautifully, 5 off of 3. A little bit of momentum towards the Somerset way. And now it's about, if we flip our minds back to 10, 15 overs gone of the Kent innings, you know, the message here is about taking responsibility. One of those guys takes responsibility for the innings, as Joey Everson tried to do, makes the 50 into an 80, Somerset cruise home, and that's going to be the challenge this afternoon. Good bowling attack, good team, but you've got a flat pitch on a fast scoring ground. There's no real pressure in terms of the scoreboard. It's a comfortable run rate of just over 5 and over. Get in, make a name for yourself, just like Andy Mead did. You think about Andy Mead pre-Metrobank last season. Where was he in the psyche of the average Somerset fan? Not really around, was he? No one was beating down the door of the coach saying you've got to pick Andy Mead in the championship.
He failed in the 2 warm-up games to win the cup as well, didn't he? First
exactly,
game,
got a couple of noughts, I think, early on. If I was George Thomas, I'd be taking that as an example of how you can change your career in a short period of time. Get in, score heavy, bang on the door.
I still think George Thomas is almost seen as a pinch hitter. Yeah, can he go big? He got a couple of 40s in the T20 Blast, whereas Banton is now scoring 70s and 80s not out to get Somerset over line in the Blast, for example. In the One Day Cup, we've seen George Thomas get 30s, 40s. Can he get a big 100?
I think that's always going to be a word that's used. I mean, personally aggravates me that statement. I was called a pinch hitter, and I opened the bat in and batted 3 for Somerset for 15 years. At what stage what stage do you become not a pinch hitter?
I've never had a number 3.
Just because you're an all-rounder, you could bowl. If you bat at the top of the order, modern one-day cricket, you want big physical lads like George Thomas at the start of the innings to intimidate the opposition. I don't want him to go out there and block and leave and nudge singles. I want him to play on the front foot and intimidate the opposition. I think he's done that when he's had his opportunity in the Blast. I thought he was exceptional.
29, 42 and 16, the 3 Blast scores since Smee got injured. And all in quick time, all at healthy strike rates. That 40 in the first game against Surrey was probably the best of the 4. He actually got more in those 4 first-team games than in the 2 second-team finals at Wormsley. The semi-final and the final against Glamorgan and Yorkshire second team. I think on a better deck, he looks better, does George Thomas. Doesn't score massive runs for Taunton St Andrews, but on these belters here, he can go up and over, or short of Nathan Gilchrist. Anyhow, I'm sure Gilchrist will shoot soon and get a chance to bowl and redeem himself.
Yeah, it's a little bit different playing in club cricket on the damp pitches. The red ball with a great big seam just nibbling around. You've got a perfect conditions for batting now. You've got a flat pitch, you've got the Kookaburra ball. Give it 3 more overs of hard work. There'll be no swing, there won't be much seam, and all the odds drift into your favour. Lovely clip there from Hamid. Should pick up 2. Excellent running.
Already had a couple of results in the One Day Cup. Warwickshire won by 8 wickets. Leicestershire 88 all out. Warwickshire chased it in 17.2 overs, 92 for 2. Very early finish in that one up in Leicester. Notts beat Sussex by 8 wickets. So the only other game still going is Hampshire. As Hamid can push 2 hit. Should be an easy 2. Good cricket. Yeah, let's hope Hampshire win that one. Rafi Weatherall has been playing at Exeter University and club cricket in Devon for Sanford. He's at the wicket, needing 102 off 60 with the last 2 wickets. So almost all over Red Rover there. Hampshire done well. So a bit of Friday evening cricket. The Olympic opening ceremony not far away as well. Big shout to Barford CC. 20 of them have come in there playing cricket. Don't forget, today's the Club Cricket Social. Triggs and I have mentioned a few times about club cricket today. We'll keep dropping it in. And I think they might have a few Thatchers coming their way. Big shout out to the Barford Cricket Club guys. I always think it's special, you know, we play club cricket on a Saturday, we play 50 overs, you know, the higher leagues around, was it Devon or Somerset, Whipple cricket, we would play 50 overs, and this is the format we play on a Saturday, so it's brilliant to be able to see the professionals, how they go about it, how they put a knock together, how they construct an innings, how they bowl their 10 overs. Yes, I know some lower leagues play 40 or 45, but not many 50 overs games played this year, so make the most of it while you can. Still 3 more home games with tickets available. Do have a look on the Somerset website. Buy your tickets. 23 for none after 4. George Thomas is quite restrained here. Deep square leg is back. That's a ball he might pull when his eye's in later in the innings.
Yeah, there's a period here. As I mentioned, you just got to do the work. Run rate's healthy. I think if you cast your mind back to Kent's innings, it was 4.2 for a lot of the time, but you know, you have to credit Ned Leonard and Alfie Ogborn for containing the Kent batters, making them make mistakes. Another excellent square drive from George Thomas, striding into the ball, getting on top of it and nailing through backward point. That would have taken his hands to the boundary if he'd have got hands on that.
Yeah, he knew that was for the moment it hit the bat. Lovely shot. Just trying to attack the stumps here is Bear Swanepoel. I don't think he needs to be that straight. Doesn't want to give any width that's driven for 4, but then he over corrects the leg side wide. That physics teacher taught George Thomas. That's brilliant. The guy's been helping us out with the physics lessons on the stream.
Well, I have to say, if you to the teacher, who's the teacher? Have you got that?
Mr. Physics.
Mr. LKCT Physics. If you taught George Thomas about cricket, you've done a grand job. I'm not sure he'd be that engaging in a physics chat though. I don't know. I could be wrong. What do you think?
Let's hear. Yeah, I'd love him to come back and let us know.
I could be doing the lad
lad
a disservice. Is he a brainy kind of kid? Do you know much about him, Harry?
He doesn't strike me as being so, but that seems very rude and judgmental.
Do you think you're judging him because you see the good looks, the biceps, the chest? You think you kind of assume that he's not.
It's probably wrong of us, isn't it?
A studious type, but I don't know.
Maybe he was. Was he? King's College, wasn't he?
Great shot there from George Thomas. Nobody cares if he doesn't know his periodic table when he can play shots like that. A great shot from George Thomas.
That sums you up. We're talking physics and you mentioned chemistry.
Is that nothing to do with physics?
Isn't it chemistry, the periodic table?
Something to do with science.
I only did double science in fairness. So I can't really talk. Stay awake in the crowd. If it hits the rope, it does bob up, as we saw there. A few surprised people in the Ondaatje stand. Balls along the ground can still hop up off the rope. Be ready for a little catch. George Thomas already onto 18. Oh no, I've just called him. He's gone. Good celebration, Bear Swanepoel. Short ball pulled straight to mid-wicket. And George Thomas is gutted. This is going to be a slow walk off. That could have been hit anywhere, and he knows it. I think he might use the whole 3 minutes to walk off the pitch. He's got a little bit big on him. Didn't get through it early enough. Swanepoel, that's an interesting celebration. Almost a bit of a send-off.
Yeah, he's taken a couple of boundaries off him, so the bowler's got every right. Yeah, he'd be really disappointed with that. He was on top of it. He could have hit that anywhere on the leg side, and he's just picked out the man at mid-wicket, but good piece of bowling, a little bit of a gamble. Kent have got the man that they really needed out. George Thomas, the dangerous George Thomas, goes for 18.
I suppose we should say also that the drop catch, the jib from our mate Nathan Gilchrist mid-on was also off Swanepoel, so Swanepoel giving it a big celebration, getting it out second time really. I think we should have an early one. Look at the fist bump and the face. Saffers do love a celebration, they do love a wicket. I think they'll roll off with a double clenched fist. Anyhow, I am very excited to see Lewis Goldsworthy bat. The Cornishman, the Camborne CC club cricketer who's been playing up in Leicestershire. What a time he had up there on loan. Really, really good. Little stint away. Ben Green joined him briefly. Shoaib Bashir's just got a wicket free from the West Indies. 282 all out. But I'm sure you're more worried about the Metrobank One Day Cup. With Andy Mead having a short extra cover, no slips in place to Grant Stewart. Solid. Middle of the bat. I love it when Andy Mead just defends it, but off the middle. I've rarely seen him defend the ball, and it doesn't come off the beautiful middle of his bat. Makes it look elegant and effortless.
Goldsworthy to the crease. He's just come back from his loan period. Lovely bit of touch there from Andy Mead. It was kind of nice. A couple of weeks back, maybe a month now, I was up at Grace Road chatting to Claude Henderson, and he was so positive about Ben Green and Lewis Goldsworthy and the impact that they'd had on the Leicester environment. It was really nice to hear, and a credit to the Somerset coaches here of breeding players into the game that no matter what situation they're in, they're positive influences in their environment. So awesome from them, and I suppose the rewards are that Goldsworthy's got his nice little fourfer and he's got a great opportunity to bat this afternoon.
What were you doing up at Grace Road? It's a long way
I
away from home.
was with the Western Storm.
Ah, very nice. Not much. Oh, that's a beauty. That's done a bit. See the way the keeper, Harry Finch, has taken that quite long way down the leg side. Swung late past the bat. Not much longer, the Western Storm. Soon to be Somerset women. Exciting development. Do you know where that leaves you yet?
The times are changing. As from November the 1st, the Western Storm becomes Somerset women. So it's a very big thing for the county to have boys and girls cricket under the same roof. And if we can do anything like what the men have achieved over the past 15, 20 years in the girls' game, it would be a job well done. That's the goal, is to make the Somerset women's team a force to be reckoned with.
Good point, well made.
Six overs bowled.
Oh, let there be light. I don't know why, but they've decided to put a floodlight on. It's glorious sunshine. It's not even 6 o'clock in the second lightest month of the year. I don't think we're going to need the floodlights. Even 9 PM we're not going to need the floodlights. But look at that. Is that Stephen Lamb with a punch? It's Jeff. Jeff, our streaming
consultant. Is that one of those rum punches? It's got, hang on, what's that? What's that in the top left-hand corner? That has my name on it.
I'm going to send Jeff a text and saying, delivery to commentary box, please. Oh, just teasing us, isn't he? Are you going to see a change of point? No. They're going to go through into a fourth. Who's that? Schiller's. Neil Schiller be on the camera next to Jeff. And Jeff's walking the other way. What's he doing? Jeff, come back this way with your rum punch. Still can't work out why the floodlights are on. Surely in all this day and age of saving the environment, saving
they're
money.
actually quite bright as well. I'm going to have to put my sunglasses back on.
They are missing a light. One of the floodlights in that top one's missing. The chap come in on Thursday, so they got to wait for a bulb to come from America. Thought of all those lights, does one bulb make a difference? Well, if they get out and they know that, then Goals, I'm sure, will try it as an excuse. Baffles me, cricket does sometimes. You can't use floodlights to take over from natural light.
Yeah, there's lots of strange things happen. I remember playing the pink ball day-night county championship games, and I can remember, I don't know if I was in a particularly facetious mood, but I was doing an interview with Sky Sports at the close of play, and it was about 9:45, and I genuinely, the Sky camera was on me, and behind the Sky camera was the setting sun. It was so bright I had to wear sunglasses, and it was, I think the principle was that what is the point in having day-night cricket in England, the country that doesn't actually get dark until after play anyway? So yeah, lots of crazy things happen, but I suppose to keep a consistency of light, the lights are just supporting the natural blue sky.
Well, are they even doing that? No. Barely make a difference. They're winding us up because we're high up. Bear in mind that none of the players are anywhere near as high up as we are. We're in the highest box in the whole ground. We're probably nearly as high as the top of the retirement flats to our left. So the floodlights are a bit more on a high line. Goldsworthy and me just taking their time, getting themselves in. They're not worried about the power play. The power play is fairly irrelevant in this innings. It'd be different if you're chasing 350 and trying to knock it back off the chase while there's less men out, but they're just going to get themselves in. If these two are together in the 30th over, Somerset will all but won this game. So going to see Nathan Gilchrist, the tall Kent Seamer, former Somerset man, of course. He's going to have an early bowl. Grant Stewart coming off after 3 overs. Gilchrist, who was the last man out, he was 10 off 7, that 1-6. George Thomas caught him for Casey Aldridge's second. Born in Harare. 24 now, Gilchrist. I think he's older than that, but he left Somerset at quite a young age.
What a place, Harare.
Played a bit out there?
What a place.
Go on, give some stories of Zimbabwe then. Can't have ever been.
Just a great, just very different. Zimbabwe have had an interesting sort of history in cricket over the last 20 years of being right up there and then falling into the doldrums, and then a couple of moments where they've come back strong.
They were playing Ireland yesterday. I should get the score up, really. There's a live stream free to watch of Zimbabwe-Ireland.
Everything in some of those the African countries are all about infrastructure and the people who run the show, where the funding goes and doesn't go at times. Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, I remember playing a game at Harare Sports Club and hearing this almighty noise. I've never heard anything like it, and it was two sort of like gunship helicopters taking off, and then another helicopter, really sort of swanky looking thing. And I was only been on the ground for 2 or 3 days, and I said to the lads, "What on earth is that?" And he said, "It was us. Robert Mugabe's compound is literally about 50 metres away from Harare Sports Club."
Wow.
And that was him, taking off to go to some meeting in another part of Africa. So he had these Apache helicopters flanking his private helicopters. It's quite amazing, really.
One of the most poignant talks I ever had was a chap called Henry Olonga. Lived in Bishop's Lydeard for a little while. And I ended up going as a young kid, very early in my cricketing days. Didn't know all the stories and badgery stuff I've got in my head now. But just hearing some of his stories of Zimbabwe. Then he went out to Australia, I think, and he was on a singing competition out there. Did you ever play against Henry Olonga?
I'm familiar with him, though.
Yeah, amazing, the story. I mean, I should say that Zimbabwe's Tour of Ireland is a very different picture to what we've got in front of us. They've got all the covers on at Stormont in Belfast. The Super Soppers going up and down. There's a free live stream if you want to watch. But you look at that Zimbabwe team, 3 of them have been recent overseas in the Devon League. It's quite funny, actually. A lot of them I play club cricket with and against.
How good a defensive shot was that from Lewis Goldsworthy? I think that's... Very rarely will I request a replay of a defensive shot, but that was sensational.
I've never heard you request that in, what, 3 years?
Honestly, that was so good. Nate Gilchrist, former Somerset man, into Goldsworthy. He looks in real confident form. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at... the barn door. That's lovely.
I do like the way his elbow comes up. Boom, punch. Compact, isn't he? Very neat player, Goldsworthy.
Well, he is compact. He's about 5'3".
Not even that, is he? Mark Baldwin's watching from New Zealand at 5 AM. Fair play to him. Oh, talking up Lewis Goldsworthy. Shoulder at the bat. Would have gone straight to second slip had there been one, but there isn't, so he gets a single.
Lots going on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We're celebrating our connections with the Caribbean. We've got some food stands out the back, some jerk chicken, as we saw on the live stream a minute ago. We've got some rum punch. I know Roy Baker from Worlbury Golf Club in West Supermare, he loves a rum punch. I see you in the stands, Roy. You'll be down there later, no doubt about that. Lots of entertainment here. Every time you come here, whether you bring your family or you're just having a day out, always lots of stuff going on here at the ground. You've got a change of bowling. Stobo is coming into the attack. The lean figure running in from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Oh, and half an opportunity to Goldsworthy. But he's managed to get enough bat on that, and he's picked up 4 runs. Joey Everton, the diving Joey Everton mid-wicket, just, I think he got a bit of a paw on that, but just not enough. Oh, lovely effort there from Joey Evs, but a boundary there to the Somerset man.
New award for the best fan on the live stream, or the most rare, or the furthest afield. Well, Simon is watching from Bali at 1 AM. I like that commitment. 5 AM in New Zealand, 1 AM in Bali, tuning into the One Day Cup. Great stuff.
Is it commitment though, or has he just had a big night out? That's the real question.
I used to come back from a night out at university and put the cricket on frequently. Leave the nightclub at 2 or 3, sit and watch a test match from New Zealand, and, you know, Mount Maunganui or somewhere on a grass.
I'm looking back at Stephen Lamb and just thinking, why am I not surprised that Harry Everett, after a night out, would turn the cricket on? He loves it, doesn't he, Lammy, eh?
No, on a nightclub sometimes. Depending if it's an underground one, if there's any signal. God, Nathan Puttock's got a humble brag about his godson. My godson smoked Goldsworthy at 16, and nice to see he can defend these days. Oh.
Did what?
Well, when he says smoked Goldsworthy, does that mean he whacked him everywhere? Was he?
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, what's he saying?
Goldsworthy, he's looking a nice touch. Like I said, that little bit of confidence. He's gone away. He's gone to the Leicestershire Foxes. Former Somerset man, Alfonso Thomas. One of the coaches up there. So he would have been in good hands. He's come back in really quite confident mood. You can tell the way he swaggers around the crease. Is a big thing, the way that he carries himself. He is a slight fella. He's not particularly tall, but you know, his presence at the crease can be amplified by a nice little confident strut. Certainly like the way he's setting up at the moment. Somerset 44 for 1, which comes to the end of the 9th over. The run rate is healthy enough at this stage, just a shade under 5. Goldsworthy nicks, he's gone. He was looking comfortable, but not comfortable enough. Stobo has picked up his man in his first over. Goldsworthy will be disappointed with that. Somerset now are in a little bit of bother here. Nice line delivery there, just bouncing a little bit and catching that outside edge. Certainly not a foregone conclusion now. There's no doubt that Kent are a little bit under par, but you've still got to play well to chase 267. And right now, Somerset have put themselves into a little bit of a situation.
Yeah, I think that's a big wicket. I thought Goldsworthy was going to be the man to bat through. Just bat his natural game, just keep playing. Oh, interesting, James Rue's coming at 4. We thought it might be Sean Dixon, it might be Archie Vaughan. Like this, get the left-hander in, right-left combination. James Rue's such a quality performer. He's not had to keep for 50 overs either, it's 49, but I think it's a bit different if you keep for 100 overs and then you've got to come out and bat 4. I think in 50 over cricket, you see Quinton de Kock, he'll keep 50 overs and open the batting. So I like this. James Rue at 4. Quality player. Him and Andrew Mead will still be confident they'll get this job done. Only 2 minor blips.
It's important to get off to a good start in this competition. The games come thick and fast. There's a lot of cricket this month in the Metro Bank 50s. Hamid's looking very assured at the crease. 14 off 16 balls, and be looking to re-establish a partnership here with James Rue. He isn't quite having the season that he had last year, although he's had a real pickup of form of late. 44 for 2 here in the 10th over. Interesting that the score predictor / Wasp has Somerset at 37% at the moment. I'd say it's pretty even Stevens.
Yeah, I'd still back Somerset from this position. Kent were 65 for 2, so they did have more runs on the board when the first 2 wickets fell. They were 103 for 2, 102 for 3 as well, but long way to go in this game.
Gilchrist just holding a very good length at the moment. He's obviously got a good handle on the Corollis effect at the moment.
I'm going to take a shot up next time you mention that.
Big tall frame of Nathan Gilchrist. He's probably a good 6'5", 6'6" at least.
I think we're far more knowledgeable than we actually are in this stream when we keep banging on about random scientific things we've Googled.
Tell you what though, something that always slightly grinds my gears a little bit is bowlers wearing white arm sleeves, tubey grips as they're called on the old physio's room.
Yeah.
You're supposed to wear kit-coloured arm sleeves, and because
fair
you're bowling with your arms moving a lot of white ball, the batter would be more within his rights to ask for that to be removed, but Andy Mead cares not and just whips it through mid-wicket for 4. So 4 dot balls follows a boundary, or a boundary follows 4 dot balls.
I still remember a university game, Hull away, we played. It was so cold. Come over from Huddersfield and it was snowing by the time we got to Hull in April pre-season. No, it's Bucks match. And our Afghan lad couldn't believe how cold it was, and we couldn't let him just shiver all game. He opened the bowling with a blue jumper under his white shirt. And no one complained, bowling a red ball with a blue sleeve. Would that wind you up as a batter?
Yeah, take it off, son. Cheers. Thanks for popping in. Nice finish to the over there from Nathan Gilchrist. 48 for 2 after 10 overs. A good start from Somerset. They're probably a wicket down more than they'd like to be. But if you're interested in coming and find out, the second innings tickets are just £15 available on the St James Street gates. Come and join us, but for now I'm going to leave Harry Everett with Stephen Lamb. Back later.
Cheers, Peter. Well, Hampshire have won by 71 runs. Northants got up to 214 all out. 47 in vain at the end. The main wicket taker being Eddie Jack. 4 for 29. Hampshire earlier on. Ben Brown was the main man. Bat number 4 got 139 not out. Felix Organ chipped in with 59, batting surprisingly low. Safe Saeed and Jack White were the men with 3 wickets each. So that game's finished, and all the games are now finished, bar this game in the One Day Cup. So all eyes on Somerset.
Afternoon, Harry.
Afternoon, Stephen. What do you reckon?
Even Stevens.
Yeah, that's a good cop-out. You sit on the fence, Stephen.
Yes. Batters on both sides have been finding ways to get themselves out. It's a shame about George Thomas because he played some lovely strokes and then a rather soft dismissal. But you've got 2 batters out there at the moment who are well capable of making an impression on this run chase. Andy Mead picked up where he left off last year with a boundary to open his account. Gone on to 18 not out. The last time I saw James Rue bat, it was to carry his team to victory against Warwickshire in the Championship.
Ah, very good, yeah.
And that was a fantastic knock.
The 409, I still remember that vividly, Stephen. That's one of our best days on comms, wasn't it?
It was.
We were on pretty much all that match, the 2 of us, weren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
We had a busy few days.
But that was, he played as well in that knock as I've seen him play. Top gear.
Top gear. And they were hiding him, weren't they? Didn't Craig Overton and Mickey Pretorius come in before him? They were trying to, not rely on him, but...
Well, it just emphasised his versatility, the fact that he can play, he can bat in any situation. But got to start again every time. That's what he's doing at the moment.
James, you're at 4. Class player. I like this. Sean Dixon batting as low as 8 in the first warm-up game. I think he'll be more likely to be probably 6. Archie Vaughan at 5, maybe. We'll see.
Like you, I felt Lewis Goldsworthy was a big wicket.
Yeah.
Really settled down, although he looked in good enough nick while he was there. Made just 7. George Thomas was a very attractive 18 with 4 boundaries in it before he holed out off Swanepoel. And Lewis Goldsworthy caught behind off Stobo. Gilchrist into his 3rd over against his original club. Hit an enormous 6 in his brief knock earlier. Looking for 2 here, Andy Uee, but it's not there. He knows it. Now, Gilchrist was last out for 10. Including that 6 which landed on the roof of the ground staff enclosure to the left of the Somerset stand. That was a big strike. We saw quite a few 6s in the Kent innings. 1 from Joey Everson, 1 from Ekant Singh, 2 from Grant Stewart, who batted really well down the order. Gave the innings late impetus. And then the man who hit the jackpot was Hamidullah Qadri, who hit 3 of them. 8 6s altogether in that Kent innings.
Yeah, I guess that sort of sums up the size of the ground. What are we, the highest scoring T20 ground in the world still, so that stat's not far off. Different for a 50 over game.
Runs just a single here. Helped on its way down to long leg.
The Somerset 50 comes up in the 12th over.
Haven't seen a 6 yet in the Somerset reply. The applause is for the 50 up. Loss of 2 wickets. So Kent will still feel that they're in this game. First wide from Nathan Gilchrist. We've had a couple from Bayers, Swanepoel and Grant Stewart. Runs here.
Could be 2.
2 deep mid-wicket. They should
Good
get 2
running.
pretty comfortably.
Ooh, you say comfortably. Andy Hamid just halted. Did you see that? He just stopped himself. You're right, it should have been comfortable. I think Andy Hamid just hesitated, just doubted for a second. And if that throws a little bit better, he might have been in trouble. Watch him just stutter. There you go in the replay. If that's top of the stumps, a bit quicker, a bit flatter, he might be in trouble. But
Direct hit would have been trouble.
Which we did see the other day, didn't we? Was it the Sussex game? In the T20 Blast, we saw a direct hit from quite some range.
He covers up this time and just plays defensively to conclude the 12th over. along okay, really, in terms of run rate. They're around 4.5 and over. Kent, for much of their innings, were a little bit under that before that late innings boost. No problem on the run rate. They will be aware of the fact that those 2 wickets have gone, of course. But I still feel this is quite even as a contest at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say Somerset are just ahead. If there's a 3 down, it'd be a bit more trouble. I know if you would compare the overs or the scores, it'd be slightly different than I said earlier. Kent was 65 for 2. But it's just they didn't get enough runs.
Mead has settled in his opening role.
Yeah, what are they looking at here? Change of ball? Surely not. Already? No one of these white Kookaburra balls bowled up. Hold up. A bit better. Charlie Saber into his 3rd over.
It's being put through the hoop. Can't quite see where the hoop is, but I think that's what's happening. There's a better view. It's back with the bowler anyway. So no change.
Nice try. But Peville's having nothing of it. He's at the same end as he was in the first innings. Of course, he's allowing Charlie Stober to run past his left shoulder.
Huge tournament this time last year for Andy Mead, scoring prodigious number of runs in it and really securing his Somerset future in doing so. Looking to continue that run.
Become a crowd favourite, hasn't he, since?
That'll do.
Really popular now.
Comfortable single. His 2nd career, in a way. He gave up the game altogether.
Yeah.
First-class game.
Do we mention his guitar playing out in Australia?
We should.
His backpacking.
We should.
If you want an Instagram account to follow, Andy Mead is a cracker.
He was in furniture removal, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Not that long ago.
He's had a few tales in his life. Andy Mead, top fella. Really good to speak to. Good value on a night out. Could laugh in the changing room. Think how much time he spent with lads a lot younger than him in the 2s, up at Wormsley in the T20 finals the other day. In the One Day Cup, of course, the odd championship game, but just a really good character, really good guy.
And a thoroughly enjoyable cricketer to watch.
Yes, all that chat about scoring one of the slowest hundreds of all time. Now he plays some glorious strokes, sumptuous stroke making all around the ground. But booming it straight is when he's at his best, isn't it? Where he just whacks it onto the roof of either where we're sat currently or more often the Ian Botham stand and into the river. Wow.
Extraordinary. These two are really, you could say they're 2 of the senior players in this Somerset side, even though James Rue is still a youngster, not far into his 20s. Andy Mead's been around a bit longer.
He has, but still young in his professional county career. Meanwhile, England have slipped to 30 for 2 after 4 overs. Wood and Pope both on naught now. Wood the Nighthawk, whatever you want to call him. Scored quickly of Crawley and Duckett, but not for long enough.
lengthening shadows now as the evening draws in.
Lengthening so much we need the floodlights on, are they, Stephen? Surely not.
Yeah, they've just come on.
Well, they've been flickering for a while, you see. Pete put his sunglasses on and scarpered off. Oh, Andy Meady's very strong on the pull shot. I like the way he's playing here. I feel like he knows he's in for a long one. He's going to get the job done here. He's going to stay there as long as possible. He's going to turn down a few pull shots, take his time.
Gilchrist is into the 4th over of his spell.
Oh, good fielding.
Saved, well, certainly a single, possibly 2 in the covers there.
That's 2. Could even be 3. Fielder should
or
get
even
there.
4.
I think he's just going to get there. Good bit of fielding. Yeah, 3 runs. Don't often see 3. Yeah, the biggest of grounds, but the placement, the timing. Good bit of running.
Warm applause from what's still a good crowd here at Taunton, enjoying the sunshine. Yeah, they look a bit superfluous, the floodlights at the moment.
Yeah.
They will be needed a bit later on, I'm sure.
No, game could be done by that, Stephen.
It could be.
The cut-off time's 8:56. It's not dark till 9:30. We played midweek games till 9 o'clock comfortably. Club cricket.
But we'll lose the sun.
Yeah, we will lose
And
the
it
sun
might
with
get a
time
bit
retirement
gloomy.
flats probably. Talking of losing the sun, we mentioned Zimbabwe earlier. They're touring Ireland, playing at Stormont in Belfast. Well, the covers are coming off. They're going to restart at 6:40. That's quite a late restart for a test match, isn't it? Day 2 of that test match. Great to see Ireland with test status, of course. Although I do feel sorry for the Irish cricket fans who so often have to put up with covered wickets and rain. Well, they're going to play in a bit of dark conditions there. They will need floodlights in Ireland.
Nicely placed.
I just said to Nice Steve, what was I saying about him not playing the pull shot, turning it down? He turned down the earlier invitation in the over. That one was a little bit more leg side, easier to pull.
Yeah, he got all of that.
Controlled it, didn't he? Didn't go for 6 though. I don't think he tried to take on the man. He just rolled his wrists and creamed it along the ground for 4.
He's pleased with it as well. There was a little skip as he went to punch fists with James Rue after that. He's happy out there.
Indeed.
Into the 30s, Andy Umeed. Still Stobo from the river end. This is his 4th. Been pretty economical. 1 for 8, his figures. Tall man, Charlie Stobo. .29 years of age. Kept that down well too, James Rue. Just get a single, though, as he finds the fielder at long leg. Born in Sydney, Charlie Stobo.
Yeah, there's a few random. Well, we've got Italian Australians. We've got a couple of. We've got Safa. We've got an actual Australian. We've got a Zimbabwean, born Englishman. Real mixture in this Kent side.
Oh, that's a good
feathered
ball.
that. not far away from the outside edge. Wow, West Indies have 3. 31 for 3. Wood's gone. West Indies a cock a hoop. Bit of test cricket going on around the 50 over comp at the moment. Good fielding. Brilliant fielding. I think that's Nathan Gilchrist, yep, the man we've lamented for his jib or drop catch early on of George Thomas. Well,
Not particularly expensive, as it turned out. Oh, this is another beauty.
action replay almost. A couple of balls ago. Well bowled, Charlie Stayboat.
So Umeed survives the over by the skin of his teeth, really. Could easily have nicked either of those deliveries. Well bowled, Charlie Stobo.
We'd like to wish our steward Sharon a very happy birthday. That's from all the team at Somerset. Hope you're having a great day. And happy birthday too to Angela Hawkins, who celebrates her 21st with us today. Happy birthday to you both. Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end,
With the
number
run rate,
75.
Somerset
Amadou Kadri.
about 4.5 and over. Can put their foot on the gas later on, provided they've got wickets in hand. Going to have a change in the bowling. Going to have spin, in fact, for the first time.
Yeah, I like this, an early turn to spin. We saw how spin won the innings for Somerset, really, with Lewis Goldsworthy and Jack Leach squeezing. Josh Thomas didn't have to bowl much, and Archie Vaughan had a little bowl. Nothing for Andy and me today. Hamdullah Kadri and Matt Parkinson are more experienced bowlers than, well, probably all bar Jack Leach in this pitch.
And Kadri's confidence will be boosted by his innings.
Indeed.
Didn't quite get all of that, James Root, but enough to bring him a single to long off.
Gilchrist along on just getting a drink. Don't think he'll win the game. I don't see him going straight downtown quite yet. Though he is very good at that shot off spin, don't get me wrong. I think he'll happily milk the spinners for a few overs. Get himself in first.
Comfortable single again, out to deep mid-wicket. A lot of bottom hand in that stroke.
So round the wicket to the left-hander. Like this, little catching short extra cover. Attacking field from Kent. They know they need these two early. If these two are here in even 15 overs time, it's pretty much game won by Somerset, you'd have thought. They know they need to get these two early. Or soon, anyway. Funny action, Kadri.
That is his first over complete, and it's a pretty tidy one as well.
Yeah, not bad that. just 2 off the first 4 balls. Single at the end allows the strike to be kept by Andy Mead. Yeah, born in Afghanistan, Kadri. We're talking about all the players in this Kent side. They're born in so many different countries. I think we've counted 6 different countries they're born in, from Zimbabwe to Australia, to South Africa, to Afghanistan, to England. Moved to England with his family when he was 10. In the England under-19 side. And the England under-19 World Cup in South Africa. So has played with a few of the Somerset lads we've talked about playing England under-19s. Like Banton, etc. He was the youngest player to represent Derbyshire in first-class cricket, and the first county cricketer to have been born in the 21st century. So, a few accolades for, I'd still say young, Kadri. He's nearly 24. But yeah, born December the 5th, 2000. Me being quite a young commentator, I find it funny looking at people's ages when they're younger than me and playing this. Not even a youngster.
I know the feeling.
I wouldn't dare say so, Stephen. Been a pretty good over rate so far today as well. The cut-off's going to be well before 9 o'clock. Been telling people all week it might not finish till half 9:10, but only 49 overs bowled in the first innings. Not too many balls lost in the river or the seats. So
just the one in the river.
Yeah, Grant Stewart off Leach, wasn't it?
I wonder where that's got to now.
Which way is it going?
Well, it goes that way, I think. Oh, that way. That's
helpful, Stephen. That's good. TV or radio comms.
I think that it
to
flows
the right where we're looking.
As we look out towards the Priory Bridge Road. I think it flows left to right.
Yeah, under the Priory Bridge, you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's what it does.
So if you go left, that's where I did my geography field trip, in the fields of the River Tone, which Jewish College, no expenses barred. They took us a mile away from college to look at pools and riffles in the River Tone. So it's not going that way. You reckon it's going, what's that, onto the levels somewhere?
Yeah, it goes, it flows to Boroughbridge.
Ah, is that the Boroughbridge Mump, the random hill, the random mound?
Yeah, that's right.
I know where you are, on the level, yeah, beautiful. I cycled around there.
That is where the River Tone, as such, ceases to exist.
What, and then the tributaries take over, do they?
Well, it flows into the River Parrett.
Ah, of course it does. Very good. That was the one that flooded big time, well, as many times, not
that's
just
right.
once. Shot, James Root.
Lovely. Lovely.
Do not move.
That's class, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite sure why he's bowling short. Simon Stover's not quick enough to be bowling short there. There is a deep square and a deep fine leg, but he's not got the pace to carry that. Easily played in front of both of them. Right, now, wicket keeper at Somerset, James Root.
He latched onto that so smoothly.
I'll go, he says. Oh no, I feel sorry for this. This brings me back to the COVID days. Neil Shillabeer, our cameraman, will give us a great view in a sec when we finish this replay. Two Kent lads having to look for the ball in the Trade Nation stand. I just feel sorry for this. It's just, village is one word I want to use. COVID times, look at them, having to clamber over the seats. Yeah. Sadly, Somerset trying to save a bit of money with the stewarding.
It's not a great occupation, is it?
No, they've not opened the Trade Nation stand, and it's still there in the way. It will be in use for the Sergeant Ale Festival next Friday, and for the Sunday Family Day. They've passed the ball to Andy Hurry on the bench. Abel, not the ball. I think he's found another one. I think he found two balls in there. He's shot the right one back. Andy Hurry's been given the other ball. He always had 12 men on the field then. Oh, it's all going on, Stephen.
Yeah, so there is the wind predictor, which reckons that Kent have got the edge at the moment, and that's not unreasonable, although I do think it's pretty even still.
Yeah.
I'm going slightly more towards Somerset than that is.
That's just been put out on the Somerset socials. Do follow the Somerset Twitter page. If you do not, you should. You're missing out.
So that ball that was deposited
Which ball? Yeah.
in the River Tone,
yes,
the one we were talking about earlier, if it's got to Boroughbridge, it will be in the Parrett by now, and it'll be heading towards the River Severn.
Well,
or the Severn Estuary anyway.
Rower might be nicking it by now. They might have nicked it, they might have pocketed it.
Could be on its way to Burnham-on-Sea.
Trees will pick it up at Weston. Our mate Charlie Taylor lives up that way, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He might be on a barbecue on the beach and might pop out, grab it, and play a bit of beach cricket. Shot, lovely shot for probably only one though. Long leave is Andy Mead. You don't see him sweep very often. It's that cleanly in well.
So it's going to be the left-handed Roo. Lovely shot, will be a single. I think he took some of the pace off it, Kadri. Not sure if it had the power to go all the way to the boundary anyway. Saw a lot of slow left arm in the Kent innings. Nice to see a bit more off spin. Single. Saw 6 overs of it from Archie Vaughan. 6 very tidy overs. Good to see on his debut. Straight to Charlie Stobo. No chance of a run there. That's in the gap. They'll get at least 2 here. And in fact, it's just bobbled over the rope, I think.
Just woken the crowd up from their afternoon siesta.
It didn't go over, but it just scraped along the rope.
Pretty healthy contingency in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Quite a lot in there.
Yeah, it's a great view from there. Great view from most parts of the ground, really.
Change of bowling at the River End, number 28.
Charlie Stobo is going to have a rest, and we'll have spin at both ends.
Yeah, I think they've got to keep changing up, haven't they?
Matt Parkinson.
Bit of a spin.
And it's the first time we've seen that in this game.
Indeed. 3 left arm spinners, left arm finger spinners.
2 offies. Vaughan and Kadri.
Kadri, yeah.
And now a wrist spin from Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, didn't see the bits and pieces from Andy Mead. I can't believe they're resuming play at nearly 7 o'clock in Ireland. Lived in Ireland for a while and it's grey, cloudy and wet a lot of the summer. Fair play.
Yeah, nicely placed.
Very good milking, I would say. Very good milking of singles by Andy Mead and now James Root.
Young herring gull flying past, making a horrible noise,
Yeah,
as they
it
do.
is. I'll turn my effects mic down, Stephen. So this is the last remaining professional cricket match of the day now. James Root misses that sweep and it's going to be a wide. England have finished pretty poor first day by England standards. If you think 38 for 3, yes, bowling West Indies out for 282, but 38 for 3 after 8 overs.
Yeah, but one's a night watchman.
Yeah. It always surprises me why they don't send a second night watcher in. If you're going to send a night watcher and that's your idea, then why then suddenly make Joe Root bat for 1 over at the end of the day?
Well, we saw here, didn't we? We saw
Put
two
yeah.
night watchmen.
If 1 night watcher fails,
dismissed.
surely you'd rather waste the number 10 or number 9 than potentially expose Root of 4 or 5. Anyhow, all eyes here.
The Trade Nation win predictor heard me.
Are we using that over the Wasp now, are we?
It's saying 50-50, the Trade Nation win predictor, and it will be...
Oh, what a shot change, really. That
it would have changed again after that.
Is that the shot of the day, Stephen?
I could well be.
I enjoyed that.
I mean, you could argue for the first boundary that Rue struck.
Yes. I think that would have been better, wasn't it? We enjoyed that Grant Stewart one where he stepped leg side and nailed the York off Dead Leonard, didn't we? In between extra cover and mid-off. That was my Kent shot of the day. That's got to be my Somerset shot.
I think that's the 6 of the day.
Yeah, and also against the spin.
It's the
first
leg
spin.
6 of the innings. But he nailed it.
Yeah, you wouldn't have had money on James Rue to hit the first 6, wouldn't you? Shot.
Get more here. Just one more. It eases the pressure so much, doesn't it? A boundary of any kind, but particularly a 6. And he's kept the strike off the last ball of the over. 91 for 2, so another 177 needed, and they've got 31 overs in which to do it. So they're on course, Somerset. And the balance is tilting towards them at the moment, the hosts. Starts with a single. Move over from Hamid El Kadri.
How often do they, how early now do they think we're going to have to push mid on and mid off back? When do Kent go on the full defensive? There are what? There are only 3 men of the 4 they could have back, so they're not as defensive as they could be in the power play now. Could single that from the lead, only just the left hand of the close fielder. You get what I'm saying here? So that, you know, the power play rules now dictate that a maximum of 4. To James Rue, they are going 4 men out. Interesting. Andy Amid, the aggressor of last year's tournament, is having an extra man in the ring. James Rue, they're going to use their full 4 boundary defenders. Oh, he's gone again. Gilchrist not going to get there. 1 bounce 4. Brilliant shot. You know what, Stephen? If that was the other end, that would be 6. Because that's bounced a yard inside the road, and it's a slightly short bounce to the river end as these two put on 50 partnership. 97 for 2. I mean, that shot would be 6 at the other end.
Yeah, with the wicket where it is, that's the longer boundary, isn't it? That he's just found.
Still a marvellous shot. Nathan Gilchrist wasn't far away from stopping it. And then he's overcorrected on leg side. James Rue is on the charge. Sweet bang. I think I said on a podcast the other day, Stephen, this could be James Rue's kickstart of the season in this competition.
Well, it could.
You know, he wasn't that. You can't criticise him really. What he's done this year is what you expect from a wicketkeeper batter of his age. What he did last year was phenomenal, incredible. What was it? Record runs, Tendulkar records, and all that. All the hundreds he scored. That double hundred against Hampshire here, which you commentated on, which was just phenomenal. Well, now he is playing in a 1.5 Somerset team, you could say. Not a second team competition, but let's call it the 1.5, and he's got the chance to bat 4 and hopefully score some big runs. I've said it before, if these two are together, that target could be chased inside 40 overs. They'll probably both get big hundreds here. Rue is already almost caught up with Andy Amid and faced far fewer deliveries.
Yeah, Amid is 48, Rue 34.
Somerset
No.
County
Where have you got that from?
Principal Metrobank one-day cup partner Hygos Insurance Services.
Here.
Hey, Bulls, are you on about Bulls face? Sorry, I thought you were about the score. That's confused me. Sorry, Stephen. Of course, I shouldn't doubt you, should I? There we go. Next Friday, 2 o'clock start again. Stephen will be piddled by now.
What a selection, though.
Are we on comms or are we not on comms? I can't remember.
Don't think I'm here next
No, I
week.
don't think I am. I think
Well, I may come anyway.
I might come and watch, Stephen. Yeah, we'll go on the lash. We'll leave Triggs and Dallin and Vic or Charlie, whoever it is. Stephen and I will be sat in the Somerset stand, smashed on our Thatcher Zeros. Maybe they'll have a few alternative non-alcoholic options. We never know. We'll see what we can find.
shot by Umi.
We'll have our earpieces in, they won't we, Stephen?
Of course, of course.
Of course.
Absolutely. And I don't think we'll necessarily get round to sampling every sort of beer.
We'll give it a good go, won't we?
Given there are 100 of them. Maybe thimblefuls.
I hope Pete comes back with some punches.
Here's Parkinson. And here's James Roux. Another boundary. Didn't get the whole bat on that, it seemed, but enough and fine, which gave it the chance to go all the way. This is entertaining the Somerset faithful, I tell you. Roux's on 36 now. A 6 and 5 fours already from the Somerset wicketkeeper and Cricket Writers Club Young Cricketer of the Year. Another single. I voted for him. Don't mind telling you.
Go on, who else did you vote for? What were your
votes? You
votes?
can only vote for one.
Oh yes, of course you can.
I actually voted for in the previous year, which not many people did. It was a bit of a flyer, really.
Ah,
but there was something.
What was it?
Just something. And it feels rather good to have voted for him the year before he actually
You look very
it.
smug, Stephen. Who did I vote for? Probably Lewis Goldsworthy, knowing me. Does that sound about right?
Not bad.
This is the WPA Predictions League, yeah.
So Somerset are moving into a controlling situation here. Just the 2 wickets down. And from 44 for 2, these two have taken it to 108 for 2, which looks several degrees healthier.
Right, I talked about it earlier. They are now going to use the full quota of boundary riders. The 4th man has just gone out for Kent. 108 for 2 at deep square and deep mid wicket and deep long on. So over the offside is still on, just deep cover in place. Reverse sweep for Andy Mead. Oh, I did not expect that. Off spinner bowling into the right hander's pads.
And he played it in front of square in the end.
He did. He sort of smothered it.
Not sure whether he intended to place it there.
I thought he was trying to hit a 4. I don't think you play a reverse sweep deliberately for 1 very often. I feel like he was trying to beat.
Probably looking to play it finer.
Yeah, trying to beat the backward point man. Shot by James Roux. It might be 2 though. The fielder's done really well to get around. Oh, he's misfielded it. He's made good ground. He's got there. And he's just not flicked it back right. The family stand are ripping into him. No beverages consumed over there, but a rowdy family stand. They're giving him a little bit of grief for that misfield. Kent on the ropes here.
We've done all the hard work.
I know, indeed. Somerset will be 80% to win now. In my book, might sound very high and strong, but the history of this deck, the batting to come.
Since it said 50-50, which is
Somerset
just a
gone.
couple of overs ago.
Oh, that's a good appeal though. It's not a terrible appeal on my first viewing there, Stephen. What do you reckon?
Well, Paul
going down
Baldwin
leg?
Wasn't in any doubt. Down leg.
Yeah, there you go. Called it. Not terrible though. Skidding on, sliding on. Down the leg side.
Nicely fielded.
Trees has gone missing. I better send him a text in, and you're only allowed back on comms if you bring us some Caribbean tipbles. Stephen's warming up his taste buds for the One Day Cup Cider and Ale Festival match next Friday. If Pete's late for his commentary stint, he'd better have something to show for it.
James Roux has overtaken Andy Mead. 41 to 40. This will be 42. Very watchable partnership, this.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out if they're just going to both start going now. I think they might, you know. They're both into the 40s. We've seen a reverse sweep from Andy Mead. We've seen inside out over extra cover and long off for 4 and 6 from James Rue. From both spinners.
Trade Nation, whose name is on the stand. The unfortunate Kent fielders had to search through for the ball just now.
I've got my orange hat behind us, haven't put it on yet.
They had quite a chat, the two batters, just then.
Yeah, they might have just been talking about what they're doing tonight, to be honest, Steve, in this day and age.
You never know, do you?
How serious these conversations are. Oh, that was a bit of a filthy hoik from James. He's got away with that. It's going to be at least 2. Yeah, just 2. It looked filthy, but actually with no slip in place, he knows he's going to get enough on that to beat the keeper. And he'd be pretty unlucky for it to carry to short third, so I guess wasn't massively risky.
Full stroke though, we've not seen many.
No, he'll take him. Not far away up from his 50 now, James Rue. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 more. He's on to 48. James Rue, the footwork there to make room for himself. Now Parker's the legs going to slightly drag that down.
If he carries on in this vein, then the game's not going to go on very long.
No, indeed.
This is absolute class.
He has timed that beautifully. Right, 4 more balls in the over. James Rue's on 48. He's enjoying facing Matt Parkinson here. Top ball to an extra cover, but I just want to, we'll show you a replay in a second, the way he makes room for himself and gets the full blade through the ball to beat extra cover's right hand and beat deep cover's left hand. Brilliant use of the depth of the crease. Now there's going to be a similar shot, probably only 1. Yeah, same idea.
He's only 1 away from 50.
Easy, making it look easy. All class is James Rue. Oh, Andy Mead, he does not want and say, look, I'll let James Rue get to his 50. Then we'll have a bash. Yep, there you go. Good. Top order batting this.
It's a pleasure to watch this, isn't it?
Yep. I think Andy Mead's quite happy to play second fiddle here.
And the last time I saw James Rue bat, he was every bit as good.
Yeah.
Against
Warwickshire game. Here we go, James Rue. Yep, he's going to get 50. Could be 2 here. He could run straight away, but there's a man in the ring. He didn't. Well batted, James Rue. Another 50. The number 4 batter, the wicket keeper, Somerset, the 1-day cup. He's just creating the ball to all parts without being risky shots. Played that 6 over long off and that 4 over extra cover. But James Rue has a second this day. 50. High score of 114 in this format. So on that note, I'm going to make way for Pete Trigo to come in, and hopefully Andy Mead will soon join James Rue on 50.
Well, hopefully the game will still be going when you come back for your next stint, Harry. I wouldn't bank on it. They're nearly halfway already. Somerset, 123 for 2, so another 145 needed. 8 wickets standing. Defensive push is going to bring him a single. He looks in some form, this lad. I'm referring to you, of course, Triggs.
Oh, why, thank you, Stephen. Well, it's all going serenely along. I think, yeah, heaven forbid, I should bring a dry subject to the table, as it were, but 2 lads playing a responsible knock, doing the right thing for the team. It's all well and good having all the shots in the world, but doing them at the right time is the key. Bit of batsmanship, shot selection. We'll Mead on to 43. And a partnership that's, well, it's been exemplary, hasn't it, really?
It has. It's been exemplary. It's been entertaining. And they really look like they're enjoying it.
Yeah, part of the keys to, I think, that longer format of 1-day batting is understanding, you know, there are gears to go through, there are ebbs and flows, you know, the ability to suck up a bit of pressure from time to time. You know, 100 overs in a day, 50 overs aside, a lot of balls to face, a lot of batting to be done. Doesn't have to always be the sledgehammer, does it? No. The way that Rue's come in, he's manipulated the ball, he's used his feet, he's been dynamic with his footwork, he's used the depth of his crease to play off the back foot, opening up areas to pick up his boundaries. It's just been really good batting.
And so easy on the eye. It can get a bit metronomic one-day cricket, can't it, with singles being pushed regularly?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, in some ways this is, depending on what type of cricket fan you are, this is the part of the game that turns some people away. But I think the cricketers that I suppose lean towards liking Championship cricket, Test cricket, longer format one-day cricket, you know, they respect that, you know, what's happening out there is a test of concentration, the powers of, you know, discipline, as well as having the expansive shots. You know, it's fair to say that the modern cricket fan, they love the T20, they love the 100, they love the big shots, but for me, I like to see a combination of those things, and what I'm seeing there is two very good pros out there doing their work.
Yep.
They're having a great time. They're just cruising along. No wickets, no cry. Somerset, while they take on the Worcestershire Rapids on Friday the 9th of August, followed by a Bob Marley tribute act, which I'm sure will be great fun, and maybe they can keep in storage a few more of those rum cocktails that you were polishing off earlier, Lammy.
And an unpublished number just invented by Peter Trigo.
No wickets, no cry. Do you think we should give that a go?
I think we should. By the end of the beer festival, we will be.
I'll tell you what, by the time we're on our 95th beer or cider, we could be flying with the lyrics. Joey Everson coming in from the River End. I suppose slightly on the upper side of medium pace, looks to hit an area. I suppose the challenge for someone like Joey Everson with the Kookaburra ball that's 12 overs old.
Yeah, the Matt Parkinson.
He's looking to hit you on the pads. He's looking to bowl you, nip it back onto the pads.
The Matt Parkinson spell was a short one, 3 overs for 25. So he's been taken out of the attack. Interested to hear you talking about Leicestershire earlier, Triggs, and Alfonso Thomas being one of their coaches. I remember watching you and he opening the bowling for Somerset. For a while.
Fons and James Taylor, the bulk of the coaching staff at Leicester, and you know I think they've had a bad day today, but they're on a good path. A couple of good guys to learn from there for sure. James Rue playing a lovely shot off of his thigh pad, and well fielded down there by Nathan Gilchrist. Judged the trajectory of that projectile very well.
One of the days I remember with greatest affection here. You know what I'm going to say, don't you, Triggs? I'll go back to it after this delivery.
Well, would it be something with Fonzie's 4 wickets in 4 balls? Yeah,
spot on.
That's, I mean, that was remarkable, that wasn't it? I mean, yeah. I mean, for anyone that's been on the field with someone getting a hat trick, you kind of think the elation you feel when that hat trick ball's bowled and the wicket's taken, everyone's going nuts. But you almost kind of want to take a breather, and then he did it again. Remarkable.
It was extraordinary.
Not all of them were like classic wickets, I don't think. A couple of nick-offs. I remember the 4th one being a really wide half volley that was dragged onto the stumps. But yeah, I mean, that was a purple patch. I mean, he was such a good bowler for Somerset. I mean, there was a period in T20 cricket, one-day cricket, where I would go as far as to say he was probably the best death bowler in world cricket at the time. Really unlucky not to, you know, get a late in his career selection back into the South Africa team.
Bowled, beaten James Rue. One of them was Ed Joyce Another was Rory Hamilton-Brown. Oh,
Somerset 100.
my memory is defying me on
Another
the
one
other
was
two.
there was a left-hander as well.
Matt Machin was one.
Yes. Yeah.
And what a lot of people may not remember, Treeks, is that in between the 2 overs, in which he took the 4 in 4, somebody else took a wicket. You remember who it was?
I can actually, but was it me?
It was.
Oh wow! Yeah, but just one though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But who remembers that? Have a look in the Darchi Pavilion here, one of the other balconies we have at the Cooper Associates County Ground. All the supporters looking out loyally over Somerset cricket. Some really nice hospitality areas here at the Cooper Associates. You can come along, get online, book yourself a spot if you want to buy yourself a, as I would call them, a posh ticket for a day's play.
I'm not sure if I can remember getting quite so carried away on commentary as I did that day.
I wonder if we can get the audio somehow.
I think I've got it. I think I've got it somewhere.
I think we must have to send that to the team as Rue goes big. He's dropped short. Leaning's dropped short, and he's been dispatched deep into the Somerset stand, maybe even over into one of the flats in the Pegasus building. And there you go, buying a flat off of plan in a retirement block of flats. You think you're going to wind down, you think you're going to relax in your later years, and you get cricket balls landing on your balcony. It's just not right, Steve.
That was a magnificent stroke. Second 6 of the innings. We saw a few from Kent actually. There were 8 of them in the Kent innings. But that was magnificent.
Yeah, great shot. As I mentioned earlier, using his feet to use the depth of his crease, stepping right back towards the stumps as you look now. Yeah, use the depth of his crease, giving himself that little bit of extra time to wield that bat.
Virtue Motors, and that fantastic competition, the Virtue Motors proud catch. Many congratulations once again to Aaron, Wayne and Ian.
So we're going to have a bit of a break for drinks. Still a lovely view we've got out onto the ground here at Taunton in the evening sunshine. I'm not sure. I have found the commentary on the Alfonso Thomas 4 in 4, and I'm wondering whether I can play it to you. Let's give it a try, see if you can hear it. Ooh.
I think we might have to send that, Stephen, to the techies, but we've got one of our first of the Metro Bank season Virtue Motors crowd catches. I mean, I'm hoping that we can dial down and identify anyone that takes a catch this season. Virtue Motors, I'm assuming there must be a prize involved, but if you are in the crowd during the Metro Bank 50 over competition, keep your wits about you, because if a ball comes your way, you take a catch, you can get on the live stream, and I'm sure there must be a little bit of a treat somewhere down the line.
A rum punch even.
Well, I mean, but then you might not catch the next one.
Well, that's true.
Nice batting there from Andy Mead.
Jack Leaning is on at the Marcus Triscotti Pavilion.
An over of 2 halves there from Jack Leaning. 6 dropped short just slightly. 9 runs from the over, and I think, you know, what we were talking about, you know, take responsibility. I think as a bat, you know, runs are your currency as a batter. At the end of the season, you're renegotiating your contract. the reality is in one-day cricket, when the ball gets a bit older, you're on a very flat pitch. These are free runs, aren't they, really? There's not really a massive challenge out there for the batters. It's just about concentration. Can you tick the score down? There's 100 out there for one of these batters. You know, what a way to start your Metro Bank competition with a 50 for Andy Amid to follow James Rue. He's on 62. The partnership is brewing nicely. There's 124 runs up for grabs. Both of these blokes have 100 up for grabs if they want it, if they really, really want it.
And Andy Amid is adding to the reputation he's already built for himself in this format.
Yeah, he's done the hard yards. The ball was doing a little bit early on. Somerset lost a couple of wickets. Andy Amid, he kept his head. He's played nicely. He's been no slouch. He scored his 50 off of 62 balls, but hasn't at any stage looked rushed, has he? I think he has that inner confidence now that he can play the big shots. He can chase the boundaries when he needs to, but the run rate currently is ahead of what's required. Wasp has gone from a very sort of wet-winged 37% when I was last on to 91% now. So a real good indication that Somerset are really in control of this game. Another indication is always on the scoreboard, Duckworth-Lewis. Duckworth-Lewis being 115 and Somerset are currently on 144. So miles ahead of the race at the moment.
Excellent partnership this in every way. There's another single for James Rue. Glided away down to third man.
Yeah, this partnership is blossoming nicely. He's just ticked over the 100 mark, so congratulations to Amid and Rue. Somerset's record list A partnership for the third wicket against Kent is 108, so they're right knocking on the door of that partnership. Two fine players made that 108 partnership in 2017. Do you know who those two are, Stephen?
Dean Elgar and I say certain Peter Trigo.
I tell you what, it was nipping around all over the place. It was spinning, nipping, swinging, you name it, it was going on. It's a tough day to bat.
Well, it'll be very good if you're here to see it overtaken.
Oh, absolutely. Records are made to be broken, as they say.
Well, indeed, and I remember we talked a lot, didn't we, about in that championship game against Warwickshire, about a run chase you were involved in on day 4 in an earlier time.
Yeah, absolutely top draw.
So
I was
146.
downstairs earlier with Tractor, one of our
Excellent.
famous supporters, and he was mentioning the Yorkshire game and the Warwickshire game of previous weeks, the 410 that Somerset knocked off. So yeah, all these records, they're markers for people to beat. But you know, that's the great thing about cricket. It's always good to have an eye on what people have done as in the past and maybe go one better.
135 not out.
Hopefully one of the guys will take responsibility.
Another single here for Andy Amid. They're getting closer to that record. They put on now 102 for the third wicket. So another 7 runs will break that record. Charlie Stobo has switched ends, running away from us.
Yeah, that was one of the rare days in 2017 where someone actually finally got hold of Darren Stevens. He bowled 10 overs for 66 on that day. Very rare to see Darren Stevens go for any runs. Stobbo has picked up one of the 2 wickets to fall so far. He's bowled nicely. He's going at threes. He's running hard. He's hit back of a length. He's a tall man. Pitch is, you have to say, Stephen, it looks like a very, very good batting wicket, doesn't it?
It does. And James Rew has got as much confidence in this wicket as he did in the one on day 4 against Warwickshire. And he's batting just as well.
Yeah, it looks very, very true. The scoring rate's excellent. Ruiz just over a run a ball, Amid slightly under, so a really good partnership here. And a good decision there from Andy Amid with the 2 Kent men back on the leg side boundary. Just lets that one go by. Good bouncer there. A lot of time for that. It's a good competitor.
So Andy Umid has not done his 50 over average any harm yet. Enormous though it already was.
He's doing very well. A few runs, bit of confidence. Really good to see. Slightly down the leg side.
No ball.
And a no ball called for over shoulder height. I think that's a bit harsh. I thought it was a wide on the leg side, certainly not a no ball height wise, but
he looks affronted, does Charlie Stobo.
We are quite a way ahead of the above the pitch level, but that certainly didn't look above the shoulder. Maybe the replay will suggest otherwise.
Didn't quite time that. Just looked at the moment at the bottom of his bat, Andy Umid. Didn't sound like he quite got it.
It's right on the Q end, that one, a little bit down near the toe by the looks of it.
It's more like it, but again, straight to short extra cover. So, end of Charlie Stobo's over.
I like the way that these two have batted against Stobo. He's quite clearly a bit of a threat. I think his figures suggest that, and they're just being a little bit watchful in the way that they're going about their business from one end. Everson continuing from the other side. Have a look at the partnerships there, dominated by the last one. 106, 2 runs away, or 3 runs away from breaking the Somerset versus Kent record for the 3rd wicket.
And the Somerset worm is rather less underground than the Kent one.
Very wormy, isn't it?
Everson driven.
There we go. Over cover. He's only going to pick up 1, so the record for the partnership still intact for at least 1 more ball.
Yeah, it's a good
These
way
two are
of
playing exceptionally well.
It's a good way of overriding the infield. Just hit the ball over the top of them. Reed back on strike. So that is level with the record for the 3rd wicket. 152 for 2. This has rather knocked the stuffing out of Kent, this partnership. Just another 116 runs needed to win. Got 28 overs to do that. Doesn't look as though it presents any problem at the moment.
Oh, what a great shot there from James Ruin. I suppose if you're going to go past a record, there's a way to do it, and that was in style there from James Ruin. Beautiful imposing pull shot there through mid-wicket. Joey Everson only just fractionally dropping short. James Rue absolutely clubbed that through mid-wicket. Beautiful shot. Well done, Andy Mead and James Rue. New third wicket, highest partnership against Kent.
And he got the whole of the bat on that. Sounded beautiful. Another single here. Right, to deep extra cover. They're getting invaded by gulls. Oh, loads of them flying around the outfield. And a few of them on the roof of the Lord Botham stand. They've got a pretty good view up there.
Yeah, they're sniffing around for chips. I reckon all the food stands are probably getting rid of all the leftover chips and bits and bobs,
Free
flying
meal.
ants, all sorts of stuff.
Somerset going along in style at the moment, looking very much as though they're going to start this Metro Bank trophy with a win. Defence this time from James Rue to conclude the over. So 7 bowlers tried, but only 2 wickets taken by Kent so far.
Yeah, another reasonably well bowled over, in fairness. He didn't really do too much wrong, and he's gone for 8 runs. That's the harsh reality of bowling here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, when you've got 2 players that have got themselves in, they've done the hard yards, and they're looking to bank a decent score for the team personally. And there we go there, the 1-1-4 partnership, a new record versus Kent for the 3rd wicket. And I'm sure they want to cement themselves in that position for a while. Go big. There's another 110 to get.
Plenty of enjoyment for this good crowd that we've got at the Cooper Associates County Ground today. Oh, stump's broken. Would have been, well, a single certainly. Stump's acting as 12th fielder. Contumely about that stroke.
If you mean that was a great shot, I agree. That was, I think that just sends a message to the bowler where, you know, you are limited with what you can do. There's not a lot of nip, there's no swing. So one of the tools is to mix up your length and bowl the occasional bouncer, but I mean, that shot just says, don't bowl there, lad. He has absolutely clubbed that. And again, beautifully played out to the square leg man. He's probably been given the ball from the captain, you know, the fast bowler, the 6'7" fast bowler. Mix it up, you know, get stuck into them, bowl some bouncers, and Andy Mead has said, not on my watch.
He's averaging nearly 54 in List A cricket, Andy Mead. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, you certainly take that.
I'll be vacating this seat. I'll let you have a chat with the crowd catcher in just a moment when he gets here. I'll introduce you to Wayne.
Yeah, we have Big Brother, Eye in the Sky, has found a successful crowd catcher from last year. It was a game against Essex. We have locked on to our target. We've stalked him. We've hunted him down. And we've got him. We've dragged him, kicking and screaming, to the county ground today. And he's going to come and have a little chat with either me or Stephen. But the way that Stephen's starting to shake and shiver, I think he's detoxing from his Caribbean punches. He's going to go for another one of those. And I'm going to have a chat with our man here. The safest hands in the Southwest last year when Somerset played Essex.
This year?
This year. Oh no, Gilchrist all the way through. James Rue there, stumped roll. Looks like James Rue was eyeing up that leg side boundary towards the crowd. Our man Wayne's not there to take that crowd catch. He's definitely not going to get a chance to catch that one. Poles everywhere. And there is such a thing, Wayne, as commentator's curse, so I'm going to blame you for that one.
Sorry about that.
So, yeah, cast your mind back earlier on in the blast, Somerset versus Essex. Whereabouts were you in the ground?
I was over there in the Somerset stand.
In the Somerset stands. Were you 1, 2, 3 deep of the Thatchers, or
so
you,
right up the top,
on the level?
top right up in the top, and there was 12 of us.
12 of us. Any siders on board? Because that obviously has an effect.
I had quite a few lagers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
so we had our first lager at 12 o'clock. Caught the train over, and this was probably about 8:30. And
so you're having
so we're probably 10 or 11 in, so I should really have ducked.
Oh, you sound like you're having a great time. While we just pause that story a minute, we've got a little bit of moment in time here. Young Archie Vaughan striding to the crease, the tall frame of Archie Vaughan making his debut for the club. So Wayne, you're on the live stream when former England captain son is going to face his first ball in professional cricket. So not a bad time.
It's an honour. That's amazing.
So while we're waiting for the guys to get ready, so you're up in the Somerset stand. You're with your mates, dozen of you, having a few beers, having a great time. And who hit the shot? Do you
Lewis
remember?
Gregory.
Lewis Gregory hits the ball hard as well.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
yeah. Daggers said Lewis Gregory plants it, and I managed to see it out of the lights. And I thought it was a bit high at first, but I managed to stretch up and just
one hand,
just clutch
two
it.
hands.
2 hands.
2 hands. Okay.
I've got
safety first. Safety first.
Safety first.
Yeah. Andy Mead on strike at the moment. Stobbo bowled from the river end. Yeah, I mean, do you play cricket?
Do, yeah.
For
Huntsville District Cricket Club.
Okay, and have you ever taken a catch of a ball that's travelled that far before? Or are you normally the cow corner fielder, the trusted
not
man?
necessarily cow corner. I'm normally either mid on or mid off. But we go deep, obviously, and I won the Catching Trophy 2 seasons running, the season before last and last season, and I'm keeping a bit of wicket nowadays because I'm getting older, obviously coming up for 54. So,
well, you're looking good on 54.
Thank you very
Fair
much.
Play.
Thank you.
Fair play. Little bit of just for men, or is that all natural?
That's just for men. That's yeah.
I was thinking about that.
Well,
I wake up in the morning and I think I've left my beard in the dog's bed. It keeps on picking up grey hairs almost every night. It's amazing, isn't
You
it?
look good with the grey. I don't think I look quite so good. I look 10 years older again. So.
Stobbo in to Umid on 60. So the Catching Trophy 2 years in a row. Obviously, yeah, that's a proud thing to get your hands on. So you've obviously got form. What was the feeling in the crowd with your dozen mates? Was it a big celly?
It was a big celly, yeah. I mean, I got high fives from everybody, and nobody could believe it. The sheer disbelief of the fact that it would come to me and I would manage to clutch it. Because I mean, I was speaking to Sam, my best mate. He was sat next to me, and we spoke probably 3 balls before it, saying, if one comes to you, will you go for it? And obviously that's talking about, obviously we've had quite a few lagers, and I said, yeah, I'm still going to go for it. I'm too stupid to get out of the way. So, and lo and behold, it did. And, yeah, I managed to clutch it. So it was lovely. Yeah, it was a nice feeling. And, yeah, it made a brilliant day and probably one of the best games I've ever seen. And
Fair play.
Even
do you know what the good thing is? We'll wait to the end of the over. But I think our techie team have footage.
Excellent.
We have proof. And I can't wait to see it, mate. End of the over. We'll have a look at this. Stobbo's bowling his 5th ball of this over, 165 for 3. Umid looking.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He's got a fingertip on that.
That's got to be the worst of the worst of the worst way to get out on your debut. Run out, backing up.
It's all gone wrong since I appeared.
Wayne, do the honours. I need a minute to myself. Talk, playing for Huntsville, was it?
Yeah.
You talk me through how you would be feeling if that dismissal. No, obviously pre-watershed. How would you be feeling?
You'd feel absolutely gutted. I mean, obviously the non-striker just tries to steal a yard, and yeah, I mean, it's a drive back towards you. It's a good shot, but obviously a fingertip on it and you're short, aren't you? It's a horrible feeling. I've only ever done it once in all the years I've played, and it's not good.
I mean, that's how unusual. I played for over 20 years.
I watched you loads of
games. I don't think does that say I was too lazy to back up? Maybe that's bad on me.
Yeah, but you hit the ball so hard, it was ridiculous.
I was really excited to watch him go about his business, but such is life. Yeah, we've got to move on. Sean Dixon, Somerset captain, to the crease. We've got one more ball before we're going to see Wayne's crowd catch, which I'm looking forward to because the man has talked it up. Do you know what I mean? Huntsville's. What year are we talking for the your catching awards?
So yeah, last year I won the wicket keeping award.
Right.
So it was the year before that and the year before that. So yeah, it was nice. I don't drop many. I've got a great big pair of shovels here. So,
and for a living, Wayne, if you don't mind me asking,
I'm a landscape gardener. I've got my own business. So it's physical work and it obviously helps me. Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Fence posts, digging stuff.
You name it.
Yeah.
Yeah, driveways.
Scoping the garden.
Yeah.
I'll have to get your card, mate. My back garden's an absolute shambles. Here we go. the moment we've all been waiting for. Lewis Gregory's big sweep.
White sleeves.
Plants it right in the back. Wonderful catch.
Into the crowd. What a catch there.
The first one was parried, and this
it shows it a
gentleman's
second time. Or it should. There's like they show another replay of it, and it's just, yeah.
Can we slow that down? We need a super slow
Lewis Gregory.
I love the fact that
what a catch.
Mark Butcher said there's a nice sprinkling of grey up there as well. Can you believe that?
This gentleman's
outstanding, mate. Fair play. Fair play.
Thank you.
So I bet you didn't think that was going to be the end result of your day trip to Taunton. So you're a regular to Somerset County Cricket Club. If maybe the past 20 years of watching Somerset County Cricket Club, is there apart from your own personal crowd catch, is there a game that you can remember?
Well, it was that game. The way they chased it down, Tom Abel was out there obviously with Lewis Gregory, and they both batted absolutely beautifully under pressure. And it was a game that we wanted to win. It was against Essex as well, who were flying high themselves. So, yeah, it was a fantastic win. But that ball that I caught and the ball afterwards both went for 6. So the second one went through that gap and into the river. So absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it was just brilliant. And that obviously switched everything. So.
Oh, brilliant. Someone's having a bad day. Yeah. Wayne, I think you need to get out there on the cover field. You'd never let that through those hands.
That was a shocking bit of fielding.
Let's have a look. Oh, a bit of a slip over. So you got to have your rigger boots on, haven't you? When it gets a little bit dewy this time of the day, us gardeners, we know what we're talking about, don't
Absolutely.
we? So your business, Wayne, you're obviously in the localish area. What's your sort of catchment area for your business? Good opportunity to give yourself a plug.
Yeah, it's in and around Highbridge, Burnham, Bridgewater, and out in the surrounding villages. So yeah, we've met some absolutely lovely people in the 8.5 years that I've been out on my own. But I'm with my son now, Jamie. He's been with me full time now for over 2 years. So it's and he's just a smashing lad. He's just lovely to work for.
And your speciality is a company like big renovations or
no,
just general sort of
a lot of it
maintenance?
is patios, walkways, fencing, you name it, and general gardening. We do all sorts, yeah. So, but we're clean and clinical, very good at what we do. So, yeah, we love it.
One request from Mrs. Trigo: wilding areas. We need our birds and our bees and our insects to have homes. Okay, so that's a request from the Trigos.
Yeah.
Make sure you talk your clients into some nice bushes and all the things, buddleias that all the butterflies like.
Yeah.
I'd get in trouble if I didn't.
No, we get a lot of that as well. A lot of people say, can you just mow the lawns and leave the last yard or so it leaves a yard all the way around the perimeter of a lawn, just so that it obviously introduces more insects, butterflies, bees, and everything into your garden.
Brilliant.
So
That's exactly what I say to my barber, actually. Cut all the middle bit, mate, but just leave a little stripe around the edge. Thanks very much. Just to cover this little old chin of mine. Happy old days. Well, Wayne, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Pleasure
awesome
talking to you
seeing
too.
the catch, my man.
Thank you very
I can
much.
only imagine that you're going to win the catching award again.
Well, we'll see. I'm on it at the moment, so I've caught 8, and I haven't dropped one yet, so it's all good.
Good on
It's
you,
going
my man.
well.
Good on you, man. Well, don't be a stranger down here, bud. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thanks, Pete. It's lovely to see you too.
Cheers, Wayne.
Thank
Look
you,
after
buddy.
yourself.
Take good care.
We are currently in a bit of a precarious situation here, Somerset. We were going well. We had that lost wicket of James Rue, who's looking absolutely in top draw form, bowled. And then Archie Vaughan run out, backing up. I mean, could you imagine anything more unlucky? The wiggly worm is starting to arc back towards Kent's navy blue line. We just need a little bit of a partnership here. Amid is playing outstandingly well, and Sean Dixon, the captain, is looking to play exactly that. A captain's not. Amid cares not. He fancies a little piece of Stobbo, and he's belted that back over the bowler's head. I think he's probably feeling a little bit sore running out his debutant up the other end. He played a beautiful straight drive, and he would have absolutely had his head in his hands seeing Archie Vaughan run out. Such a sad way to go, and I'm sure Amid would probably feel a little bit sort of semi-responsible there. So let's hope he continue on his good run. 66 now, Andy Amid. We know when he does get in, he likes to go big. Overs to go. The run rate required just a shade over 5 runs and over at 5.2 at the moment. The run rate of the whole innings is above that, so still relatively comfortable. It's about just keeping a cool head in these closing stages. Dixon has had a pretty fantastic time in white ball cricket since he's joined the club. He was obviously the star man last year in the 2020 finals day, getting the highest score in both the semi and the final itself. I'm sure he'll want to lead from the front here, being the captain of the Metro Bank. There's a traction issue, I think, on the square leg boundary. I wonder if the young man's got the old half spikes on. He seems to be he's got the old intermediates on, and he's doing a bit of skateboarding out there at the moment. The crowd are enjoying that.
You had a few guests there, haven't you, Pete? You've had a few special people to chat to.
It's just the place to be, isn't it? Up here in the commentary box. Oh, it was a lovely chap, Wayne from the Huntsville area. safe hands. Huntsville's leading catcher in wicket keeping and outfield catching for the last 3 years. He can patio your drive. I mean, what's not to like about the bloke? seemed a thoroughly top draw fella. So if you're in that local area, get on your Googling and get him round.
What were your thoughts on James Ruse? Hoik across the line?
Yeah, it just looked like he was sort of premeditating, Gilchrist going into length. I suppose that little sort of history of that over, he bowled a couple of bounces to Hamid. Hamid had played a couple of great shots, and I think that maybe James Rue has just sort of second guessed that he was going to go into length again and was looking to park him into the Somerset stand. Didn't work out, as it often doesn't when you premeditate in this game. 177 for 4. Harry Everett back in the commentary box with me. Nathan Gilchrist has just got that wicket. A little bit of a stumble here from Somerset. One of them was incredibly unfortunate. Looking forward to seeing the young man play his first knock. Great shot there from Sean Dixon down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. A beautiful shot there from the Somerset captain.
Just accelerates over the red Dapperbet logo sponsor thing, doesn't it? I don't think Stuart and Kadri were ever quite going to catch that. Classy player, Sean Dixon. Lovely straight drive. Struggled a bit in the county championship. Kept his place at number 5 in the T20 Blast. Ended up playing a couple of club games for Clevedon, but we batted down the order in the warm-up games. What a shot again! He's gone again. Oh, it could still be 4. It is 4. How often do you see back-to-back straight drives? Andy Mead stopped running. Sean Dixon came back for the 3rd, but it's gone for 4. Normally the follow-up ball is a different length, but Gilchrist gone almost identical, and even with Kadri's great diving effort, to his credit.
Yeah, that's a couple of proper shots there from the Somerset captain. Really assured bat swing there, straight back down the ground. What's Gilchrist going to do here? Outside off stump, cover drive to cover. Well fielded by Jack Leaning. 83 runs to win. Plenty of balls remaining. The run rate doesn't seem like it's been an issue, and hasn't been an issue the whole game. Somerset have always hovered a couple of decimal points per over above the required rate. Andy Hamid's looking like he's camped in for the rest of the afternoon, or early evening, should I say. Looks very comfortable out there at the moment.
Who would you go to next? Would you be in the Casey Aldridge camp or the Josh Thomas camp? Or do you think, depending on the situation, how many overs left?
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity to give chances to younger players. Josh Thomas, I'd like to see what he can do. You've always got the experience of Leachy. I know Casey's a very competent all-rounder. I think it's fair to say that he's earned the right to be put in that all-rounder bracket. Yeah. Casey Aldridge, you've got Leachy, Alfie Ogburn, Ned Leonard. You probably don't want to be going too deep into the resources, but yeah, I'd like to see young Josh Thomas get an opportunity. Been in good form. I think he peeled off 100 in the second 11 a few weeks back.
Yeah, got runs in T20 finals day as well. Left-hander, strikes it clean. Another Taunton Andrews player in this lineup. I looked to the Devon Somerset squad, and bear in mind Will Christophers and Kaz Kamansky play for Devon, and the 2 Thomases and the 2 Ruse could have been 6 Taunton Andrews lads in that Somerset Devon game. Mr. Bryce from the shop will be very happy. Good cricket from Sean Dixon. Straight away he knows there's 2 there. Good run in. Andy Mead as well. On the ball. They love a 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Well run. Good cricket.
Yeah, as the dew settles here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, there's been a few balls whacked out to the boundaries. There's been a few sort of ballerina moves out on the boundary. A little bit of slipping, a little bit of sliding. I mean, one of the lads almost did the splits at one stage. There's plenty going on here. A little bit of entertainment always brings a little bit of a cheer from the crowd when a fielder makes the occasional mistake. Hamid hasn't made one yet. 67, chasing down that total at the moment. 79 runs to win.
Grant Stewart back on from the river end then. Deep fine leg, deep square, long on. All the offside fielders in the ring except that deep cover. And Jamie played that glorious straight 6 towards Lordy and Botham stand. Last over. Oh, he runs again. Actually does well to adapt. Cramped. He fancies 2. Brilliant running for Andy Mead. Caused the misfield because he accelerated, turned really quickly. Got himself a second run there. So we've seen Joey Everson and Jack Leaney have a little trundle. Just 1 over for 9 for Leaning, 3 overs for 16 for Joey Everson, but surprised Matt Parkinson's only been allowed 3 overs, went for 25. Economy rate's not on his side.
I'm not sure that's been him not being allowed any more overs. It's just the fact that he's been absolutely panned so far.
But do you not think you've got to try him again for different batters now? It was against James Rue, which is leg spin into the left-hander.
Yeah, I think you've got to stay in the game. It's very difficult to bring someone back that's gone at what 8+ runs and over. Very difficult to give them another try, because obviously another couple of overs like that and the game really is dead. But I suppose if it does get to the sort of gamble stages, you could give him an opportunity.
Yeah, I just think they talk about matchup so much nowadays, don't they?
It's just not spinning though. I just don't really see where the threat would be.
Do you think they've made a mistake picking Kadri and Parkinson? They could have gone with another seamer.
I don't think it's a selection issue. I think it's just that that Leaning dismissal and the next 3 that followed it. The Goldsworthy 4 wickets on a pitch that's not spinning. That's criminal, really, isn't it? I know he bowled well,
but everyone gave their wicket away.
4 wickets, none of which were sort of pitch leg hit the top of off. Do you know what I mean?
They sort of skidded onto stumps.
Quite poor batting, and you could have whatever makeup of team that you could potentially jiggle around from their squad, and it doesn't change the fact that they were, after 10 overs or so, they were in position to score 300 plus, and they kind of just gave it away. And actually they did really well to get to 267. I thought Stewart in the back end really showed what was possible on this wicket. The middle order I thought batted very poorly.
Yeah, we said it earlier, didn't we? No one was got out, everyone gave the wicket away, really. Some quite poor batting. Some shot, that's got the crowd going. 6 for Sean Dixon.
Hey, where's our man Wayne? That's in his neck of the woods, isn't it?
Well, I've just been sent a picture of Wayne Hand's stats. 3 catches, 53rd he is.
So his name's Wayne Hand. His surname's Hand as well.
Yeah. Total victims 3. 3 catches. What did he tell you?
Yeah, well, yeah, but it could be club, it could be league games, it could be Sunday games.
This is Somerset Cricket League play cricket. He's 53rd with 3 catches.
No, what's more worrying is that someone's
thought to check that stat.
Huntsville's catching award.
Dan Godfrey, the sad brother.
That is more disturbing and more sad.
Dan Godfrey, the sad man. I tell him, he's overly keen on the play cricket stats.
Yeah.
Can't get him taught St Andrews first.
The life of the party is our Dan. Loves a stat about catching in the Somerset Shrubbery League.
Well, we should talk about that lovely shot again from Sean Dixon. We'll get you another replay because that was some shot. Grant Stewart taken for over 10 from that over. His first over back. Sean Dixon, 2 sumptuous straight drives. And here we go. They've ignored Pete Trigger, they've listened to me, they brought the leggy back on, Matt Parkinson. Giving a go against two right-handers. No, that is not a two. No. Good call from Sean Dixon. No need for a run out here. I suppose there has technically already been a run out, but it doesn't really feel like a run out when you're backing up the non-strikers in.
Those who are interested, Tom Banton's got 66 today for the Trent Rockets off 38 balls. So nice bit of work there from the Somerset man.
Misfield there, but got away with it, Jack Leaning. You could say it's all over by the shouting here, but Somerset still got to get these 67 runs. Be a question of when, not if now, I feel. Dixon and me do a pretty professional job, generally. Don't forget, Alfie Ogborn and Ned Leonard can hold the willow, so 10 and 11 are no mugs with the bat. Somerset do generally bat pretty deep. Good run, that's a cracking single. I don't think Parkinson's happy with that. He's got two men close in on the leg side, but don't stop that single. So Matthew William Parkinson, Bolton-born lad. Don't forget his brother Callum, his twin, also a county cricketer. Both had a few counties in recent seasons. Both played for Durham recently, of course, as well. But you can see Matt Parkinson back in the attack. That's his fourth over, a bit better than his previous three. Brings the economy rate down a little bit.
Thanks to our match day sponsor, Virtue Motors. Bring us all the action. Also WPA Health Insurance. Lots of fantastic partners we have here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Hygos Insurance, to name but a few. Keeping the wheels turning here in the commentary box. The Virtue Motors radio controlled car. Suspectly driven by Harry Everett this morning. His licence will be checked. Stephen Lamb will be getting a go in the next fixture possible. Before he gets on the old Caribbean run punch. Shoot it into Hamid. Clips off the hip. One. It's all going on. He's having a torrid time. They've moved the Somerset. Sorry, the Kent captain has moved the young man. I think there's Singh down there from the Somerset stand. He's hiding him away at fine leg, and it's like the ball has turned into a bar of soap every time it goes near him. He's having a howler in the field, the young man.
Not many runs with the bat either. Just 16 off 24. I've done all right in some warm-up games as with twos cricket. Yeah, he'll get another go.
It's a tough school when you're playing county cricket on a Friday night.
And one of the only games going as well. So many early finishes in the One Day Cup today. Further eyes on this one. But this is the last two teams to get any points on the board in Group A. Worcestershire, the early runners. They're 1 for 1 with a pretty healthy net run rate. Somerset got to go to Hampshire on Sunday, don't forget. That'll be all live streamed free on YouTube and the Hampshire website, or the Somerset Match Centre. Oh, tame dismissal. Sean Dixon straight to mid-wicket. Very similar to the way George Thomas got out. Tried to pull it, caught mid-wicket. And Somerset won't be too worried here. There's only 63 to get, but they will need Josh Thomas or Case Aldridge to come out and get Somerset over the line, probably with Andy and me just trying to bat through here. John Dixon played those glorious two straight drives, that pick up 6 into the Somerset stand. Somerset don't like making easy wins, as easy as they potentially should be, but the skipper's put a little cameo. Bit of cloth there from Sean Dixon. It's not the tall figure of Casey Aldridge. That looks like Josh Thomas to me. Yep, the left-hander Josh Thomas. Give the young lad a go. Still got men with first-class hundreds down below him. So No worry yet for Somerset. As Finn Hill brings out a drink for Andy Mead. God, there's plenty of naysayers on Twitter and YouTube comments. Relax, relax. Somerset bat deep. Don't panic yet. 2-0-5 for 5. If you're just joining us, there was a record third wicket partnership against Kent from James Rue and Andy Mead. They've won 121, eclipsing Triggs and Dean Elgar's record from 2017. It's the main partnership of the innings. But 267 all out is still pretty much under par from the Kent and Spitfires. Had Kent got another 40 odd runs though, could have been a slightly different game. Josh Thomas the left-hander then. Finch is trying to marshal the troops.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Josh Thomas. Show what he can do. 63 runs up for grabs. Pretty docile conditions out there in terms of like swing, nip. There's not really much going on. Good pitch. I suppose the only real element there is a bit of pressure. 5 wickets down. You've got Hamid up the other end, batting beautifully on 74. Just a case of getting yourself in and not getting too bogged down. Plenty of ones out there as he's just picked up a run there.
He ran very hard, didn't he?
Made that look a lot harder than it actually was, but definitely a sign that the old beans are going a little bit down there inside the helmet of Josh Thomas.
He was keen. He wasn't going to be run out for naught like Archie Vaughan was.
Yeah, it's horrible that. It's a tough watch that. It's really, I think anyone gets out that way, it's unfortunate, and in particular on your home debut. That's one to chalk off down to experience there for the young fella.
The eerily quiet crowd sums it up. There's that Hampshire, Sussex lad, was it Tom Haynes a couple of years ago, got out like 4 times in one season. You think, wow, that's something you've got to do differently. But once in a blue moon, you think, well, that's just unlucky.
He's a good player at the other end. Must have some good teammates.
Yeah, straight driving it that well.
Thumping those straight drives.
Yeah. You could argue that if he wasn't at his ground, he wasn't doing his job backing up. But anyhow, hopefully he'll get a bat on Sunday. Won't worry too much. Bowled all right today as well. Take a few positives from that. Lovely shot from Josh Thomas. Not going to be a second, but an easy one. Long off. No, long on is in play for the fine leg. And the wide. Too many wides for Kent as well. Look at the extras count. Somerset gave away 14 extras. Kent have already given away 12. Quite a few overs left in this yet. Three wides for Grant Stewart. 2 for Swanepoel. Good cricket, good single. Oh, could get another one. Fancy it now, they've run too hard. That's all right. I think that was called by the wrong caller, really. I think Andy Mead called that. Technically, it should be the non-striker's end, but Andy Mead knew he timed it. Knew the fielder wasn't going to run him out there.
Run rate 4.5 runs and over, very comfortable. 58 runs to get. The runs aren't really an issue at the moment. Plenty of time here for young Josh Thomas to get himself in, as the worm will depict up there now. That maroon wiggly worm, bar those 2 little blobs in the middle. I mean, a pretty good, healthy place, that partnership board there, dominated by the 121 from Hamid and Rue.
Well bowled, well played actually. Adapting, changing of mind, good control. taken here? Do you reckon a milling off guard, looks like, from Josh Thomas? Interesting, with 3 men back on the leg side to the short side. Will he take them on with the leg spinner Parkinson? Does hit the ball well in the air, Josh Thomas. He's an aggressive player. That's a tempter. He's got the floated up dipper on leg stump. Still plenty of time for Somerset to get these remaining 57 runs. It's almost a free hit. It's a wide. Josh Thomas thinks that if I hit this, it's 4. If I miss it, it's a wide. Not looking particularly threatening here is Matt Parkinson. Phased out of that Lanc side by Tom Hartley, who ended up doing quite well for England on his Test debut out in India. Oh, there we go. Well bowled, Matt Parkinson. That is a beauty. We just said he wasn't looking threatening. The first few balls of the over were pretty innocuous. That leg side wide as well, but a leg spinner can make things happen. They'll go for runs, but then they'll pull out the odd beauty. Josh Thomas is bowled. He's got to go. Shame for him early in his career. Gets a chance, but Casey Aldridge, you'd have thought, would come in and calmly finish the job. Somerset will expect. Show you the replay here. A little bit of turn for Matt Parkinson. And then the chop on to the inside edge. Not an incredibly threatening ball. We've barely seen a batter been got up to there, have we? Other than Archie Vaughan, maybe. Anyhow, Casey Aldridge, big figure. He's got Somerset across the line in the first team games before. Pretty calm. You've batted with him a few times. He won't be worried in this situation, will he?
Oh, he's a pretty calm head. Is Casey Aldridge? He has a healthy life cricket balance. I think he's pretty successful off the field as well as on the field. So I think he's a relaxed guy. He'll just take it for the challenge that it is. He'll just concentrate on the ball. I think there's always, well, you will know as a high quality leg spinner yourself, you want batters to play horizontal bat shots at you, don't you? If you hit your good length, you want them to try and cut you, slide it through. I know that was a bottom edge, but unless you're a very good cutter of the ball, I think that's what spinners want. You see so many left-arm spinners, so many leggies just run through batters trying to play horizontal bat shots. You've got to be really good with your feet and a very good cutter-puller to get away with it. And maybe, I suppose, in the context of Josh Thomas, he was probably just a bit early in his innings to go after that shot. There was plenty of time.
Yeah, no, definitely agree. You see someone play a cross bat shot to a spin and you think, great, I'm in the game here. Even if they sweep you for 4, cut you for 4, pull you for 4, you think, well, next time we'll get them.
Yeah, I know it's an obvious thing. Certainly when I coach playing against spin bowling, in particular, the ball spinning away. You think about the top left arm spinners in the game, even the leggies. How many left arm spinners are getting their wickets caught slip, caught keeper? Very rarely do they catch the outside edge. It's always pads, LBW, or sliding through onto the stumps.
Yeah.
You can almost play them as, you almost got to trick your brain into playing the line, playing them as medium paces. And you know what? If they spin it the exact 2.5 inches to catch the outside edge, that's a pretty good piece of bowling. But left arm spinners in particular get so many wickets bowled by batters trying to play across the line.
It's often the one that spins the other way that does them. You see, like someone like a Kuldeep Yadav, you see in the IPL, or for India. Who's that other one at South Africa? Shamsi. You watch them and.
Yeah, slightly different when a mystery spin is slightly different because you have to pick it, but
I don't think Parkinson's done much, has he? He's
no, I think you play the original line with a straight bat. I think you've got to do the ball's got to do the perfect amount to get you in trouble, really. And I think the horizontal bat shots are fine, but I think you've got to be really established at the crease. I think Josh was only on a couple, wasn't he, at the time? So probably didn't face enough balls to start taking those liberties. Aldridge saved there, I suspect, by the inside edge.
Yeah,
onto
pretty
the
big
pad.
inside edge. That's
Yeah.
a pretty optimistic appeal from Grant Stewart. We could hear that up here through the FX mic, of course, but and it was going down leg. Other than that, now the floodlights are coming to effect a little bit more. Bit of cloud cover over the Cooper Associates county ground. Lovely shot by Andy Mead. He's just going to go about his business. I can't remember him scoring anything but a 1 in the last few overs.
Well,
That's all he's got to do.
Hamid's, he looks. The more I watch him, he's got a very good cricket IQ. He's doing what the team are requiring of him. He's taken the ego out of his batting. He's doing what Somerset need him to do, which is just to anchor and give other batters the opportunity to get in. That might change if Somerset lose another couple of wickets. He might have to play a little bit more on the front foot, but right now he's doing the exact thing, just trying to re-establish a partnership. What's not happened is the Somerset players coming in aren't doing their part. Andy Mead is playing the perfect knock right now. It's just up for one of the remaining batters just to pick up a little 20-25 and let Hamid do his thing at the other end. Just try and take pressure off of him. The only thing you don't want from the guy coming in is a real high amount of dot balls, which I don't think will be the case for Casey.
Brilliant too, that. Again, I think it's poor fielding from Kent. I think a Somerset fielder stops that. It's important to try and stop these 1s and 2s, but yeah, totally agree with you there.
I think that's quite an impressive aspect of Hamid's game as well. He looks a good athlete.
Yep,
runs really well. He runs his 2s really well. Gets in and out the crease. Looks like he's powerful when he turns. Got a lot going for him. Andy Hamid, don't know what age he is now, but he's really starting to blossom as a cricketer.
Yeah, nearly into his 30s. 28, younger than you think, perhaps. And the older, more experienced guys in the team. Oh, that's nearly another chop on Casey Aldridge inside edge onto the pad there. But yeah, it shows the class of Andy Mead. He can play that boring slow knock, then he can whack it everywhere like in the Wonder Cup last year. Then today he's shown a mixture of both, really. Played some aggressive strokes, but it was that slowest century in the history of the championship in 2017. He faced Jimmy Anderson in that 429-minute century.
That's the sort of day you want to watch when you come to the Beer and Cider Festival. Over 100 beers and ciders to try out. Friday the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. start. Another floodlit game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've got live music, we've got food, we've got beers and ciders, obviously. You don't have to have a beer and cider, you can have a water, you can have an orange juice. It's all available here. We cater for all tastes here at the Cooper Associates. Parkinson to continue to Hamid, who's just going to go on his merry, merry way. Playing very nicely, Hamid. Very difficult sometimes to. There's a lot of hype around how he played in the Royal London last year. You know, he scored 3 centuries, which is a great yield for a one-day season. Yeah, it's always a challenge to back it up year on year, but he's looking every bit like he's got the mindset to go again.
Yeah, not seen a boundary for 3 or 4 overs, but it doesn't matter. I've not seen a boundary since that 6 for Dixon. Okay, sure, there's big use of the feet there. Oh, clumsy fumble. Yeah, there's a run there. Good run from Andy Mead. If Kent sorted their fielding out, they could be more in this game, but they've just looked flat in the field. Little things like that. Understandable, Parkinson wants to throw it to the keeper to get Casey Aldridge back in his crease, but then the fumble from the keeper, then short thirds not backing up at the right angle, there's a deflection. It just looks a bit messy. And that's, allowed, that maybe Jack Leaney was never going to get there, but tiny little things allowing Somerset to take the singles. They look a team that have been struggling in the Championship and struggling in the T20 Blast. Oh, that was pretty full to be going back to. Don't want to miss those, Case Shoulders, but he hasn't.
Yeah, he's got away with that. I think he's played that with a straighter back blade, so he's got away with that a little bit. I think if you freeze-framed Casey's to Josh Thomas's, I think Josh's bat was a lot more horizontal to the ground at the time he picked up that inside edge. Stay tall, high elbow, bosh it down the ground into that gap.
Kent were 137 for 6 and 183 for 7, so shows that Somerset still a fair way ahead. And crucially, they got an opener batting through for at least a big 50.
Well, I felt like 230, 240 was going to be the outcome for Kent, you know, when I went off commentary for that last 10 overs. So they did pretty well to end up with 267. Certainly competitive, but I think you need a lot of things to go against you. You need a 2 or 3 wicket spell up top. You probably need, you know, a mistake. And I think, you know, at the moment, the standout performer is the man that's taking the game by the scruff of the neck. Andy Reid, 82 not out, looking like he's loving life, enjoying batting, and he's taking the relatively free runs that have been offered up. Hopefully that can continue while I take a little break. Stephen Lamb's going to come in, and there's a good chance I might not have to be in your ear for the rest of the night, mate. You never know. Things are going well. Somerset, 46 to win, 222 for 6.
We're going to see Bayers Swanepoel come in from the River End. 10 overs to go, 46 runs to win. Somerset's game to win. But can Swanepoel come in and work a bit of magic? Bowled just 4 overs up top, 1 for 23. He got that wicket at George Thomas and gave him a big old send-off. Andy Reid still pushing for the 2. There's not going to be 2 this time, but it's the intentness there that we like. Stephen Lamb, you're not panicking, are you?
No need.
No
need.
Just a need for a mead, that's all there is. More
Very
runs
good.
Down to 3rd for Casey Aldridge. Yeah, I mean, if you were being... I feel like if this was a cup semi-final or cup quarter-final, they might have put in Casey Aldridge ahead of Josh Thomas.
I would think so.
I don't mind giving Josh Thomas a go, and this tournament isn't about giving people a go just, but...
I felt desperately sorry for Archie Vaughan.
Yes, of course, but also it's better for Somerset's point of view that happens in the game that they should be able to win anyway.
True.
It shouldn't be pivotal in the outcome. Of course, it's gutting for him individually. But
well, it's about the unluckiest way you can be out.
Yeah, I've tweeted exactly the same thing. I said it's the worst way to go in cricket. Unluckiest, worst
way. And when
way.
you haven't faced a ball on debut.
Yeah.
That is cruel. Not been that easy for your mate, the umpire, to put his finger up.
Ben Peverill almost did it sympathetically, didn't he? Almost. Oh, I'm really sorry, I've got to do this. Yeah. One of those, Stephen. One of those.
10 years' time, maybe he'll look back on it and laugh.
Oh yeah, if he ends up with a few hundreds, if he has a life-changing injury or something, he won't. Hopefully not. No.
No, I'm just being optimistic.
You are
on his behalf.
Good fielding that time. Stop the single. Isn't it lovely having the sun streaming into the edge of the commentary box?
It is. It's a beautiful evening.
Proper July cricket weather. This is when cricket should be played, shouldn't it? Height of summer.
Yeah. Still shining on the Quantocks as well, which is it's a lovely angle the sun's out at the moment.
It is indeed, yeah.
At least one here for you, Mead. He's happy just to push it around at the moment. He knows that there is no need to panic. There are still 9 overs left at the conclusion of the 41st. 43 runs required. So that's a required rate of just 4.8. There's that sun setting behind the Somerset stand. Beautiful. I should say the Lord Botham stand. I've got my stands mixed up. Never mind. Doesn't matter too much. Still to be Matt Parkinson then. This will be his 7th over. 1 for 35 from his first 6. 2 spells. Expensive in the first, better with the wicket in the second.
So Matt Parkinson, they're going to throw the dice, aren't they, Steve? I'm not really sure what Kent can do here. They're not giving up, but they had to get Casey Aldridge straight away, really. Oh, Andy Mead came early. I like that. Matt Parkinson just stops in his run up. Fair enough. And he still comes down, he still goes again, and he still gets the 1.
So I think he may have been thinking in terms of more than that.
Yeah.
On the previous occasion.
I don't know if he's going to take a risk on 84 with still 43 runs to win, do you? I think he'd like to. I think he'd tick the singles.
Will we?
I think he'll tick the singles to his 100, and if there's 10 runs to win, he might go bang, bang. Finish the game in style, but okay, shoulders through that too early.
Yeah, a bit of inside edge about that. 42 more needed by Somerset. 4 wickets by Kent. Calmly pushed single by Casey Aldridge.
There you go, he's just running down every ball, isn't he? Run down at will.
Nothing really for the bowlers in this wicket, which is very much to Somerset's advantage. Really well at 165 for 2 when James Rue was out. Then a little bit of a wobble, the Archie Vaughan run out. That was 165 for 4. And then 205 for 5, Sean Dixon. 212 for 6, Josh Thomas. Now 229 for 6. So these 2 going along sensibly.
Sensibly, I think, is the optimum word, isn't it? Just doing a professional job here.
Swanepoel continuing from the river end. We've got 5 sets of floodlights on. The sun is providing a 6th floodlight at the moment. From Casey Aldridge.
Bayers. I like when he bowls a good ball. You can hear for the effects mic. They say Bayers. Very nice.
At least 1 here. They're pushing for 2. And we'll get it.
Good running again.
Yeah, he had to push hard, Umeed, to get back to the non-striker's end. Got there pretty comfortably in the end. I don't know what Wind Predictor thinks at the moment. It had Somerset on 87% at one stage. That was during the Umeed-Rue partnership. favouring Somerset at the
Yeah,
moment.
I'd say 85% Somerset now would be my guess.
Out. Caught behind.
Shouldn't have said that, Stephen. As soon as you asked my prediction on the game, Case Shoulders snicks off, and suddenly, it's not going to be 50-50, but you'd give Kent 30% chance here, wouldn't you? Alfie Ogborn and Ned Leonard can bat, but Jack Leach is the next banker, if you want to use banker. 80-odd at Truro last Sunday, don't forget. An 80-odd, even though they're a minor counties, national counties side, some going to get 80-odd. And Case Shoulders will be gutted to not get his team over the line. Caught behind.
At the same time, Umeed is still there.
Yeah.
Visible deflection there, and comfortably taken by Harry Finch.
Somerset just like doing things the hard way.
Swanepoel has another wicket.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he, on his comeback?
So would it be Jack Leach? It will.
Incoming batter for Somerset, sponsored by
Good man, Somerset.
Number 17,
For this particular moment.
Yeah.
37 runs needed, and you can hear the applause.
He's a very popular man. He's a cult figure here, is Jack Leach. You can't not like Jack Leach, can you?
Absolutely not. And he's well equipped to handle this. Quick word with Umeed on the way in. And down to business. Left-hander, of course. Come on, Leachy, shouts someone in the crowd. Don't know whether it was Tractor. Off the mark straight away. Nice little push. And in fact, he keeps the strike with that. 36 more needed. Or 3 wickets, depending on which way you look at
Oh,
it.
Stephen, steady on, steady on. Don't panic. Yeah.
Is he going to continue? I think he is.
Yeah, and I think he's done enough to continue with Matt Parkinson.
Spinner to spinner.
Yeah, good point. Well made.
The setting sun has just been obscured by a cloud, so floodlights very much required at the moment. Well into the evening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Lights on the scoreboards shining brightly. Nice looking drive for one. Which will bring Umeed back onto strike. Every opportunity to score yet another Metrobank Cup 100 for Andy Umeed. What a record he's got in this tournament.
It's class, isn't it? The way he's played has been particularly impressive. He deserves this 100. Was he 14 away now? Don't think he's going to run out of runs or time.
Nice drive. Will be the one. Yeah, it would be his 4th Metrobank Cup century if he gets there.
And a few of them were large, weren't they? He likes a daddy 100. They're not all just past 100.
Yeah, 119, 116 and 172 not out for the previous 3, all made last season. Nice Parky. They cry.
Rates creeping up, I heard, in a northern accent.
Jack Leaney, maybe?
Yeah, could be. York it. What a shot.
And handsome.
What a shot from Jack Leach. Now that is the Bazball approach, Stephen. Other people with, what, 30 odd to win and only 3 wickets in hand would be knocking it around, taking the ones. Well, Ben Stokes and Jack Leach just say, oh, well, if I can slog sweep it for 6, let's get on with it.
Great shot. That's a pressure.
Yeah, pressure reliever, exactly what I was thinking.
The boy Leach, he done good.
He's done good, hasn't he?
8 not out already. Spotlight returns to Hugh Mead. It's dipped below 30. That runs required figure now. 28 more needed. Up and over, and it won't get to the boundary. In fact, it's just a single.
Didn't expect Andy and me to go aerial, to be honest. That's slightly surprised. It's like taking me aback. It's gone flat into that vacant space in the offside. But yeah, big shot for 1 run.
So Jack Leach back on strike to Swanepoel. Leg by here, down to 3rd man. Kent still hoping. Somerset are getting close now. .45th over we're in. 26 more needed.
Good bay, I like that. It's like West Country, isn't it? When they say bay, Barry Swanepoel. It's like, good bay.
Sun's back out.
It's lovely, just glimpsing through.
Might be quite hard to see if you're watching from the Ondarchi stand at the moment, because you're looking straight into the sun.
Yeah, good point.
You need peaked caps, and a lot of them are wearing them down there.
There's a shot from Andy Mead again, only for 1 though. Aerial out to deep cover. Just confident playing it.
Keeping it ticking, these two, which is all they need to do.
Yeah, no panic from these two. Little chat. They're talking about whether the deep cover guy goes maybe more extra cover. They're thinking no, it's going to be more point. No, tell you what they're going to do is they're going to put 2 men out on the offside. No, it's going to be the leg side of the left-hander. Jack Leach, I can't work out what the plan is here. Maybe they'll bowl full on leg stump and see if Jack Leach will try and take on the 2 leg side men with that pickup shot. No, we'll just whack it through cover for 1. Too good as Jack Leach. Don't forget, it was about the anniversary a few years ago, wasn't it, when he got all those runs against Ireland?
5 overs remaining. Somerset require 24 runs to win from 30 balls. A big happy birthday to
Strike with that signal. He's on 9. He's on 89. 24 more needed. There's
How good is that?
Pavilion.
There's a George Foreman roof.
That's That's our perch, a little row of boxes with the press and commentary boxes.
Yep, Gordon Avery makes a great point. Jack Leach hit a couple of that slog sweep at Truro at Boscawen Park, just into the estuary. Lovely ground down there. I'm going to be there again on Sunday. Somerset played Cornwall down at Truro. I'm going to go and see Devon at Truro this Sunday morning, watch the first couple of hours of that 3-day game before the Mystics and Magicians cricket tour. So I'd love to see some different grounds. Playing at Gorin on Sunday near St Austell, never played there before.
Jack Leach is in double figures.
Easily so as well. No panic. Creaming it around. Now 23 required. 4.5 overs to get him. I'll be surprised if it goes more than a couple, although Andy Mead might try and get on with it now. There he goes. He's going to get 2. It's not a shot. You know what? He is. To say Andy Mead's struggling was on 89 not out seems daft, but he's looked a little bit scratchy the last 5 minutes. Those 2 punches over the covers. I don't think he meant quite to go there.
He's safely into the 90s.
Yeah, only just though, isn't he? not the safely he was expecting.
You can't get that, surely. It's just well done, the wicket. You cannot give that. Parkinson looks aggrieved. Teapot, double teapot. Jack Leaning is beside the umpire.
Umpire Paul Baldwin.
You can't give that.
The fans don't like it, do they? They don't like the excessive appealing. They don't like the complaints. Somerset love taking it to the wire. Andy Mead has tried to place that between the small gap between extra cover and, well, short extra cover and extra cover, really. Might be the worst appeal I've ever seen, says James Torquay. Well, I've seen people appeal from deep mid wicket when it's almost a leg side wide, so that's a big statement. But
I can't understand why he was so aggrieved about it.
There we go, Andy Mead, he's got the 6, has he? Yes, it's carried straight. Andy Mead, that's his signature shot. We've got a few people on the Thatcher's Terrace below us really enjoying that. A few kids trying to get the ball. One of them's trying to keep the ball. What? Just throw it back to Nathan Gilchrist. There's a brother and sister down there arguing over who throws the ball back. Well, great to see kids here on the summer holidays, Stephen. But Andy Mead back to his best with one shot. Because the 3 or 4 shots he played previously looked a little bit skittish, which is not a word I thought I'd use for Andy Mead. Can that get him going? He's on to 97 now. He goes again. No, well bowled. 1 run. Good cricket. 1-6 can suddenly turn the tide a little bit here, can't it?
Yeah. Well, it's down to 14 runs needed now.
Yeah. Less panic here.
14 needed off 24 deliveries.
Look at how Matt Parkinson's bowled pretty similar. I like the way Parkinson tosses it up. Really gives it a chance to dip, spin, flight, turn and bounce. Not a massive amount of bounce, but
Mid-pitch consultation between both batters and some of the Kent players. Jack Leaning involved. Harry Finch, the keeper. It's last chance saloon, really, for Kent.
So where are they going to go? I was just looking at the bowling figures, the overs left. Jack Leaning's not going to bowl again. I think Stobo, they're going to come for his last 2 now. So Charlie Stobo, 8 overs, 1 for 26 with 2 maidens. So he has been the best bowler economically. The only man with 2 maidens, the only man with a single maiden in the attack. So it does make sense.
Andy Mead is on strike on 98.
Yeah, so Stobo for 2. So they let Parkinson bowl his last one, and then, to be honest, the game's probably done in 3 overs time. They're not going to worry about the 50th over, are they? So, yeah, this is it. This is the last throw of the dice for Kent. Stobo, Parkinson, Stobo. Stobo to Andy Mead. He used his feet, and Andy Mead has smashed it into the Lordian Botham stand, and he's going to get 6 runs and his 100 in one fell swoop. Somerset are nearly over the line here. What a knock this has been from Andy Mead. He batted really well while wickets were falling around him. He slowed down, he looked a little bit skittish, Steve and I were just saying, the last couple of overs. But he's used his feet first ball of Charlie Stobo's final spell, and he's boomed it down the ground. And all of the people watching are on their feet, Stephen. What a knock.
Yeah, it's terrific stuff. Deserved applause for Andy Mead, his 4th Metrobank Cup century.
You were here commentating on quite a few of them alongside myself last year, and they were pretty special then. But this one is arguably more important in a match-winning cause when no one else really has got runs since James Rew departed. Oh, he's gone again. He's not going to mess around. He smashed that through the covers for 4. And Yamid is all this chat. Sorry, Stephen, I've wasted everyone's time working out how many overs who's going to bowl. Well, and Yamid's going to get it done this over now, isn't he?
Yeah, don't need to worry about overs 48, 9 or 50.
Pete Trigo singing. They say it's not over till the fat lady sings. Well, it's not over till Pete Trigo comes in singing.
She's in the rehearsal room. I think we can safely assume.
Here we go.
Tuning up.
Kent have no more options here.
Feeling this could be it, this delivery.
Charlie Stober has 4 more balls in his first over back, but Andy Mead fancies the 4 to win. And he's nailed a full toss. Not far away from the man, but it's gone for 6. Somerset win by 3 wickets. Jack Leach stayed there with Andy Mead. Andy Mead got his 100, and where a few others faltered, Somerset have eventually got over the line comfortably enough. And Kent go back with no points here. Great knock from Andy Mead. That was a full toss from Charlie Stober. Not a great way to finish the game, but we'll bring Pete Trigo in for a 3rd voice here just to go over that game. But Kent didn't get enough runs and then didn't bowl a field well enough to burgle the result. Somerset won comfortably enough.
Stylish way to win it, Triggs.
For the post-match signing session, signing autographs and posing for photos. The post-match signing session follows shortly.
A real flourish to finish with. Brace of 6s and disillusionment in the end for Kent. We felt at the halfway stage that they might be a little bit under par, although they recovered pretty well to reach that total that they did.
Yeah, they had to take their chances early on, and that a little jib off George Thomas in the first over from Gilchrist. You just thought, oh, is it not going to be for Kent today? They had to be bang on it in the field and with the ball to try and somehow defend 267 here, but just weren't quite good enough. And Somerset, although they also played some poor shots, we've got to be honest, there's been some poor dismissals from both teams today. Very few have been bowlers getting the batters out, but that's what happens in cricket.
Stats, 114 not out, 121 deliveries in the end. My word, he accelerated at the end of the match. 4 6s and 5 4s. And Jack Leach, well, we always fancied he'd be there at the end when he came out. Quality stuff.
Our next match is a week today, Friday, August the 2nd. Our Beer and Cider Festival, Ash against Lancashire, starts at 2. The Fan Village opens at 12. The best acoustic musical talents.
That was pretty much the game there, but it still took somebody just to see it through. And Andy Mead again, in a very short space of time, has scored 4 List A hundreds for Somerset. So he's in great knock, and he's showing great pedigree, and it's given him a great deal of confidence. He's taken it to his championship cricket as well. So the Metro Bank and Andy Mead is one of the real success stories of how the English cricket has changed with the 100 and various other things. Andy Mead is, his career was, I'm not being harsh in saying this, was on the downturn. And last year, now he's one of the first names on the team sheet in 2 formats for a big club. So it's been a real bonus for Andy Mead in particular. But you gotta snap people's hands off when you get opportunity. And fair play to Andy Mead, he's done that, and he's done it in spades. He has grabbed hold of that opportunity and he's ran with it, and he's playing exceptionally well for Somerset.
And he's done it in a really entertaining way. So Somerset open their Metrobank Cup campaign with a win. We'll be hearing the strains of Blackbird, no doubt, from the Somerset balcony before it's all long. There's a summary of the match, and held to 267. Too many of their batters getting themselves out, and Somerset eventually winning with 3 overs and 3 deliveries to spare by 3 wickets. So well played, Somerset. Sun shines on Taunton, and it's going to be shining on the Blackbird Singers on the Somerset balcony very shortly. Thanks for your company. We'll be back for the next one here at Taunton, along with the Beer Festival. I think that's part of the next one.
Cheers, guys.
Next Friday.
I look forward to it.
Cheers, all. Me too.
Terrific. Thanks for your company, and have a very, very good evening.